The Senate will come to order. Senator Murphy.
Mr. President, I impose a call of the Senate.
The Senate is now under call. Senator Murphy.
Mr. President, I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, if you'd be so kind as to stand. As you know, in our Senate tradition, we always start with prayer. And our chaplain today is Bishop Richard Howell, Jr. He's from Shiloh Temple International Ministries in Minneapolis. Members, and following the prayer, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Dear Lord, this room is your room. This place is your place. This session is your session. Thus, we need your guidance, wisdom, and intent to transform wrong to right, better to best, proper to protocol, and ashes to beauty. We pray for each public servant in this room to take the courage in deciding that just course affecting our state of Minnesota that will bless the population with goodwill, community, and peace. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. May every discussion and statement made today work unitedly towards that arc, satisfying the consciences in purpose, plan, and product. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, members. And I will mention that Bishop Howell is also the former pastor of Shemika Bogan. The secretary will take the roll.
Abler, Anderson, Barr, Bolden, Carlson, Champion, Clark, Coleman, Cwodzinski, Dames, Dibble, Dornick, Draheim, Drazkowski, Duckworth, Farnsworth, Fateh, Frentz, Green, Grunhagen, Gustafson, Hochschild, Herr, Hoffman, Housley, Howe, Jasinski, Johnson, Johnson-Stewart, Klein, Coran, Kroon, Kunish, Kupek, Lang, Latz, Liskey, Limmer, Lucero, Mann, Marty, Matthews, May Quaid, McEwen, Miller, Mitchell, Mohammed, Murphy, Nelson, Umuverbaten, Pappas, Pa, Port, Pratt, Putnam, Rarick, Rasmussen, Rest, Seeberger, Utke, Weber, Wiesenberg, Westland, Westrom, Wickland, Zhang.
Members, a quorum is present. And members, the following members intend to vote from a remote location under Rule 40.7. Senator Dibble, Senator Howe, Senator Port, and Senator Utke. Members, we will start with, well, members, if you want to follow along, as usual, I'm reading from the Senate agenda, dated Thursday, April 24, 2025. We will begin at the 9th order of business, which is motions and resolutions. We will adopt the author's motion as one motion. I'm sorry, members, we are starting with the 8th order of business. Introduction and first reading of Senate bills. The bills listed today in your calendar will be given their first reading. Members, we will now go to the 9th order of business, which is motions and resolutions. We will adopt the author's motions as one motion. All in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senate Resolution number 34 will be referred to the Committee on Rules and Administration. And members, there's no action that is required there. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, is there a resolution at the desk?
The Secretary will report the resolution at the desk.
Senator Drazkowski introduces Senate Resolution number 35, a Senate resolution relating to the removal of the Senate President.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move adoption of Senate Resolution number 35.
Senator Drazkowski, the pages are distributing the resolution. We'll take a moment. Senator Drazkowski moves adoption of Senate Resolution number 35 to your resolution. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I bring today Senate Resolution number 35. I'll read it to you. It is short. The resolution says, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Minnesota and pursuant to Minnesota statutes, Section 3.06, Subdivision 1, the Senate President Bobby Joe Champion be removed as Senate President, and that the removal be effective immediately upon adoption of this resolution. Mr. President, that is the resolution. I would like to say a few words about it. Mr. President, it is our responsibility as members to maintain the integrity of the Minnesota Senate. We have established rules of ethical conduct designed to do just that. Mr. President, Rule 56 of Senate Rules outlines in 56.1 that members must adhere to the highest standard of ethical conduct as embodied in Minnesota Constitution, state law, and our rules. And Mr. President, 56.3 says improper conduct includes conduct that violates a rule or administrative policy of the Senate, that violates accepted norms of Senate behavior, that betrays the public trust, or that tends to bring the Senate into dishonor or disrepute. Mr. President, our rule, Senate Rule number 56.4, says that members of the Senate must disclose potential conflicts of interest in the discharge of their senatorial duties. And if we will look closer at the Minnesota Senate policies for senators and staff, Mr. President, that are referred to, that I just referred to in the rules, it even gives more detail. Senators and staff are required to avoid actions that might impair your independence of judgment or give the appearance of impropriety. And the points included there include: put the public interest ahead of your own personal advancement and financial interest. It also includes: decide all matters based on their merits, free from improper influences. And also directs us to disclose conflicts of interest and refrain where practical from participating in decisions. The next section of the policies handbook says to avoid situations that could be disrespectful of the institution and the public. We are directed in this ethics policy to act honestly, fairly, and openly so that others can rely in good faith on your words and actions, on our words and actions. And then it directs, do not use your position to gain privileges or special treatment. Mr. President, we have currently a president that is embroiled in a Senate ethics complaint that stems from a wide array of articles that have been written throughout this state in the past 3.5 weeks, beginning with the article that was presented in the Minnesota Reformer on April 4th, nearly 3 weeks ago. The title of that says, DFL Senate President steered millions in public funds to a legal client. And we saw dozens and dozens of articles, social media posts, and other types of media that has spread this discovery throughout the entire state and country. Mr. President, that article itself talked about a bill that the President, as a member of this body, wrote to take taxpayer money, Mr. President, and send it to a nonprofit organization. The nonprofit organization was called 21 Days of Peace. That bill, Senate File 2970, was authored by Senator Champion in 2023 for $3 million of the people's money to go to a nonprofit organization, again called 21 Days of Peace. It's pointed out in the article that one of the directors, or maybe the executive director of 21 Days of Peace, Jerry McAfee, who not only was the pastor of Senator Champion's church, but under a similar name, was directed a nonprofit organization. So Mr. McAfee and his wife, Beverly, both in 2003 contributed $1,000 each to President Champion's campaign. Mr. President, there's another nonprofit organization that Senator Champion authored a bill for this year in Senate File 2425 to the Stair Step Foundation. It was $1 million, $1 million grant to this nonprofit organization. In 2023, 3 people from the organization, Alfred Babington, the president's CEO, his wife Anna Babington Johnson, and Sharon Thompson, the director of programs, all 3 of them sent contributions of $1,000 to President Champion's campaign. There was another nonprofit that Senator Champion wrote a bill to give the people's money to, Mr. President, called the Hennepin County Community Action Partnership. And in 2023, he authored a bill, Senate File 2985, that appropriated $6 million to the Hennepin County Community Action Partnership. The executive director, and I believe it was his wife with the same last name, Clarence Hightower and Beverly Hightower each contributed the maximum contribution of $1,000 each to Senator Champion's campaign. It is to note that this same organization, Mr. President, Hennepin County Community Action Partnership, was involved in a huge scandal during the Dayton administration. There, the executive director, Bill Davis, went to jail for misuse of funds. And Senator Jeff Hayden's wife was also included in the scandal at the time. It was a huge scandal. I remember of it. And there were a number of other high-powered Democrats on the board that eventually resigned. $6 million. Mr. President, there was another nonprofit that Senator Champion wrote a bill to give $10 million of the people's money to. Build Wealth Minnesota. The bill was written in 2023, Senate File 805. It included, the CEOs or the founder of this organization, this nonprofit organization, David McGee and his, I'm assuming his wife, Regina McGee, each in 2023, Mr. President, contributed the maximum contribution of $1,000 each to Senator Champion's campaign.
Mr. President, point of order.
Senator Latz, for what reason do you rise?
Mr. President, I rise to a point of order under Senate Rules 36.4. In discussing a resolution, each member is limited to 10 minutes. It seems to me Senator Drazkowski has met or exceeded the 10 minutes authorized for him to debate this resolution.
The point of order is sustained. Senator Murphy.
Thank you,
Mr. President.
Thank you,
Mr. President, I move to appeal the decision.
Mr. President, pursuant to Rule 6.3, I move that resolution number 35 be sent to the Rules Committee, and I ask for a roll call.
Mr. President.
Senator Drazkowski appealed the ruling of the chair prior to the motion being made. Senator Drazkowski appeals the ruling of the chair.
Mr. President.
Senator Miller.
Mr. President, under Rule 41.2, I wish to be excused from voting. Members, as a member of the Subcommittee on Ethical Conduct and with a pending ethics complaint, I do not feel that it is in the best interest of the body for me to take a vote on this, so I wish to be excused from voting on this matter.
The request to be recused requires a voice vote. Senator Miller requests to be recused from the vote on sustaining the judgment of the president. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is adopted. Are there other members who wish to speak?
Mr. President.
Senator Pratt.
Parliamentary inquiry. Can you tell me how many minutes Senator Drazkowski had been speaking?
Senator Pratt. Senator Drazkowski began speaking at 1:15 Central Standard Time. The point of order was raised at 1:27. Without further discussion, do you wish a roll call, Senator?
Mr. President, I do ask for a roll call.
Mr. President.
Senator Drazkowski has the
Mr.
floor.
President, I ask for a roll call.
Senator Pappas.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. President. You'd asked if anyone else wanted to be excused and then called on Senator Pratt, so I didn't get a chance to request for the same reason that Senator Miller is asking to be excused. And if Senator Kunish would also like to make that request, if I'm allowed to make that for her.
We will take the vote on the Pappas motion. Any other senators wishing to be recused need to make that motion themselves. Senator Pappas has requested to be recused from the vote on sustaining the judgment of the President. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is adopted. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I make the same motion for myself for the same reasons. Thank you.
All those in favor of the Matthews motion to be recused from voting on sustaining the judgment of the President, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion is adopted. Senator Kunish.
And I also ask to be recused from this vote as a member of the Ethics Committee.
All those in favor of the Kunish motion to be recused from the vote sustaining the judgment of the President, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. We go now to the roll call vote sustaining the judgment of the President. Members, the question before the body is, shall the decision of the President be the judgment of the Senate? A green vote upholds the decision of the President. A red vote overrules the decision of the President. The Secretary will take the roll.
Mr. President. Mr. President, point of parliamentary inquiry.
We're under a roll call. For what purpose do you raise?
I'm sorry, we're under a vote.
Senator Cwodzinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Howe votes no.
Senator Howe votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Utke votes no.
Senator Utke votes no. Senator Kunish.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 aye votes and 24 nay votes, the judgment of the President is sustained. Senator Murphy.
Mr. President.
Thank you,
Senator
Mr.
Murphy
President.
has the floor.
Pursuant to Rule 6.3, I refer Resolution Number 35 to the Rules Committee.
Members, under Rule 6.3, a motion to refer a resolution to the Rules Committee is not debatable nor requires a roll call vote. The resolution is referred to the Committee on Rules.
Mr. President, point of parliamentary inquiry.
For what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, when does the Rules Committee meet next?
Senator Drazkowski, I don't have that answer for you. We will now go to general orders.
Mr. President, can we ask the chair of the Rules Committee when they meet next?
Senator Drazkowski, we're under the orders of business. That question is out of order. We move now to remaining under motions and resolutions.
Mr. President, when can I bring
Senator Murphy for special orders?
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bills be made special orders for immediate consideration. Members, the list is on your desk.
Members, that is correct. The special orders list is on your desk. And if you give me just one moment so I can get the list. Thank you, members, for your patience. We now go to Senate file number 3196. That's Senator Latz's bill, the Department of Corrections Budget Deficiencies Appropriation. Senator Latz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate File 3196 is the Department of Corrections deficiency budget request. I first would like to thank my co-author on the bill, Senator Limmer, for supporting this as well. Members, this bill does two things. It allocates $9.091 million from the forthcoming biennial budget to cover the deficiency incurred by the Department of Corrections. It also reallocates $10 million in fiscal year 25 for that purpose. The Department of Corrections is requesting $9.1 million from the state's general fund, as well as legislative approval to reallocate $10 million in appropriated funds to address their budget shortfall for fiscal year 25. The reallocation money is from unspent rider dollars that could not be processed in spending by this time. The DOC has made significant progress in addressing its staffing challenges, increasing its staffing levels to 99% from just 76% in 2020. This is largely due to the collective bargaining agreements, timing, and the levels of compensation. There was a substantial challenge in the department with regard to the levels of compensation for correctional staff in particular, and they were shedding staff to other positions outside of the department because of non-competitive compensation rates, and as a result, substantial overtime, fatigue burdens, and it created a great deal of risk within our correctional facilities, from lockdowns to idle populations, creating safety issues both for staff and for inmates. Because of the work that was done in the last several years, especially with the collective bargaining agreement, the DOC has been able to increase their staffing level to 99%. We do not wish to let that slide. These improvements, however, have led to increased budgetary pressures, which have contributed to the agency's budget deficit. The agency has traditionally relied on vacancy savings, funds saved due to unfilled positions, to cover their other budgetary needs, but this practice is no longer a viable strategy. The combination of the staffing improvements and the rising costs associated with retaining staff has created this funding shortfall that needs immediate attention. And without the requested funds, the DOC will face severe operational challenges, potentially jeopardizing their ability to meet their financial obligations by June of 2025. Hence the expedited moving of this appropriation bill on its own, rather than along with the Omnibus bill. Members, the $9.091 million fiscal impact of this bill in the forthcoming budget does come out of the Omnibus Judiciary and Public Safety budget target. This bill will ensure the sustained, safe, and efficient operation of Minnesota's prisons and the continuation of services that are crucial to the rehabilitation of incarcerated individuals. I ask for your support, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion on Senate File 3196? Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. In response to Senator Latz, I could sum it up in one word: ditto. Quite honestly, Senator Latz described the difficulties in the Department of Corrections accurately. I suppose none of us like to see deficiency requests, but at the same time, one has to understand the challenges, unique challenges, that the Department of Corrections has suffered with in recent years. Primarily, the staffing in the Department of Corrections, namely correction officers, have had a number of unique problems. First, they didn't keep up with the going professional rate that we find in the metropolitan area for correction officers. That led to shortages in manpower. We also saw that some of the deficiencies in staffing have resulted in attacks on correction officers. And to be truthful to it, the other challenges elsewhere in the Department of Corrections budget has complicated and compounded the issues that we now are dealing with. The deficiency is real, and it's a deficiency that must be addressed immediately. This is essential employees. This is an essential service for the state of Minnesota, and it is one that has to be addressed quickly and immediately, and I urge all members to support this particular bill. Thank you.
Senator Cwodzinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of Senate File 3196. It would also echo Senator Latz and Senator Limmer. I want to thank them. Faribault has MCF, which is Minnesota Correctional Faribault. It is the largest prison in the state of Minnesota. Between my time as the mayor and the time in the Senate, I think I've toured the facility somewhere over 10 times. I could probably give the tour myself by now, but I have many, many discussions with our correctional officers and the issues they've had in the past few years with staffing, working overtime, covering shifts, all the things that they need to do to make sure that we as citizens are safe and that the prisoners get good service of what they need in the facility. Again, I want to thank you, Senator Latz and Senator Limmer, for this bill. It is truly important for my district, District 19, with the correctional facility in Faribault. So thank you.
Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, I sit on the Judiciary Committee. My concerns are that this deficiency, after having a $19 billion surplus in the past biennium and then raising taxes $10 billion more in the last biennium, that we now have a deficiency in the Department of Corrections. Senator Latz, if he would yield for a question.
Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Latz, do you anticipate another deficiency in this upcoming biennium, just like the one we are now facing with the Department of Corrections? And if not, or if so, how so?
Senator Latz, to the question.
Mr. President, Senator Anderson, it's really hard to predict what the budget is going to look like next June or in 2 years. Part of the challenge is the timing of the settlement of collective bargaining agreements, which is made, and then sometimes it comes back to the legislature to make adjustments and appropriations to reflect those settlements. So I couldn't even tell you what the budget's going to look like or what the economy is going to look like or the competitive landscape is going to look like or the staffing level is going to look like for dinner tonight, let alone a year or two from now. So I'm not going to get into the prediction business. I will say that when these circumstances come along, we should evaluate them on a case-by-case basis. For today's bill, I think it's urgent that we pass this.
Senator Anderson, any additional comments?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Latz, if you'd yield for another question.
Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Latz, last biennium in 2023, there was a budget that was proposed and fulfilled for the Department of Corrections. At that time, did you at any time recognize or have a sense that there might be problems within the Department of Corrections going forward financially?
Senator Latz, to the question.
Mr. President and Senator Anderson, again, it was hard last year to predict, or 2 years ago, what things would look like. Now, we do know that there were substantial staffing challenges ongoing even 2 years ago, and we put a lot of encouragement on the Department of Corrections to meet those staffing challenges, and we knew it was going to involve collective bargaining compensation levels as well. But we couldn't predict what that would be. So we anticipated there might have been a forthcoming deficiency, but we couldn't predict what levels would be necessary to fund. So all we can do is let the process play out and address it when the time comes.
Senator Anderson, any follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Latz. Well, I'm just wondering, Senator Latz, as a comment, I'm wondering if we're having some mismanagement within our agency in the way they place our funds as we've seen in the last couple of years and going forward, if we'll see the same problems within our agencies. And if management is our problem, then I hope that who is ever in charge of those or whoever is overseeing them will take the opportunity to correct them. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Latz.
Senator Farnsworth. Oh, Senator Latz, were you going to say something before I go to Senator Farnsworth? Senator Latz.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson, you serve on the Judiciary Committee, and there was plenty of opportunity on the multiple times that the Department of Corrections and the Commissioner of Corrections appeared in front of the committee in their budget presentations to probe and question whether or not there was any money that might have been mismanaged or misspent, or the levels of funding that was not quite yet spent from previous appropriations. So just throwing a blanket accusation out there that there might have been mismanagement, I think, is unfair to the Department of Corrections. It's the kind of thing which, if you have questions, I think it's appropriate to ask them in committee. And if you have specifics, it's only fair to lay those out. Without those specifics, I don't think it's fair to make the accusation.
Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I wonder if Senator Latz would yield for a question.
Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't here in 2020, but I paid attention to things that happened. And back in 2020, there was a need for a supplemental budget, and back then it was announced by the Department of Corrections that they were going to close 2 facilities, one close to my home, MCF Togo, and another one down in Willow River. And so my question is, I guess it's a 2-part question for Senator Latz. One, I think I know the answer to this, but is Senator Latz confident that this budget will prevent the closure of any facilities in the state? And then the second part to the question is, and it has to do with the public safety bill that will be coming before us soon, is there a mechanism in that bill that would prevent the Department of Corrections from closing any facilities around the state?
Senator Latz, to the 2 questions.
Mr. President and Senator, there isn't any provision in the forthcoming Judiciary and Public Safety Budget Omnibus bill that would speak specifically to the question of closure of any correctional facilities. I remember the conversations a couple of years ago, and the agency was looking for ways to consolidate expenditures and reduce expenditures, and there was pushback from members of this Senate who didn't want facilities closed in their own districts. So to the extent that the agency was trying to find efficiencies and individual members resisted that, we all share some responsibility. Each one of us, especially those resisting that, share some responsibility for the ongoing budgetary obligations of the Department of Corrections. I can't predict what things are going to look like in a couple of years. We'll have to address it at that time.
Senator Farnsworth, any follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Latz, for that answer. And I think a little bit deeper look into those facilities. The question at the time was, of course, looking at saving money for the department. But the question that I had is, why would they close the 2 facilities that had the most success in preventing recidivism? And I would encourage the bill's author on this bill and on the public safety bill to look at ensuring that the Department of Corrections cannot close those facilities, because those in the rural areas will be the ones that will be targeted for closure, and they're the most successful facilities. They have the best outcomes for recidivism, and I think that's something that we need to look at moving forward to make sure that the Department of Corrections doesn't wait until this session is over and then say, oh, we have to close these facilities to save money. So I think that's something that should be addressed this year. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it's no secret that Shakopee is the home of the only correctional facility that houses women in this state. And I've had a chance to talk to the corrections officers on numerous occasions. And what I can tell you is that we're asking these people to do a very, very dangerous job. And when you look at what they're being paid comparable to other law enforcement positions, they are woefully undercompensated. These are our friends, these are our neighbors, they live in our community, and they keep all of our communities safe. I have some of the same concerns that Senator Anderson did around the administrative costs that we see in the Department of Corrections. What we've seen and we've talked about in finance is that we tend to be funding the state agencies but not funding the areas where the work is actually being done. And we'll have the public safety bill up in finance tomorrow, but I will be supporting this provision today because those people who wear the uniform, those people who are standing in those facilities deserve our support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion? Members, as a reminder, we are on Senate File number 3196. Seeing no additional, Senator Latz.
Just a closing remark, if I may, Mr. President. I welcome the support of the senators for programming that reduces recidivism. That's obviously very important. 95% of the inmates in our correctional facilities will go back into the communities at the expiration of their sentences. And we want them to be safe, productive members of society when they do return. And the best mechanism for making sure there are no closures in facilities is to make sure we fully fund the Department of Corrections as they need, and this bill does that. Thank you.
The Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File number 3196, a bill for an act relating to corrections, appropriating money for deficiencies in the budget of the Department of Corrections.
Third reading. Any other discussion before we go to final passage of Senate File number 3196? Seeing no additional discussion, the Secretary will take the roll for final passage. Oh, I do? Members, may I have your attention? I'm going to direct the Secretary to close the roll. We have to redo it because they have the wrong bill up. I think it's because I was pushing some buttons up here myself, so it's not the front desk staff. Okay, so if you give us a second, they're going to put the correct bill up, and then we will take the roll on final passage of 3196. Now, here we go. Please vote. Senator Kunis, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
And Senator Marty votes aye.
And Senator Marty votes aye. Senator Cwodzinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Howell votes yes.
Senator Howell votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Utke votes aye.
And Senator Utke votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, we will now go to the next bill on special orders. That would be Senate File number 1740. It is Senator Cwodzinski, the Omnibus Education Policy Provisions. Senator Cwodzinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have before you today Senate File 1740, and I'll just say some remarks overall before we delve into the bill. When this session began, there were three overriding themes in our hearing and what bills we were hearing, and they dealt with basically three things: discipline, attendance, and school safety. And those seem to be the overriding issues facing our schools today, among many others, but those were the three most important. Well, anyways, the belief that free and democratic society requires a universal public education for all of its citizens has been an overriding theme for the last 150, if not 250 years of American history. A non-sectarian, democratic, and well-trained professional approach to education, emphasizing the role of education in fostering social mobility and promoting democratic participation by all. In the 1800s, this kind of thinking took off in a progressive era around mid-century. And there was a guy named Horace Mann who viewed education as a crucial force for social equality and progress, believing it could help build a more just and harmonious society. That great legacy and school of thought and philosophy is what guides me as not just an educator of 33 years, but chair of the Education Policy Committee. In fact, just outside this chamber on your left is a quote by Horace Mann himself. And underneath that quote by Horace Mann is a quote by President Garfield. And the quote goes, "Next in importance to freedom and justice is popular education, without which justice nor freedom can be permanently maintained." In addition to that philosophy engraved in stone outside our chamber, in our Minnesota State Constitution, Article 13, which many of you have heard me use numerous times on the floor. And Article 13 of the Minnesota State Constitution lays out the only duty of the Minnesota legislature. And it says the stability of a Republican form of government, the stability of a Republican form of government, comma, depending upon the intelligence of the people, comma, it is the duty, our responsibility to establish a general and uniform system of public schools. This bill before you today is a result of incredible collaborative process over many months, and represents a significant step forward in strengthening our Minnesota school system, our public education system, through enhanced clarity, accountability, and student support. It empowers both educators and our families with better tools and information by the tracking of chronic absenteeism. The bill also promotes healthy and digital safety and well-being to ensure the mental, physical, and emotional well-being of our students. Bill number 17, Senate File 1740 also contains robust slate of charter school reforms, ensuring that the oversight of the 70,000 students in Minnesota schools that attend public charter schools, voices will be heard. And I want to give a quick shout out to the Minneapolis Star and Tribune, because so many of us receive so much of our information on what bills are important to our constituents by our constituents and by our colleagues and by our lobbyists and by stakeholders, but rarely perhaps do we heed the call of the Fourth Estate. And the Minneapolis Star Tribune gave a great expose, if you will, of the charter school system. It was the classic example of investigative journalism found in the Woodward and Bernstein mold. And we read those words and we took them to heart. And we made the changes necessary for our robust charter schools to continue doing the great work that they're doing. Probably, 25% of the words in this bill deal with charter school reforms because of the efforts of the Star Tribune. And I don't need to remind my colleagues that Thomas Jefferson once said, "A government without newspapers or newspapers without government." I would much rather have newspapers without government than the other. Additionally, the updated READ Act, the historic READ Act, that it's going to impact tens of thousands of our students continues onward. And this legislation reflects months of bipartisan collaboration and dedication to safer, more equitable schools for our 850,000 students and our 85,000 teachers. I'll thank the members of the committee in my closing remarks. I just want to say right now, I thoroughly enjoyed the first few weeks of this session. I love the collaboration. I love the power sharing. I love the relationship sharing. I love the relationship building that the first 3 weeks of this session brought to this chamber. And with that said, members, I'm open for your amendments and comments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. I am going to Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would offer the A73 amendment.
The A73 amendment is offered, and the Secretary will report the A73 amendment.
Senator McQuaid moves to amend Senate File Number 1740 as follows. Page 53, delete Section 2 and insert. This is the A73 amendment.
Senator McQuaid, to your A73 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A73 amendment is short, and it does some boring things, and it does a few important things. Namely, we had a lot of conversations over the interim and during this session with districts that run dual language immersion programs. And we wanted to make sure that we are giving those districts the opportunity to teach their kids in both English and the partner language. And so you'll see some language about when screening happens in those specific districts. You will see to reduce the number of tests that students who are English language learners are taking year over year over year. You will see some language around that for screenings for students who are English language learners and characteristics of dyslexia. And then below that, you'll see actually a lot of technical language, and that was what my amendment does, Mr. President.
Senator Cwodzinski, to the A73 amendment.
This is a friendly, wonderful amendment. Members, I accept it.
Any other discussion? All in favor of the A73, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails. The A73 is adopted. I am now going to Senator Seeberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I offer the A32 amendment.
Senator Seeberger offers the A32 amendment. The Secretary will report the A32 amendment.
Senator Seeberger moves to amend Senate File Number 1740 as follows. Page 74 after line 8, insert. This is the A32 amendment.
Senator Seeberger, to your A32 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. In 2023, we made some changes in the state of Minnesota with regard to the use of seclusion on students in schools. And these changes are made in response to abusive practices of using seclusion inappropriately and in harmful ways to students. And in no way do I condone any of that and believe that those misuses of seclusion should be addressed and must be addressed. However, in doing so, we eliminated a tool that is useful in rare situations for students like my own son. My own son, who is now 20 years old and a functional member of society, had a challenging childhood. He had outbursts that were violent and aggressive. He would aggress toward adults, and it made it challenging to send him to school. Many times I was called upon to come to the school, to resolve a situation, to ensure everyone was okay, to de-escalate my son. And I was always happy to do that. My son is worth it. He's a wonderful person, but he definitely had some challenges as he was a younger child. My son is a bigger individual. He has a lot of force behind his actions. When he was in second grade, he broke the thumb of a para during an outburst. There are many different ways we tried to de-escalate behaviors when they arose. Many times we were successful, sometimes we weren't. To keep him safe, to keep others safe, and to wait out the storm, is how I always put it. Sometimes he needed to be placed in a safe space so that he didn't hurt himself, he didn't hurt others, and that is known as seclusion. When he was in seclusion, staff had eyes on him at all times. He was never locked in a dark room or a broom closet. These were dedicated spaces to keep everyone safe. My son went through most of his educational career in a setting 4 school. And if you've never been to a setting 4 school, then I would submit you don't know anything about this population of students. I want to commend the teachers and staff who cared for my son and got him through school. They were part of the team. He did graduate high school. He's a wonderful young man today. And when I asked him about the use of seclusion, he shakes his head. He said, you know, it wasn't great, but it needed to be done. He can put this all into words now. He couldn't then. My concern with eliminating seclusion as a limited tool for students when de-escalation does not work, when it is needed to keep the student and others safe, my concern is this, that staff have no other option when a student is aggressing and could potentially hurt someone, that they will call law enforcement, who then will take the child into custody. That also happened to my son. And that's not an appropriate placement for students who are in crisis. My amendment, the A32, continues to permit the use of seclusion in schools, but outlines some parameters. Seclusion up through grade 6 can only be used, per my amendment, if it is explicitly agreed to by the student's parents and the rest of the IEP team, and they have a discussion, and everybody agrees this should be a part of the student's plan. This does not permit and has never permitted seclusion to be used as a disciplinary tool. That is inappropriate. However, what this does is it recognizes that there are some instances where for everyone's safety it needs to be used. There's plenty of regulations, there's a lot of regulations, in fact, that surround the use of seclusion in schools. I want to thank Chair Cwodzinski, the staff of the education committees, Senator Mann, Senator McQuaid, Senator Bolden, and those people that I've had these discussions with. This is a difficult topic, but it's personal to me, it's personal to my family. And I believe that the changes made by the A32 will help families like mine have a safe place for their students to attend school. And I would ask for this body to vote yes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Cwodzinski to the A32 amendment.
Senator Seeberger, thank you, Mr. President. Senator Seeberger, thank you for your timeless, diligent, heartfelt, emotional, personal work on this. I know how hard you've worked on this for well over a year now, and I appreciate that the language on line 1.26 that you added. I think that will be a nice addition to the amendment. So this is a friendly amendment, and again, for all those kids like your son out there that need us to listen to them, they are going to thank you, so thank you.
Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we vote on this today, I want to explain a little bit about seclusion and about kids that are neurodiverse, especially because this is when this is often used. The bill that we passed 2 years ago was for children 3rd grade and under. I have 2nd graders. I have a neurodiverse child. They are still small enough at that age that they're manageable. And this was the population that we were talking about with this. And as someone who has worked with a number of kids in this position over the years, as a foster parent doing respite care for various children, who has ongoing training every single year with some of these issues, let me tell you that seclusion almost never is something that we need to be doing, especially for the very youngest of our children. It negatively impacts their brain development because now you have taken a child that is going through some sort of trauma and you have isolated them. And think of what that does to a small child when they already maybe don't understand how their brain is working or what's going on around them, and now you have put them in a room by themselves. It increases trauma responses a lot of times, and how their brain develops. It can eventually lead to greater instances of things like depression and social isolation and anxiety. And especially for small children, if his school is saying, no, this is the only way we can deal with this, many of these parents are already overwhelmed and are just going to go along with it. So while I appreciate the expansion to minimizing this up to 6th grade, I have grave concerns that we are putting any of these young children in this situation, because having worked with counselors, having done training, having worked with a lot of autistic kids, this is not what is good for their brains and their development. Thank you.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I encourage you to support this language, and thank you, Senator Seeberger, for bringing this to the legislature today. I can't imagine being placed in a parent's position with this, and the absolute audacity for someone to think they know better than what somebody's parents know is best for that child is mind-blowing. The language is clear as day here. It is explicitly agreed to by the students' parents who know that child and how to protect them best, and would encourage a green vote.
Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, today I want to tell you about the worst day of my life as a teacher. But before I get there, I do want to say that I used to work for the Department of Corrections as a teacher for about 5.5 years, and then I took a job as an EBD teacher, emotional behavior disorder teacher with the Hibbing School District, and I had never been assaulted when I taught in corrections. My first day with 3rd graders, I was kicked, I was bit, I was spit on, I was assaulted every day. I find it interesting that the senator from Woodbury said that, students up to 3rd grade are manageable, and I can tell you, Mr. President, they are not. And I'm going to tell you a story of one 3rd grade student that I had. And we didn't have seclusion in Hibbing. They still don't have seclusion, and the more I talked to Senator Seeberger about this, I wish we did, because it possibly would have prevented the worst professional day of my life. You see, we had this student, and he was out of control almost every day. And so we would have to take him to an office that was next to my classroom. They moved all of the furniture out, they put some mats on the floor, and his aide would sit in the room with him, and she couldn't manage him. He was in 3rd grade, and so I would spend a lot of my days that I wasn't able to spend with the other students on my caseload in that room, basically holding him so that he wouldn't hurt himself. And if I would let go, he'd start beating his head against the wall. He would break the drywall, so then I'd have to hold him again, and I'd let him go after a while, and he would start attacking his assistant or his aide, and he kicked holes in the wall, and he would try and eat the drywall. And this happened day after day, and he was in 3rd grade, and it was hard for me even to keep him from harming himself. And we would call his parents in, and we would say, we need some help, we can't control him. And they would look at us like, we can't control him either. And Mr. President, the worst day of my teaching career was the day they said, please just call the police and take him to the mental health ward. Mr. President, we didn't have a seclusion room that we could have put him into where he would have been safe. So the worst day of my professional life was when we put a 3rd grade student in the back seat of a squad car and sent them to the Hibbing Hospital to go to the mental health ward because he needed help. I definitely questioned every decision I ever made that brought me to that point where I had to look at a 3rd grade student, and the only safe solution was to put him in the back seat of a squad car. And maybe if we had had seclusion in Hibbing, we would have been able to avoid that. We would have been able to avoid injuries. Maybe when he was in 2nd grade, he broke the collarbone of his aide. He tripped her, pushed her down, and she broke her collarbone. And then we got him in 3rd grade, and we had the only resources we had were some soccer pads that they gave us and said, put the soccer pads on and maybe it will protect you when he attacks you. So I would encourage the members of this body who have never taught in a public school, who have never worked with students like this, to think about what that's like. And I would encourage a green vote on this amendment. This is a good amendment that will hopefully keep less kids from having to get in the backseat of a squad car, because that's the only way to get them to a mental health facility. We just heard about all the trauma. It must be so traumatic to use seclusion. I think it's probably a lot more traumatic to ride in a squad car at 8 or 9 years old. So I encourage a green vote, Mr. President.
Any other discussion? Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the A32 amendment. Members, you've heard how important it is that our local school professionals have the tools that are needed for the students that they work with. And it is essential that we allow them to do what's best for the student, not what some politicians, elected officials think is best, but people on the ground who know the situation and know the student, and in this case, the student's parents, should be listened to. And it's shocking that we would not allow the compassion of being able to seclude a student. Now, I think perhaps those who are opposing, maybe they naively think, well, there will not be this issue. I'm sorry, that does not happen. By opposing seclusion is not going to change the behavior or the issue. And it is essential that we allow moms and dads, our teachers, our paras who work with these children to use the tools available. And I'll say one last thing. One of the things that I've heard the most in my district from teachers, do you know what happens when there isn't seclusion? Do you know? What happens is it's called evacuating. And I had to ask the teacher, what do you mean you had to evacuate your classroom 3 times this week? What does that mean? Well, you know what that meant? That meant there was a student who was needing, in this case, to be secluded, but because there was no seclusion, the students, the rest of the students, and the teacher evacuated the classroom. There's a better way, and it might be seclusion. Please allow our professionals all the tools at their disposal and vote yes on this amendment.
All those in favor of the A32 amendment say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The A32 is adopted. I'm looking for Senator Latz. If you give me just one moment. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, members, I move the A64 amendment.
Senator Latz moves the A64 amendment. The Secretary will report the A64 amendment.
Senator Latz moves to amend Senate File Number 1740 as follows. Page 35, after line 23, insert. This is the A64 amendment.
Senator Latz to your A64 amendment.
Mr. President, members, this amendment would give authority for 2 school years, 26-27 and 27-28, for local school districts at their discretion to begin school prior to Labor Day, but no earlier than August 30th of that year. Not this coming fall, but the following fall. Labor Day is September 7th, and the year after that, Labor Day is September 6th. Comparatively late in the calendar for Labor Days. And what it does is it puts a lot of pressure if a school can't even start until after that. Basically, they lose a week of attendance time. We have mandatory minimum times in our education statutes, number of days that they have to attend. Many school districts exceed that. but it also means that they end up having to extend the school year at the end further into June. It becomes particularly challenging when school districts such as St. Louis Park has an incredible diversity in the district. There are over 100 languages spoken in the St. Louis Park School District. When they do everything that they can to accommodate days off for religious and cultural days of significance for their student population and their families, but that also means fewer instructional days that they are able to go with. And so they need this flexibility. I received some direct communication from the chair of my school board and also from the Minnesota School Boards Association in support of this amendment. And my school district told me basically that they would end up having to go to June 15th to have the same number of instructional days if they can't start until after Labor Day on these days. Once you get into June 15th, members, you're into all sorts of summer activities as well for students. First sessions for camps, travel commitments, jobs, summer jobs that won't be able to start until later as well. So while I have a great deal of respect and support the existing statute with regard to the Labor Day start and the impact it has to protect our resorts throughout Minnesota, I respectfully ask that a local school district be given the authority, the discretion to meet the needs of their own school district for these 2 years because the calendar falls so late in the year for Labor Day on these 2 school years. I ask for your support. I'm happy to answer any questions. And I ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Cwodzinski to the A64 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Latz, for bringing this to our attention. I do appreciate the school districts, the language being permissive. They can choose to do this or not choose to do it. I do appreciate the fact that it's a 2-year window of opportunity, and I do really, really appreciate the fact that if any of you have ever spent time in a classroom after about Memorial Day weekend, many students, not a few students, are already done with the school year. And for us, and they can't wait for school to start in the end of August. So it just seems like it makes sense for us to deal with when they are excited to get out, let them out, and when they're ready to come back, let them come back. And so anyways, and just as a side note, most extracurriculars have already started long before Memorial Day weekend. So I appreciate you bringing this forward, but members, I ask all of you to vote however you see fit because I understand the controversy, those resort owners and are a little bit concerned about this. So vote how you feel. I'll be voting yes.
Senator Houseschild.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator Latz, for bringing this. I rise in deep opposition to this proposal, not just because I have a lot of resorts and a lot of outdoor recreation that a lot of families enjoy, albeit that is a really important thing for my region. In fact, the U of M has determined that when schools start before Labor Day, 50% of families do not take travel in August for vacations. That is a huge detriment, not just to our economy, our resorts, our outdoor recreation in Minnesota. It's a huge detriment to our families and to our kids. Let's let our kids enjoy the deep months of summer going into Labor Day. Keep that day as sort of the standard that all families know when schools start. I think it's a common sense proposal to keep it with Labor Day so that it's consistent across the board. But I really think also there's something to be said about keeping our summers extended when the weather is good in Minnesota. What we know is that it's much better in August and September than it is in the spring months of June when things are a little soggy out. So I would really advocate for voting down this amendment. I think it's important for our families, for our kids, for our outdoor recreation, for our resorts, and for people to enjoy what makes Minnesota best, which is our outdoor lakes and opportunities. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Abler. We are on the A64 amendment. Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I rise just to echo the very eloquent comments of Senator Houseschild. This is not nothing. This is actually a really big deal. And even though Anoka, it is a great place to raise your kids, we don't have a lot of resorts in town. But we like to go there, and we like to have family time away for the for a Labor Day weekend, and I have to tell you, this has been an issue for at least 26 years, maybe before that, and it would be grossly harmful to the economies and to these small businesses in greater Minnesota. But beyond that, it'll ruin the last chance families have to get together. And people know what they're probably going to do, but please don't do this. Keep Minnesota, greater Minnesota great. You don't want them closing their resorts and moving to your town. Well, maybe they should go to your town, but they really don't want to come to the metro. They want to live out there. They want to keep the grocery stores open. And when you go up there, you actually want some infrastructure to be open. And so this seems like just, let's freedom, let's let school boards decide. No, this is step 19 for the death of greater Minnesota. Please keep greater Minnesota at least as alive as it is and vote no today. Thank you.
Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in favor of this with another consideration that was brought to me by one of my school districts, the Stillwater School District, which I know a few people here have parts of. Schools already have to do part of this process when they have construction. So they have to, if they have construction going on, they have to go and they have to get kind of the deviance so that they can go outside of the schoolroom or school year and do that construction. I've got relatives in Moorhead. I know they just had to go through that this year. Stillwater said that because they're such a large school district, there's almost always construction going on somewhere, to the point that they're almost always starting a little bit early. And the problem that causes is when you have some schools under construction in your district and some not, it's causing some alignment issues. So they asked with great sincerity, and it was one of their top asks, that so they could better plan. They're not going to change it so summer starts in July, but just a week or two to give them flexibility so that they can run their school schedule on a more consistent basis, given the fact that sometimes they have these schools under construction. That was their ask. But I strongly support being able to do that, because these are school board members that are also accountable to their constituents. So they're not going to go changing the school years in some crazy way because they're going to hear about it. So I believe that they should have that flexibility to do what is best for their individual circumstance, given a variety of reasons raised here today. Thank you.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm honored to represent just one of the counties I represent has more than 1,000 lakes. And the resorts are not just important for the economy of Lakes Country, but it's important for the state of Minnesota. It's how many people get first introduced to our state and our natural beauty and the recreational opportunities and the kind people who inhabit this state. And Mr. President, members, we have seen an unfortunate decline in the number of Minnesota resorts due to a whole host of reasons. And I worry, Mr. President, that if this amendment is adopted, we will see even more of them go away, which limits opportunities, not just in greater Minnesota, but it limits opportunities for individuals in the metro who are looking to recreate in Minnesota and spend their dollars here versus going elsewhere. Mr. President, I also want to mention the impact that this could have on the Minnesota State Fair, another important institution for our state, and opportunities for students to get work experience, for families to go enjoy the state fair together. And I think this topic, Mr. President, needs more discussion, needs more debate. I will be voting no on the amendment today to help protect some of the institutions that make Minnesota a great place to live.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. And I plan to do the same as Senator Rasmussen for many of the reasons that he shared, that Senator Abler shared, and Senator Hauschild shared. The only thing I wanted to add to the discussion as it relates to this amendment in our schools, Mr. President, is this. I do commend the stated objective of the amendment. I've heard folks that are in favor of it say things like, well, our schools and districts need relief. They need flexibility so they can better plan. We should be doing this at their request. We should listen to school board members and superintendents and those in charge of our schools. Listen to the districts. It's going to help them. Local control. We shouldn't mandate when they start or what the school calendar year is. Well, my goodness, I hope that same enthusiasm for all of those things still exists when it comes to some of the other amendments we're going to talk about, and some of the same arguments we've been making for the last 2 years regarding our schools, local control, opposing costly mandates, and actually listening to districts and their leaders, Mr. President. So members, I'm so glad to hear that you've come around to giving them flexibility in listening to them and providing them relief, and you're going to have opportunity to do even more of that very soon, Mr. President, and I look forward to your green votes then.
Senator Eric.
Thank you, Mr. President. A lot of what I believe as to why we should vote no to this has been said, but I want to address one issue that was brought up why we should vote yes, that I think some logic was incorrect, and that's around construction in schools. Mr. President, that's what I do outside of this body. Work at a school, replacing HVAC systems when school's on break. And it was said we should vote yes for this because that will help with the construction process. Well, Mr. President, members, that already exists. We do not need to pass this to give schools the flexibility they need when they have a construction project and they want to alter their schedule. That happens all the time, all across the state. Again, it was stated that many school districts that have multiple school buildings need this flexibility. Unfortunately, that's in error as well. Many of these school districts that have multiple buildings, that actually, even though they have the flexibility to change calendars, it inhibits them from doing it because it would cause one school within their entire district to be different than all the rest. So those school districts don't do it, and they never would. But ultimately what happens, Mr. President, with this is there is already a pathway for these schools that know a construction project is coming forward. In the year before that's going to start, they can get the waiver, they can start before Labor Day that year so that they can end early to begin the construction project to give more time. This amendment is not needed in order to give schools that flexibility. So don't use that as a reason to think you need to vote yes when it would have that detrimental impact on our resorts, on the state fair, and family vacations.
Any other discussion? A roll call has been requested. A roll call, did I forget someone? I'm sorry, Senator Nelson?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I thought you had me on your list there.
I did have you on the list. I thought you spoke already, but I'm sorry.
I did not, but
Okay,
I would
Senator
like
Nelson.
to now. Members, this is something that has been around for a long, long time. I just wanted to add some historic context to why it's important. I support this amendment. I support the A64 amendment. We have had this discussion many years for many reasons. As you know, as you heard from my colleague regarding exemptions because of construction projects. We've done that. I don't know that it's been harmful. There has been no harm from that. But here's the reason. Some schools have longer school calendars than others. Did you know that? Yes, some schools many years ago, decades ago, started adopting longer school calendars because the state was going to move in that way. Well, the state didn't move in adopting longer school calendars, but you know what? Those school districts still have those longer school calendars. My schools, for years, have sought for the ability to determine what those school calendars should look like for their students, their staff, and their parents. For example, if you live in one of the school districts that has one of the longest school calendars in the state, and if there happens to be any snow days, those calendars may go until the second week in June. That can determine and interrupt opportunities for teachers who want to start taking a summer school class. It can interrupt opportunities for students who want to do a particular camps and such that start earlier. The problem is there is not a one-size-fits-all. And we've talked about that in this chamber ad nauseum. One size fits all rarely fits none. We should trust our local school districts, our elected school officials, to determine what's going to work best for their teachers, for their students. What is it that the parents in this district want? And I believe this amendment gives us a window of opportunity. It's a 2-year window of opportunity, kind of like a pilot program, to allow all of our school districts this option. We, at that point, can determine how has this really fared. Has it really supported our school districts with this flexibility to determine when they are going to start their calendar? Has it supported families? Did it really do detrimental damage to our resorts? We love our Minnesota resorts. However, we should allow school districts the flexibility to determine if they're going to start before Labor Day. I encourage a yes vote on the A64.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A64 amendment. Members, while we're voting, you're not supposed to be at another member's desk with the exception of a very few people. And that would just be staff. Senator Cwodzinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Howe votes no.
Senator Howe votes no.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Utke votes no.
Senator Utke votes no. Senator Kunesh, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Marty votes yes.
Senator Marty votes yes.
And that's it.
All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 32 noes, the amendment does not prevail or is not adopted. All right, members, I am now going to Senator Kupek.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to move the A71 amendment.
Senator Kupek moves the A71 amendment. The Secretary will report the A71 amendment.
Senator Kupek moves to amend Senate File number 1740 as follows. Page 32, after line 25, insert. This is the A71 amendment.
Senator Kupek to your A71 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill that will allow short call emergency substitute teacher program, which has been run in a pilot in many districts, to go statewide. Under the current pilot program, law requires schools to pay substitute teachers at least $200 a day. For some districts, especially in the metro, that's a manageable floor, but for smaller rural districts, many of which already struggle to fill positions and balance their budgets, that $200 mandate is out of reach. This amendment will give those districts more flexibility and still ensures fair pay. Substitutes will be paid the standard substitute rate for that district and their regular rate of pay, whichever is higher, but it removes the one-size-fits-all mandate that simply does not reflect the financial reality in some parts of our state. This bill is about equity. It's about making the program accessible to every district, not just those that can afford it. Moorhead, I believe, has been part of that pilot program, and it's been very successful within our state, so I would appreciate a yes vote.
Senator Cwodzinski to the A71 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I think this is a good idea. It'll help with the shortage of subs in the state, and it'll also the part in the amendment that deals with sub pay was a nice compromise, so I'll be voting yes on the bill.
All those in favor of the Senator Abler?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I'm rising in support of the amendment, but I just wanted to offer a comment. I'm not bringing an amendment on the topic of finding ways to get more teachers so we don't need so many substitutes. If you recall, 2 years ago, we decided that people could not become Tier 2 licensed people. I've been a big supporter of Teachers of Color. That was the most useful program we ever thought of, and we were unable to rescue it, and I didn't want to burden the group with the same debate and lose again on behalf of trying to get more teachers in who really want to try to become teachers. But I want to point out, and part of the reason about that, which this amendment helps, Mr. President, I'm on the amendment, was that helping to get more substitutes. I do want to remind you that the reason that other project to get more teachers so we wouldn't need substitutes passed was because we wanted quality teachers. And so I know a substitute I just met. He's taught 6 days. The first day he did special ed in middle school with no training and not even a training video. The next day he did Phi Ed for elementary and middle school. Then he taught 4th grade. Then he taught 5th grade. Then he became a PE senior high teacher. And then the last day he did kindergarten Spanish immersion and doesn't speak Spanish. Mr. President, this is a very important piece of legislation, but we can do better. And I hope that the department will see the wisdom of putting that program back, which allows people that want to come in as graduates and that want to teach without having to go to college. It will make a difference. Otherwise, I don't see any problem with these subs teaching kindergarten immersion for Spanish when they didn't even get the training video. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this amendment, and I just thank the bipartisan work that has gone into this. Back during the power sharing agreement, this was one of the items that was brought forward and had a hearing and had bipartisan support. And I think this will take the short call substitute teacher program and make it so that more schools in greater Minnesota will be able to participate. I also appreciate that this gives more long-term certainty to the program as the pilot program was slated to end later this year. So I look forward to supporting the A71.
All those in favor of adoption of the A71 say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senator Gustafson, do you have an amendment? Senator Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do. I have the A53 amendment.
Senator Gustafson offers the A53 amendment. The Secretary will report the A53.
Senator Gustafson moves to amend Senate File number 1740 as follows. Page 75, after line 18, insert. This is the A53 amendment.
Senator Gustafson to your A53 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the A53 amendment is pretty simple. It's a school district site or charter school site that qualifies for the free school meals program but does not participate in the free school meals program, must annually provide notice to parents and students enrolled at the site. They can do it through their normal communication via email. It will not cost the school districts any money to be able to do this, but it just informs their family that they are not enrolled in universal school meals.
Senator Cwodzinski to the A53.
This is a great idea. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Gustafson. I think it's just giving the information to the parents and the students whether or not their school is going to be participating in a school lunch program. So good idea. Thank you, Senator Gustafson.
All in favor of the 853, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails. Senator Kroon. I don't see him. Oh, Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will offer the A33.
Senator Kroon offers the A33, Senator Kroon?
Is that the right one?
The Secretary will report the A33.
Senator Kroon moves to amend Senate File number 1740 as follows. Page 76, line 32, reinstate the stricken under. This is the A33 amendment.
Senator Kroon, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A33 is an amendment that we brought in Judiciary Committee on April 4th. It was accepted by the Judiciary Committee, but it was not included in the engrossment because the bill was dual-tracked. What the amendment does, Mr. President, is it simply gets rid of the expedited rulemaking for the Department of Education. What happened when in the hearing was that the Department of Education testified that they don't use it and they don't need it, and quite frankly, they don't want it. And so that's the purpose of this amendment. And I would request a yes vote. Thank you.
Senator Cwodzinski to the A33 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Kroon. Yes.
Seeing no other discussion, all in favor of the A33, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The A33 is adopted. Senator Kroon, I think you have an A27.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I'd like to offer the A27.
Senator Kroon offers the A27, and the Secretary will report the A27.
Senator Kroon moves to amend Senate File number 1740 as follows. Page 13, delete Section 1 and insert. This is the A27 amendment.
Senator Kroon to the A33.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm sorry, the A27.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that. This amendment has to do with request for access to data. Again, this was another amendment that we adopted in the Judiciary Committee on April 4th, and it was not engrossed into this version of the bill. What this amendment does, Mr. President, is it sets forth a process when there are data practices requests to our school districts that requesting information and data. It sets forth a process where schools are allowed to produce those documents in tranches, if you will, Mr. President, so that they get these really large data requests. They don't have to produce all of the data at one time. And if they produce some of the data, what this amendment says is the person requesting the data has up to 5 days after given notice that it's ready to come and inspect the data or to come and get the copies. And if they don't, the school district does not need to complete the rest of their request. This is a good compromise. We're hearing from school districts that sometimes they get a lot of these data requests, and we want to be sympathetic to those concerns and make sure that our schools are not doing an abundance of work that ultimately the requester doesn't even come and get. But at the same time, we want to have open and transparent government. And so this is a reasonable compromise that does have peace in the valley between the school districts and the Minnesotans for Open Government. And so, and like I said, Mr. President, this was adopted in the Judiciary Committee. It has stakeholders from the other body involved as well, and I would really encourage a yes vote from the body on this. Thank you.
Senator Cwodzinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Cruin. And I do accept this amendment. I think it's an interesting idea. It's great, and it's a nice balance. It's got bipartisanship all over it, and so I encourage members to vote yes.
Senator Abler, before we go to a vote.
Mr. President, you don't want to rush good ideas, even though maybe it's all right. I just am curious if the Senator Cruin would yield for a clarifying question.
Senator Cruin, will you yield? He said he will yield. Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Senator Cruin. You're an attorney. I just write laws. And so I want to make sure that this is not going to be unintended consequences. There's been a circumstance. This is meant to be an easy question for you, Senator Cruin, but there's been circumstances where parents have been very concerned about what's being taught in their schools. They've sought records. In many cases, the schools have not been cooperative, and in fact had to even go to court to argue about getting some very normal information unduly. Would you just please tell me that this will neither make that easier or worse and will still allow people to get the information that they want, and this is... It looks like a pretty small thing, but I'm just hoping that it's as small as it looks like to be, since I just write laws, Mr. President. Thank you.
Senator Cruin, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Abler. Yes, this is a small thing, if that's how you want to characterize it. I think it's a very important compromise. To your exact question, no, this does not change anything relating to what the school districts must supply or what the requester may request. It's silent on that point. It doesn't change the law. What it does is it sets forth a process for how a school district can comply with that data request. I hope that answers your question.
Senator Abler.
Thank you, Counselor. I urge people to vote yes. Thank you.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Not trying to belabor the point, but I would offer an oral amendment to this amendment that I can explain very briefly.
Please state your oral amendment so that the Secretary can report it.
Thank you, Mr. President. On line 2.22, between the words 5 and days, I would insert the word business.
The Secretary will report the oral amendment to the amendment.
Senator Duckworth moves to amend the A27 amendment as follows on page 2, line 22. After 5, insert business.
Thank you, Jim.
Senator Duckworth, you want to speak to your amendment to the amendment?
Yes, Mr. President. Just very briefly, I hope Senator Cruin views this as friendly. Sometimes we know our school districts shut down for a little while due to holidays or what have you, and should it be Easter break or spring break or a holiday break that would prevent somebody from getting in there within the 5 days, if they're business days, that does afford them a little bit more logistic, common sense time to get in there, view those materials, and continue the process. That's all, Mr. President. Thank you.
Senator Cruin, to the oral amendment, or the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have an issue with that. I think that does make sense to clarify that, because we're not talking about just weekends. There could be holidays involved in there. And I guess the intent of this is to just make sure that there's fair notice that people have time, but that they don't abuse that as well. And I don't see anything in this amendment that would go against the spirit of this compromise. So I would view it as a friendly amendment.
All in favor of the amendment to the amendment, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails. Members, we are now on the A27 amendment as amended. Any other discussion? All in favor of the A27 amendment as amended, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The A27 as amended is adopted. Senator Wickland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A63 amendment.
Senator Wickland offers the A63 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A63 amendment.
Senator Wickland moves to amend Senate File number 1740 as follows. Page 77 after line 6, insert. This is the A63 amendment.
Senator Wickland, to your A63 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm offering this amendment on behalf of Senator Dibble, who's not able to be on the floor today, and it relates to an issue that he and I have both been working on over the past year or so. Over a year ago, he and I began working with the families of 2 former student athletes who suffered catastrophic injuries playing sports while they were in school during their school time, and they were playing on teams that were within the Minnesota State High School League oversight. The Minnesota State High School League does provide a catastrophic insurance policy, and this has covered one of the former students, but the current policy that he was covered under has provided really inadequate coverage. The other former student's family found out after the catastrophic incident as a 9th grader playing on a 9th grade team that the Minnesota State High School League policy did not cover 9th grade teams. And so his family was left with devastating, lack of coverage that would have protected them somewhat from catastrophic injury like he sustained. This particular student athlete was not a constituent of mine, but lives in Bloomington, and I have known the other student's family through a friend and have maintained contact over the years. Over the past year, we've worked with these families and talked with them about ways that they could improve the catastrophic insurance offered to school districts. And we've tried to come up with recommendations for how to move forward and better protect student athletes. Senator Dibble introduced a bill this year, and that was heard in Senator Cwodzinski's committee. The amendment, or I should just say that the State High School League has initiated the process and is working to implement coverage for 9th grade teams. And so that work is going on right now, and that is a positive step forward. However, there are still some areas of, I think, a lack of agreement about how they could better offer catastrophic coverage for students. The amendment, what it does, there's 2 parts. The subdivision 1, it would state that the Minnesota State High School League must enter a contract for a catastrophic injury insurance policy, and that is something they do today. The second sentence, the insurance policy must provide at least $5 million in lifetime coverage per catastrophic injury. That number comes about after much discussion with the families about what costs they are currently incurring. The current policy had a limit of $2 million, and the one student or former student who is covered has really struggled to obtain access to necessary transportation items, coverages for various items due to the inadequacy of the policy and the limits on the policy. And so what this subdivision would do, it would attempt to raise the limit and have the high school league move towards that, so that if there are future incidents, which we all hope that there are not, that there is the ability for student athletes to have adequate coverage. Subdivision 2 is a statement that relates to catastrophic injury payments. This is a permissive language that would allow the State High School League to make catastrophic injury payments from a foundation to 2 former high school athletes, as it states, who suffered catastrophic injuries during high school league-sponsored events, as a final payment for payment of expenses not covered by the accident insurance policy. This would allow them, I would just say that they do have the permission to use foundation funding to make these payments, and it would attempt to address concerns that these 2 families are dealing with because of the way that there isn't a way to have retroactive insurance coverage for them. So it gives permission for the State High School League to address that. I believe that Senator Dibble has worked really in good faith with both the high school league and the families to come up with this amendment, and I hope that I can gain your support for it today. Thank you.
Senator Cwodzinski to the A63 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Wickland. As senators, much of the work we do impacts millions of Minnesotans. And now and then there's work we do that impacts a handful of Minnesotans. This is one of those examples. Any of you that were in the hearing room the day that the two families testified, in my 9 years as a senator, I don't think I've ever had such an emotional roller coaster ride to hear what those families have gone through. I respect and admire all the work that Senator Dibble and Senator Wickland have done over the last few years to help these families, and hopefully, as Senator Wickland said so eloquently, I hope it never happens again, but in case it does, we've taken the measures to help those families that may be going through a similar situation. So I'll be voting yes, members.
Senator Lucero, we're on the A63 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering if Senator Wickland would yield for a question.
She will yield for a question. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Wickland. As I was reading the amendment here, Minnesota State High School League must enter a contract for a catastrophic injury insurance policy. And as I read this, what came to mind is in the last several months and years, I've seen several videos online and I've heard testimonies of boys that are playing in women's sports. And there's one video off the top of my head that I can recall. I think it was a volleyball injury where the boy playing in the women's volleyball, I think, spiked the ball so hard that it damaged, there was a catastrophic injury. So my question, Mr. President and Senator Wickland, is do you anticipate additional catastrophic injuries given that the Minnesota State High School League is refusing to follow President Trump's order that boys and girls play different sports?
Senator Wickland, to the question.
Mr. President, Senator Lucero, no.
Senator Lucero.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Well, based on what I've seen and the testimonies that we've not just seen in Minnesota, but across the country, injuries are going to further increase. In fact, I've even seen further testimony that women, out of fear of injury, are abstaining from playing because they do not want to get injured. So I think this is a real issue, but I think the fact that the Minnesota State High School League is allowing boys to compete against girls by ignoring President Trump's order is going to further exacerbate injury. And since this is going to require certain levels of coverage, and because injuries will continue to occur, that the insurance premiums and the cost of these injuries will continue to rise. Just wanted to draw that to attention. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I do support this amendment. I was also on the bill of Senator Dibble's. And to your point, Senator Lucero, it was originally $10 million, and that was my hope, is it would be $10 million, but the amendment is for only $5 million. We've all heard the story of Jack Jablonski, who was playing a high school hockey game and suffered a catastrophic injury. And that was in 2011, and Jack has since had to move to California because his body can't handle the temperatures here in Minnesota. And back then, there was only $2 million of coverage, and he's pretty much blown through that because Jack needs 24 hours a day care. The other player was Ethan Glynn, and if you can imagine being a parent, having your son playing 9th grade football, not having any idea what the coverage is with the Minnesota State High School League, nor your 9th grader, but Ethan Glynn suffered a catastrophic injury. Had he been in 10th grade, he would have been covered, but because he was in 9th grade, he wasn't covered under this policy. So I think including the 9th graders by the Minnesota State High School League is a very good move. And I'm also happy that there's subdivision 2 with the Minnesota High School League going to help the 2 players and their families with some support in that the policy wasn't in place for those two. So I do encourage a green vote on this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion on the A63? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. And would Senator Cwodzinski yield for a question?
Senator Cwodzinski, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Cwodzinski, did you hear this bill in your committee?
Senator Cwodzinski, to the question.
We heard a slightly different version until we heard it in Commerce Committee.
Senator Pratt.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that answer, Mr. President.
He said they heard a slightly different version until they heard it in Commerce. Senator Cwodzinski.
I misspoke. We heard it a version similar in policy and then worked with Senator Klein in Commerce.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, what I'm seeing on the Senate website, it was laid over for possible inclusion. I was wondering why it wasn't included in the base bill.
Senator Cwodzinski, to the question.
There were so many questions, Senator Pratt, with respect to insurance, and we bounced around the 10 million versus the 3 million versus the 5 million. And if you had been in the hearing that day, the emotional testimony, it was a heartfelt moment for me, and it's been, so anyways, it's, I hope we can put some comfort in the families.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And would Senator Cwodzinski yield for another question?
He will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you. Senator Cwodzinski, I actually agree with the underlying premise. The part that's got me concerned is the retroactive catastrophic payments. And have you requested a fiscal note on this? And what's the status of that fiscal note?
Senator Cwodzinski, to the question.
No, we have not, but it is permissive language.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm not quite sure how I'm going to vote on this amendment yet. I'm very interested in the questions that I asked. I don't see this as permissive language when the first sentence is the Minnesota State High School League must enter into a contract. That does not sound permissive to me. That sounds like a mandate. But I do see the part where it says may make payments to student athletes who sustain catastrophic retroactively. And I just think there needs to be a little more work done on this amendment. As Senator Cwodzinski indicated, it's in Commerce. Again, I don't know how I'm going to vote on this yet. I'm still waiting to hear the debate, but appreciate the conversation.
Members, before I go to Senator Wickland, I'm going to go to Senator Duckworth and then Senator Daines before we go to the author of the amendment. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the things I remember during the hearing is that the Minnesota State High School League was very sympathetic to the idea of this and obviously wanted to take care of students and help families out, especially when students were injured. But I recall them having some feedback as it relates to the bill, the idea about it, and specifically what they thought would lead to incurred costs or more expensive costs for school districts. And so I just have a question for Senator Wickland, if she would yield, Mr. President.
Senator Wickland, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Wickland. Does this version of the amendment represent some sort of a compromise with input from the Minnesota State High School League? Is this something that they are supportive of and have kind of worked in collaboration with you and Senator Dibble to come up with a version they think will accomplish the intended purpose while also being acceptable to them in school districts?
Senator Wickland, to the question.
Mr. President, Senator Duckworth, yes, this is work that was done after the hearing. It's my understanding that the High School League and Senator Dibble worked together to come up with a compromise. That's why, as Senator Housley said, that maybe the goal would have been to have a higher level for the lifetime coverage amount, but this is a compromise at $5 million. And then as far as the injury payments, the State High School League has a foundation. This doesn't require a fiscal note because it's a foundation that's separate from our budgets, and it just allows them, or it just says that they have the permission to use the foundation to make payments to these two athletes. And that is a compromise. We did spend a lot of time talking about the current coverage and how Mr. Cwodzinski has not been able to access certain items that really seem reasonable for him to access through a catastrophic policy, but he hasn't been able to access them. And we would like to see a policy put in place that is more supportive of athletes, and if a catastrophic event like this happens, that they do have the protection and the coverage that they need for the two of them for the rest of their lives to deal with these issues.
Members, I just wanted to give you a gentle reminder. We have several amendments left, and if we keep doing these long answers, although I want them to be substantive, I'm just reminding you that we might be here until tomorrow at 7 a.m. All right, Senator Duckworth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. You just reminded me of another question. Just kidding. Senator Wickland, thank you. Very helpful. I appreciate it, Mr. President.
Senator Dames.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And would Senator Cwodzinski yield?
Will you yield? He will yield. Senator Dames.
Senator Cwodzinski, could you tell me, when you had the hearing, or at some point, did anybody do any research and find out what the availability of these policies will be for the high school league?
Senator Cwodzinski.
There are policies up to $5 million in other states.
Senator Dames.
Would Senator Cwodzinski yield again?
Will you yield again? He will yield again. Senator Dames.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Cwodzinski, for yielding. Question for you. It would be obvious that you're going to be able to buy insurance for the future losses. Are you going to have an assessment program to the schools, or what are you going to do to pay for the previous losses that have already happened that this bill goes back retroactive to? How is that going to be paid for? Is that going to be assessed through this high school league or to the schools, or where's that money going to come from?
Senator Cwodzinski.
It's at the discretion of the Minnesota High School League.
Senator Dames.
I didn't hear that, Senator Cwodzinski. Could you repeat that, please?
He said it's at the discretion of the Minnesota State High School League.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Cwodzinski.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I was listening to the exchange between Senator Pratt and Senator Cwodzinski, I am concerned with the shall or must language and the may language, the permissive language. So therefore, I would like to move to divide this amendment between lines 1.8 and 1.9.
Senator Lucero moves to divide the amendment. And I want to know which section are we going to take first. Hold on one moment, please. The author of the amendment gets to choose, so that would be Senator Wickland to decide if she wants to do subdivision 1 or subdivision 2 first. Senator Wickland.
Let's do subdivision 1.
Subdivision 1. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I will ask for a roll call on that.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Wickland.
I just want to restate that the Minnesota State High School League has this catastrophic policy in place today. They intend to continue offering it, and saying that they must enter into this contract is not asking them to do something they aren't already doing today. But we do feel that they must provide at least $5 million in lifetime coverage per catastrophic injury. There are those policies available. There are even higher amounts available, but that is what we've settled on for this amendment.
A roll call requested, roll call granted. The secretary would take the roll on subdivision 1 of the division. On the A63. Senator Kunish, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Murphy voted in person. Senator Marty is there as well now.
You're over there.
All right.
All right, and Senator Latz votes aye.
And Senator Latz votes aye. Senator Cwodzinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Howe votes no.
Senator Howe votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Utke votes no.
And Senator Utke votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 45 ayes and 20 noes, the first part of subdivision 1 of the A63 is adopted. We are now on subdivision 2, or the rest of the A63.
Mr. President?
Yes, Senator Pratt.
Parliamentary inquiry on the process. So we voted on the first part of the amendment. We'll take a vote on the second part of the amendment. Will there be a vote on the entire amendment after those 2 points? Thank you.
No. Yes, so no. So it's each portion, and that's the way it goes, Senator Pratt. And I believe a roll call was requested earlier, or do we want a roll call on the second part of the amendment? All right. All in favor? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I've been checking with the high school league, trying to see where we at with this language, and quite honestly, this isn't a compromise. This is the first time they're indicating to me this is the first time they've seen this language. The foundation pays for student fees and expenses. It's not designed to pay for previous insurance claims. I would ask that Senator Wickland maybe consider withdrawing the amendment and having a conversation with the high school league and bringing it back later yet today, so that we can, in fact, make sure that our students are safe. And that's just a request, Senator Wickland, and I'll leave it up to you, but I will probably vote no on this part of the amendment simply because it's not what that foundation is intended to do, and I feel like it's a stretch and for this body to direct them to do things that they're not set up to handle. Thank you.
Senator Wickland.
Mr. President, I've been working on this for more than a year. It's been probably 2 or 3 years with the families. We have had multiple conversations with the State High School League about these issues, and Senator Dibble's bill did contain a provision that would have provided a catastrophic injury payments from the State High School League, and it was going to prescribe certain amounts. And so they are familiar with the desire from families to have some relief and some addressing of their costs because of the inadequacy of the policy and the inability for Ethan Glenn to receive any sort of coverage just because he was a 9th grader on a 9th grade team, and they hadn't chosen to include 9th grade teams in the coverage policy. So I think that this amendment is reasonable. It says may make catastrophic injury payments from a foundation. It doesn't say they must do it. It does spell out these two particular athletes because of their situation. I can give you more information about the particular costs that Mr. Cwodzinski is facing, that he has not been able to receive coverage for things like an accessible van. The Mutual of Omaha policy continues to deny that they don't have the ability to receive an accessible van. I think that this language is reasonable. I'm not sure that, based on my experience over the past 2 years, I don't think that I will be getting satisfactory language this afternoon from the State High School League that would, help us along. I think this is very flexible language. It is not restrictive. It says may, and so I would like to proceed just with a vote on this amendment.
Members, just so that we're clear, no one has asked me for a roll call vote. Is that correct? All right, seeing none, all in favor of adoption of the A63, this subdivision 2, say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Division has been requested. All right, so those who are for the subdivision 2 of the A63, please stand. And remember, remain standing so that you can be counted. Now you can be seated. There are 36 for, so the amendment is adopted. All right, members. We are now remember we're on Senate file number 1740. The A63 has been adopted. We are now go to Senator Farnsworth for an amendment. And now we're going to bring up Senator Rest is going to take over. But go ahead and I will introduce your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, our schools have experienced unprecedented problems over the last few years. From having to recover from a pandemic to reduced enrollment in schools across this state, decreased funding, and dozens of new mandates, they have suffered. Now, we can't control some of these things, but we can help with the mandates. So to that end, Madam President, I would like to offer the A38 amendment.
The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Farnsworth moves to amend Senate File number 1740 as follows. Page 6, after line 16, insert. This is the A38 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Madam President. So this is a pretty simple amendment. It basically allows schools to opt out of any mandates that are not funded. There are exceptions for financial audits to make sure that we protect the finances of our schools, and there are also exceptions to maintain the health and safety of our students. Otherwise, this would allow schools to do what they have been begging us to do all session, and it would allow them to opt out of some of the many mandates that have been put on our schools. Thank you, Madam President.
Discussion on the A38 amendment. Senator Cwodzinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, would the author of the bill yield for a question? Senator Cwodzinski.
Senator Cwodzinski, do you yield? He yields. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Cwodzinski, this is an issue that I have heard about, all of these mandates that were passed by the majority in the scurry to push their huge agenda through 2 years ago. And our schools are struggling. They're choking, literally choking under these mandates that have been placed upon them. How many total mandates, to your account, have you counted the number of mandates you passed? I am told, and I've seen lists as high as 70 plus. How many, in your count, mandates were in the bill that were passed the last biennium, and how many have you repealed or moved away from in the bill that's in front of us today?
Senator Cwodzinski.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Senator, for the question. I don't know, I never counted the number of mandates, so I have no idea what they are. I do know, I've heard you often say 64, 64, 64, and, but I would offer the body to suggest right now, can you name any of those mandates? Do you know? I keep hearing about 64 mandates, but then whenever I ask anybody, can you name one of them, I get like dumbfounded looks on the person I asked face. So I don't know what those 64 mandates are, or the 70. Recently I heard 120 something. I don't know where these numbers come from. And so, but I'd be interested in what your comments are, Senator.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, I have seen the list multiple times, and I understand that we'll have them for the finance bill when they come. But all of those numbers I heard you understand are all over 60. So it sounds like we're agreeing, Senator Cwodzinski, that we're over 60 mandates that were placed into law that are burdening our school district and making it hard for them to cash flow, even with the $2.2 billion historic amount of increase we gave them. Many of them are floundering and being forced to raise property tax on their residents. I just wanted to talk about that, Madam President. That's the issue that is being brought forward by the amendment. I think it's a good amendment. We've got to address these, and I'm not seeing any action by the majority to address these mandates and take this unduly pressure off of our school districts. Thank you, Madam President.
Further discussion, Senator Gruenhagen. Senator Wiesenberg. Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam President. Yeah, you know, Senator Cwodzinski wanted to hear a couple of mandates. Well, one is earned sick and safe time that we mandated down onto the schools, which I've heard a lot of complaints about from my superintendents in terms of the amount, you know, something that should be negotiated between employer and employee now is one size fits all, mandated down to the schools. And they already are having a difficult time getting substitutes, and now it's even worse as far as filling the substitute situation with the earned sick and safe time. That's one of the mandates. Another mandate is in the curriculum, the DEI, everything else. They've got to redo their curriculum to go with the new mandates. And that costs money. And it also disrupts the classroom. So we've just passed one, I could go on, but I think you get the idea. You know, Senator Farnsworth's amendment, having been on the school board for 16 years, is a common sense amendment. One size does not fit all. Give the local schools the opportunity to work these things in. And the last thing we need to do is being mandated things that should be negotiated between the employer and the employee. And unfortunately, that's what we've done. So please vote green on this and give some flexibility to your local schools so they don't have to cut teachers and increase class sizes and do a host of other things that they don't want to do. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Cwodzinski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to remind members this is the policy bill we're debating today and not the finance bill.
Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to support Senator Farnsworth
Farnsworth amendment. I have a school in my district that is probably going to be closing because they can't afford to stay open. We have an elementary school that's going to close. Those kids are going to have to be dispersed into several different school districts. Madam President, we have a middle school that might have to close because we can't afford to keep it open. There's going to be teacher cuts. I know around the state there's been, in one of our largest districts, there's like 200 teachers that are going to be cut because we can't afford it. These mandates that we have that are supposed to be educating our children are doing the opposite, and we're losing teachers, we're losing quality educators, and our children's education is suffering because of that. I urge to vote a green vote on this. Thank you, Madam President, Madam Chair.
Senator Westland.
Thank you, Madam President. I request a roll call.
There will be a roll call. Further discussion on the A38 amendment. Seeing none, Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm glad that Senator Cwodzinski asked, what are these mandates? Because we keep talking about them like they're just out there in the ether, but they don't actually exist. Well, I have a list from 2023, courtesy of the Minnesota School Board Association. It is 18 pages of mandates just from 2023, Madam President. It includes possibly some good things that aren't funded. Access to menstrual products, opiate antagonists, career and technical education, ethnic studies, district advisory council, the civics course that has to be in 11th or 12th grade. I'm not going to go through the whole list, but there's 18 pages of these mandates. And I could give Senator Cwodzinski a copy of that if he would like. And then from the 2024 session, there's another 3 pages of mandates. And so there are a lot of mandates. And our schools this year in committee practically begged us, in policy committee and in ed finance. When our schools came, they begged us for mandate relief, and we didn't do that. We don't have the money. The $19 billion surplus, the $5 billion ongoing surplus is gone. It's gone. That's not coming back. So we don't have the money that we need to fund our schools, but we can give them mandate relief. And so I would encourage a green vote on this to at the very least, give our school districts what they're asking for. Thank you, Madam President.
Secretary will take the roll on the A38 amendment. Senator Kunesh.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
And Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no. Senator Cwodzinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Howell votes aye. Senator Howell votes aye.
Senator Howell votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Husky votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Thank you, Madam President.
All members having voted, there being 31 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. Further discussion, Senator Housley.
Thank you, Madam President. I have the A57 amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Housley moves to amend Senate File Number 1740 as follows. Page 12, after line 27, insert. This is the A57 amendment.
Senator Housley.
Thank you, Madam President, and happy birthday. The A57 amendment is due to the complicated funding formulas of Education Minnesota. This amendment will give schools more flexibility in allocating those funds. This amendment will help save teachers' jobs. It will allow school districts for fund transfers between to avoid teacher layoffs and staff reductions. Giving the district more freedom to transfer these funds is going to help keep teachers' jobs. Senator Abler offered this in committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Cwodzinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Housley. I would make a pretty compelling case that anything dealing with the word fund belongs in finance, so thank you.
Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Madam President, better pay attention. And so maybe that's right, Senator Cwodzinski, that it belongs in finance, although there's no money in that bill. And so I'm not sure what the disposition will be today of this amendment, but here's the thing. We have passed out a record amount of money, $2.2 billion to schools over the last couple of years. And because of the way it got segmented, I'm not even sitting here impugning anybody who designed a bill that could have worked better, although maybe it could have, but here we are now. My district, Anoka, is poised to lay off maybe 150 teachers in the face of record money. They've already done away with a lot of administrative staff, getting rid of some useless positions like reading specialists I guess that's not so useless, Madam President. In my estimation, this would save Anoka probably 50 teachers that they would not have to lay off, that they could move the money around and properly serve the students. I just had a student in my office today as a senior who was concerned with the budget cuts and how that's affecting the students. He was a very thoughtful young man. I was very impressed. But I would imagine, Madam President, statewide this will save 1,000 teaching jobs. So I think we should put it on this bill. I think we should put it on the next bill. I don't understand why we would not do that, Madam President, so I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Senator Westland.
Madam Chair, I request a roll call.
There will be a roll call. Further discussion on the A57 amendment. Seeing none, Senator Housley.
Thank you, Madam President. As Senator Abler said, this is policy. There is no dollar amount in this. This is the bill that it should go on to give, again, our districts more freedom when they want to transfer funds. And it's going to save teachers' jobs. This is a teacher-friendly bill, and I encourage a green vote. Thank you.
Secretary will take the roll. Senator Cwodzinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Howell votes aye.
Senator Howell votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Hunt votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Happy birthday.
Senator Kunesh.
I'm going to second that. Happy birthday. Madam President, Senator Latz votes no.
I'm sorry, say the name again.
Senator Latz.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no. Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 33 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. Further discussion? Senator Kroon. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Madam President. I have the A42 amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Nelson moves to amend Senate File Number 1740 as follows. Page 21, after line 27, insert. This is the A42 amendment.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, the A42 amendment is an innovative, thoughtful approach to a civil right that we all hold dear. And that is that women and girls should be able to compete in sports for women and girls. This is the vital original intent behind Title IX. Title IX, I was the first woman, young girl at that time, to be able to participate in Title IX sports that were specifically set for women. And at the same time, we've had many discussions, not just on this floor, but in society. And I want to be very clear that people who are transgender deserve to be treated with respect and dignity, but that does not change the fact that Title IX mandated equal access to athletic resources and facilities on the basis of sex, not on the basis of gender identity. We must maintain safe and fair athletic competition. That is the genesis of Title IX. And so the innovative way, I believe, to do this that respects all is what you see in the A42 amendment. The A42 amendment basically says that a school-sponsored interscholastic, intramural, or club athletic team must be expressly designated as one of the following categories. Team members based on biological sex, male, female, or co-ed. We have a place for everyone. And also, the membership of the athletic teams or sports designated for females must, according to Title IX, of course, be only open to participants who are biological females at birth. And now to save some which might be concerns from perhaps others, let's just look at what is happening in this very evolving field. The NCAA has already, our National College Athletic Association already has adopted the position that women's sports are designed for women, biological females. The International Track and Field Organization has also adopted such. And there also have been a very non-invasive tests. Should there come, as I heard some of the discussion from several months ago, well, what if there's a contest or this is contested about biological sex? We definitely want to protect women. We want to protect all of our students. And cheek swabs or a blood test, or a dry blood spot test, are all ways to determine that biological sex at birth. So I believe we have handled, the A42 has handled the objections that this body brought forth when we first tried to get a hearing on this bill, at which point, by the way, this body was nearly evenly divided in wishing for a hearing. So Senator Cwodzinski, I hope you will accept this as a friendly amendment. I have added the concerns, I have listened to the concerns, and at the same time of respecting all, we are protecting women's sports and women's locker rooms from biological males. So I would encourage a yes vote. Thank you.
Senator Mayquade.
Thank you, Madam President, and also happy birthday. Members, I am a sports enthusiast. I played softball, I was a swimmer, I still do intramural sports now. I won again, I know I won last year, but I won again the NCAA bracket for basketball this year. I love women's sports. There are real problems in women and girls sports. Racism, sexism, lack of coaching and athletic opportunities, unequal time. Those are real issues that exist in women's sports. But I want to be really clear. Republicans are asking you to focus on the wrong 1%. This is a made-up problem that doesn't exist. Little girls, whether they are trans or cis, playing kickball is not a problem for girls' sports. It is a problem when you want to give a pinprick to a 7-year-old to play t-ball or make her go through invasive medical exams. So, Madam President, I would like to introduce the A74 amendment to the amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Mayquade moves to amend the A42 amendment to Senate File Number 1740 as follows. Page 1, after line 15, insert. This is the A74 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Mayquade.
Thank you, Madam President. So, members, the A74 amendment to the amendment actually deals with actual problems that exist in girls' sports. It requires that equal time, money, resources, and opportunities for boys and girls are to participate in sports, including equal opportunity to receive coaching and development opportunities, medical and training services, the scheduling of games and practices, and also providing training to athletes and coaches on how to identify and report sexual and racial harassment abuse in athletic programs. These are the real problems. So if folks actually care about girls' sports, please vote for this amendment. Or you can just keep harping on little kids who want to go to school, play with their friends, and be in sports for all of the benefits that we all get out of them, which is to be with their friends, be outside, have health benefits. We can keep picking on those kids, or we can actually do something about the real problems in girls' sports. Please vote yes. And I would request a roll call, Madam Chair, or Madam President.
Roll call will be granted on
Madam Chair?
Just 1 second, please. I haven't recognized you yet. On the amendment to the amendment. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I believe the A74 amendment is out of order as it will affect the financial balance or imbalance on the omnibus bill in front of us. However, to the author, I agree in the gist of this, but we must not, it's out of order. It puts the bill out of balance financially.
Senator Nelson, you need to cite a rule or a section of Mason's, and we'll wait. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm looking at our Senate rules, which have been, these have been the same rules for a long time. You will note that the education bill is an omnibus bill. You will note in Rule
Senator
7.
Nelson, would you cite the rule number? That would be helpful. Thank
Exactly. Rule number 7. 1 I'll cite rule number 7.1 and 7.2 and 7.3 and rules number 7.1, 7.2, 7.3. Madam Chair, I forgot 7.4.
This is not an omnibus appropriation bill, so your point of order under those sections is not well taken.
And 7.4, Madam Chair. I'll rise to 7.4.
The entire rule, budget targets, governs appropriations bills. So under 7.4, your objection is not well taken.
Madam Chair.
Senator Nelson.
Madam President, excuse me.
Okay.
I would just ask then that the precedent that we are setting by saying that this A74 is not out of order leaves quite a precedent for every other policy bill that comes before us, because the amendment expressly calls for cost increases. So I would just note that, and I would encourage a rethinking, particularly, of the precedent that might be set by not ruling that this particular amendment is out of order. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President.
So, Senator Nelson, just to be clear, you are asserting a point of order under Rule 7.4. All of the Rule 7, all provisions relate to omnibus appropriations bills, and this one is not an appropriations bill. The point of order is not well taken. Senator Nelson. Further discussion on the
Madam President.
A74. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Madam President. Would Senator May-Quade yield for a question?
Senator May-Quade, will you yield?
Yes, Madam President.
She yields. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator May-Quade. My question for Senator May-Quade is there anything that's in this amendment that is not already covered by Title IX?
Senator May-Quade.
Thank you, Madam President. That's a great question, Senator Rasmussen, and here's what I can tell you. There are still schools who were before the Department of Education at the U.S. government was dismantled and everybody was fired, who does the enforcement of Title IX. There were schools who were undergoing investigations for Title IX violations for not doing this. And so because we no longer have an office who's enforcing civil rights protections for our students under any of the titles, but including Title IX, I wanted to make sure that we have these protections in Minnesota state law.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator May-Quade. And I guess just from my quick glance, and I'm not an expert on Title IX, but I would assume that most, if not all, of this language would be covered in Title IX. And I think these are important values to uphold to make sure that we are respecting both boys and girls sports and their ability to participate. And so, Madam President, I plan on voting in favor of the amendment to the amendment.
Further discussion on the A74 amendment.
Madam Chair?
Well,
Madam President.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you for your patience. After all of the discussion, I would accept this amendment to the amendment as a friendly amendment.
Madam President.
Just hold on. Senator May-Quade.
Thank you, Madam President. And I'm realizing, looking at this, that there is a typo in my amendment, and so I would like to orally amend my amendment to the amendment. On line 1.3, Sorry. Oh, I have to say what it is first. On line 1.3, it should say page 1.
Senator Mayquade.
I'm sorry, Madam President.
It's not allowed for you to amend an amendment to an amendment, so you would need to withdraw your amendment, but to the amendment, but just 1 second. Senator Mayquade, there's no way you can modify it. You need to withdraw it, or we vote on it the way it is.
Thank you, Madam President. I will withdraw this, work on it, and bring it back later.
Senator Mayquade withdraws the A74 amendment to the amendment.
Madam President?
We are back on the original amendment.
Madam President?
The A, if you look at the A42
Madam President?
amendment. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to offer the A74 amendment to the amendment, and I would request that members support it.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A74 amendment to the amendment. Senator Nelson, except I'm first of all going to call on the maker of the amendment to the amendment, Senator Rasmussen. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Madam President. I would request a roll call.
And there is a roll call. Further discussion. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Madam President, and Senator Rasmussen. We must have been thinking along the same lines. I support this as a friendly amendment to the amendment. I encourage a yes vote as well.
Is there further discussion on the Rasmussen amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, Secretary will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment, the A74. Senator Kunesh.
Madam President, Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
And Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye. Senator Cwodzinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Litsky votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye. Secretary will close the roll. There being 66 ayes and 0 nays, the amendment to the amendment is adopted. Further discussion on the A42 amendment as amended.
Madam President, I ask for a roll call.
There will be a roll call. Senator Rasmussen? No? Senator Mayquade?
Thank you, Madam President. Members, I will urge a no vote on this amendment because it still contains the awful language that attacks little trans kids and puts them through medical exams and targets them at a time when they're being targeted in so many different ways. There are real problems in girls and women's sports. Trans kids playing isn't one of them, so I urge a no vote.
There being no further discussion, The Secretary will take the roll on the A42 amendment as amended. Senator Kunesh.
Madam President, Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no. Senator Cwodzinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Howell votes aye.
Senator Howell votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye. Senator Kunesh, we didn't get all of your, if you would repeat the votes that you reported, we'd appreciate it.
Yes. So Senator Dibble voted no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Latz votes no.
And Senator Latz votes no. Yes. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail, and the amendment as amended is not adopted. Further discussion, Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Madam President, and we have finally reached the moment that you have all been waiting for. I would like to offer the A40 amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Farnsworth moves to amend Senate File Number 1740 as follows. Page 4, after line 17, insert. This is the A40 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth on the A40 amendment.
Thank you, Madam President, and it feels like Groundhog Day because this is the third year in a row that I have brought an amendment similar to this. And in that vein, I want to say that it has been 10,554 days since I graduated from high school, and it has been 10,554 days that I have not used Algebra 2. In fact, I haven't used any algebra in that period, and I would say it is also probably close to a fact that 89% of the people in the United States have not used algebra in that same period of time, because only 11% of the jobs in the United States require some algebra. 6% of the jobs require extensive algebra, and yet we are making every single student take Algebra 2 as a requirement for graduation. The language that I used for this was the compromise language that was originally in Senator Cwodzinski's bill, and then the University of Minnesota, I guess, or whoever, scared the language out of the bill, and I'm hoping that we're able to get this back in and correct a long injustice. Now, I wasn't here in the early 2000s, but I remember hearing people panicking about how we don't have enough engineers in the United States, and the solution to having more engineers was to make every single student take more algebra classes. And this Algebra 2 requirement has been in place, I believe, since 2014. And Madam President, do you know how many, as a percentage, how many more students we are graduating as engineers than we did back then? Well, I'll tell you, statistically, no more than we did back then. So this hasn't worked, but what we have seen is test scores drop dramatically, and I think a lot of that has to do with kids taking a class that they don't see that has a value for their future. And if we make this change, then students can actually take a class that they're going to use when they move on after high school. And so I'm hoping that this could be one of our only unanimous votes today, Madam President, because this is probably the best amendment that we're going to see today. So I would ask everybody for a green vote.
Senator Cwodzinski.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Senator Farnsworth. So, I don't know even where to begin. It's been fun working with you, Senator Farnsworth. This has been just so complicated of an issue. I go back and forth on it. It's like one day I meet 8 math teachers that want it, and then the next day we meet 8 math teachers that are opposed to it. And then one day I meet 13 counselors that want it, and then the next day I meet 13 counselors that are opposed to it. And the pendulum just keeps going back and forth and back and forth. And I wish there was more consistency in the stakeholders coming to us in our offices to help us through this, through Senator Farnsworth's concerns. Certainly in my case, the only math class I had in high school was a class called Human Math. So I don't even know what that class was anymore, but that it was called Human Math. So I graduated in Senator Farnsworth's, to his point, you know, I never had Algebra 2 in high school, and I think things worked out okay for me, although my wife would maybe differ on my checkbook on bouncing in my earlier years. But with all that said, whatever the body wants, I'll be voting no. My only advice on this bill for now is the math standards will be reevaluated in 2029, and I know that's a lifetime away for our math teachers and our counselors and our students and our parents that maybe do want it taken out of the requirements, but I think the math teachers maybe know what's best, and let's let them decide when they're in their year in the barrel, when they're re-examining the standards. And so that'd be my advice to the body.
Senator Westland.
I request a roll call on this vote.
Senator Rarick first.
Thank you, Madam President. The members, you know, this is one of those topics that I think gets a lot of discussion. And it's one that I think we have to step back for a moment. And I appreciate it. I ran into Senator Cwodzinski last night, and we were talking about this very amendment. And what he mentioned, there aren't many advocates that come to the Capitol, and those that do tend to be pretty divided on this. But Madam President, I'll tell you, you know who this affects the most? It's our students. And they don't have lobbyists that come here and advocates that come here advocating on their behalf. But we have to be willing, when we go back into our districts, to listen to them and to listen to their families. Madam President, this is very much related to a story I remember from my very first year when I was over in the other body and serving on the Ag Committee. And every year, we all know the week when all the blue jackets are walking around the Capitol, FFA week. And many of them come and sit in front of Ag Committee and listen in for a while. And I just remember the one story, this one group came in front of us, and these 2 young men were talking about how this ag class that they took, and from Humboldt High School here in St. Paul, and we were asking, you guys have FFA in an ag class? And like, well, we don't really study ag, but we get into the industrial arts. We do things like automotive technology, things like that. And these 2 young men talked about when they sat in some of their other classes, like history and some of their math classes, they just didn't see the future in that. But when they got into that automotive technology class, there was a future. That was a job that they could get, Madam President. And over the years, we've put so many requirements on what students have to do in order to graduate high school. And when we look at those requirements, nearly every single one of them is geared towards a 4-year college degree path. But yet not every one of our students is on that 4-year college degree path. And I believe there is a much bigger discussion that has to be had around these requirements, possibly a 2-track system for our students to be able to follow. But Madam President, this amendment gets at one of those very things that we should be talking about and voting for today, giving that flexibility to local schools to determine what types of math classes our students really need for their future, rather than us at the state level determining that this pretty high-end math class is required for everyone. As was stated, you know, folks who are going into the trades, folks who are going into automotive technologies or other programs, They don't necessarily need this level of math to get there. Do they need math? Absolutely. But let's let them work with their teachers and their counselors so that they can get the one that best suits their needs, that they are going to be the most engaged in, so that they will actually like being in school. Because as I think back to those two young gentlemen, they literally said they were ready to quit school because they didn't see the purpose. But when they got into that class they could relate to, suddenly across the board their grades went up because they suddenly had a purpose for being in school. Let's allow our schools to have that flexibility with the curriculums they offer to provide those classes for students that they will see as beneficial so that they engage in not only that class, but all their classes. I highly recommend a yes vote on this amendment, Madam President.
Senator Johnson-Stewart.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Rarick, respectfully, I would say every farmer better know Algebra 2 or his drainage is going to be a big failure. Algebra 2 is a critical part of so many of our professions. And respectfully, Senator Farnsworth, I would challenge you also that you have used Algebra 2. I would remind folks that what's covered in Algebra 2 are theories or concepts like angles and grades and slopes. I know that we have several carpenters in the room. Anytime you build a roof and figure out how long the hypotenuse or the board that represents the hypotenuse, remember that's the angled part of a triangle. Every time you calculate the length of that, you're using Algebra 2. For anybody here who's ever driven up and over the crest on I-35 as you come into Duluth and you see the sign that says danger, 6% grade ahead, 8% grade is reflecting information that's been taught in Algebra 2. Plumbers use Algebra 2 all the time when they calculate lengths of pipes. When I teach construction math, most of it is focused on the concepts covered in Algebra 2. So why do I think we should defeat this amendment? Because every one of us, to be successful members of society, whether we're farmers or teachers or engineers or construction workers or people who just work with our hands, really have to understand the concepts of angles and slopes and grades and drainage and flat spots and not flat spots. It couldn't be more elementary. And so I really encourage a no vote on this. We must make sure that our students graduate high school with an understanding of critical thinking, with an understanding of spatial relationships, with an understanding of how things fit together. And while Algebra 2 has a bad name, I'm really serious. When a carpenter cuts a board to figure out how a roof might fit a section next to a gable, they are actually using the concepts provided in Algebra 2. So to quote my friend Senator Cwodzinski, I might say I'm not a carpenter, but I am an engineer, and and I will very much urge a no vote on this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam
Senator
President.
Rasmussen.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to offer the A66 as an amendment to the amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend the A40 amendment to Senate File Number 1740 as follows. Page 1, line 27, after must, insert be required for school curriculum, etc. This is the A66 amendment to the A40 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen on the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. This amendment would simply require that schools still offer Algebra 2 as an option to their students. The reason that I believe this is important is because Algebra 2 is required at some institutions of higher education. It can also be required in order to take calculus or other advanced math classes within high school. And so this would, if adopted, and if Senator Farnsworth's underlying amendment were to be adopted, schools would have flexibility on whether or not to require Algebra 2, but they'd still have to have it available as an option for students to take. So I'd ask for members' support of this amendment.
On the amendment to the amendment, Senator Cwodzinski? Nothing? Senator Farnsworth?
Thank you, Madam President, and Senator Rasmussen and I did discuss this before he brought the amendment, and there has been concern. People have said, well, what if you get rid of this graduation requirement? What if schools say, well, we're just not going to offer Algebra 2? And I don't think that would happen. You have to have Algebra 2 in order to move higher, and I think schools would continue to offer it. However, if this language makes sure that schools at least offer it, then I would accept this as a friendly amendment. But before I give up the microphone, I do want to respond to some of the comments that Senator Johnson Stewart said. I think she made my point for me. She said that carpenters, like she teaches a construction math class, and so somebody who's going to be a carpenter should take a construction math class and have those principles of algebra that they'll use taught to them in that construction math class. And that's what this bill would do, and this amendment to the amendment would simply make sure that schools continue to offer Algebra 2 for those students that will be attending college and will be the approximately 6% of the workforce that would actually continue to use advanced type of algebra. So I consider this a friendly amendment.
Further discussion on the A66 amendment to the A40 amendment. Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, we have such a need for workers in the trades. I have spent my whole career teaching in the construction industry, and I have to say, if I have students who come to me who don't have a basic understanding of trigonometry or slopes and grades, I don't want to teach them that. I don't want to take the time to back up to what I really firmly believe every high school graduate should have an understanding of. Now, I might have to remind them, but once I start reminding them of how we calculate the length of a hypotenuse or the grade of a roof or of a drainage channel, that's okay. But it is not just the equations that these students learn in high school, it is the concept. It is the spatial relationship of things in our world. And again, I appeal to everybody here in a construction trade or somebody who builds, even if you're placing forms for sidewalk outside your front of your house. All of these things are critical issues when we think about how things fit into the world. And we can use the word algebra 2, or we can use just basic spatial relationships, but it's all about critical thinking and what our students are equipped to do when they enter into the workforce. We need people to go into the trades. We need HVAC workers to understand how drains work and how to install a vent so that it fits. And whether we remember everything we learn in high school or not, these are the things that form our understanding. And so I really urge everybody in the room, regardless of which party you represent, to remember the value of everything you learned in high school, everything, or even in grade school, and how it shapes you as a person. So I encourage a no vote on this amendment as well. Thank you, Madam President.
Further discussion on the Rasmussen amendment? Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to clarify for members, the amendment before them would simply ensure that all students have access to taking Algebra 2. So that's the amendment before the body. Senator Farnsworth has his underlying amendment, which we'll be getting to after the consideration of the amendment before the body. But just want to make sure everyone's clear. If this amendment's adopted, it will ensure that students have access to Algebra 2 as a course option.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the A66 amendment to the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails and the amendment to the amendment is adopted. We are now on the 40 amendment as amended. Is there further discussion? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Madam President. And I just want to let Senator Farnsworth know that I am one of those professions that used the concepts in Algebra 2. But Madam President, you know, talking about the impact on test scores has nothing to do with Algebra 2. We have seen throughout the Walz administration that test scores have continued to drop and are far below the levels that they were previously. We have undermined what it means to have a high school diploma. The concern I have with this amendment isn't necessarily specific around Algebra 2, but the fact that we must remove any concepts related to Algebra 2 from our graduation standards. And what are we going to replace those with? There's no mention of that in this amendment. Instead of continuing to chip away at the value of a high school diploma, maybe we ought to look at the rigor in supporting it. By the concept of saying, well, the test scores have dropped, we should be looking at our reading scores and saying, well, maybe we should do away with literature. Kids are failing, we'll just make it easier for them to graduate. That's not the role of this legislature. We want our kids to have an education that allows them to function in the real world. And I'm not defending Algebra 2 specifically, but I'm defending the concept of the math standards and the fact that this does not contemplate what happens after that. It just says we're going to remove these concepts. And maybe there's a concept in Algebra 2 that we want to carry forward. This legislation would prevent it. So, Madam President, I am going to be a no vote on this amendment. I appreciate the intent, but we should be looking at strengthening our high school diplomas, not just throwing our hands and giving up because kids are struggling.
Senator Fate.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. As the Chair of Higher Ed, I just want to let members know that the University of Minnesota and the private colleges have significant concerns with this amendment. The U, as well as St. Thomas, Macalester, St. Kate's, and many more colleges require Algebra 2 for enrollment. And so many students, if they do this, it would cause a decline in enrollment in our colleges because many students would be opting out without realizing that in the future they cannot get accepted into the colleges without this requirement due to the admissions process. So I want to have members keep that in mind. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. And I sincerely appreciate this conversation. I think it's definitely important, but I want to echo what we just heard from Senator Pratt. I have concerns. So I just briefly looked up, instead of referring to Algebra 1 and Algebra 2, I just wanted to provide some brief definitions here. This is Algebra 1. The standard Algebra 1 curriculum aims to give students basic command of the tools of algebraic problem solving, like tackling linear equations with one or two variables, unknown values in an equation. Okay, so then Algebra 2 builds on the topics covered in Algebra 1 by teaching students to apply algebraic reasoning to increasingly complex problems. And it goes on. I wanted to read that because I'm similarly very concerned about the decline in problem-solving skills, the decline in deductive reasoning, the decline in other just concrete, linear, constructive thinking. And when we read Algebra 2, it is the application of those concepts that were learned in Algebra 1. I am very much open, Madam President, to Senator Farnsworth's interest in this, but I'm not prepared to just take it out of the standards. It's my understanding that geometry is not a requirement, a math requirement. But I would be receptive to a conversation because I think the principles and concepts and application of geometry may be more relevant than some of the concepts in Algebra 2. And I say that, Madam President, as somebody who has a minor in math. And I can guarantee I'm not forming my position because I have a minor in math. I'm forming this because I believe the application of problem-solving skills, deductive reasoning, critical thinking is something that I think anecdotally we've seen across society continues to become a challenge to young people. And when we teach those mathematical principles and then in Algebra 2 the application of those principles, I think that helps to counter the deductive reasoning, critical thinking, and other concepts that we want to see. Moreover, and I'll end with this, Madam President, there are certainly students that know the field that they want to do, the career they want to pursue when in high school, 100%. But there are many who don't know what they want to do. And so I think it is incumbent upon our education system to lay that foundation. And in that foundation is the application of mathematical principles. Because there are those students who don't know what they want to do, sometimes until after they've even graduated college, and I'm one of them. I went to college for a number of degrees, and I ended up doing something that had nothing to do with what I went to school with. Real estate. But I'm very, very, very happy that I had that foundation of Algebra 1, geometry, Algebra 2, pre-calculus, and so forth, because it helps that concrete thinking and can be applied in whatever field somebody decides to pursue later in life. Thank you, Madam President, and I am a no on this.
Thank you. Senator Wicklund.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll just be brief. I just want to reiterate that I have concerns about Senator Farnsworth's amendment and the way that it would bind the people reviewing and revising the academic standards and related benchmarks from considering the elements of Algebra 2 as they discuss and determine which standards should be required and shouldn't. So I really object to taking that capability away from the people revising these standards and the benchmarks, and I oppose the amendment.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Madam President. I also rise in opposition to this amendment. Number one, our standards are one thing. Our credit requirements are what we're talking about today, and those are determined the Department of Education. I would hate to think what would happen if we just started doing that ad hoc on the floor here. I think that's a bad precedent. But more specifically, I want you to know that what currently is required regarding mathematics in Minnesota, 3 credits, including Algebra 2 or its equivalent. So it appears to me that perhaps this amendment is not necessary, as the requirements currently are Algebra 1 or Algebra 2 or its equivalent. I think that's important. I would say, lastly, we can look at the other science requirements. Math is a type of science as well. There are 3 credits required in science, and they're spelled out. 1 in earth science, 1 in science, biology, and 1 in chemistry or physics. So I think we need to not support this amendment today. I encourage a no vote.
Further discussion, Senator Carlson.
Thank you, Madam President. You're in my garden right now. I'm an engineer, and I took a lot of math, both in high school and in college. Like 6 quarters of calculus in college got me ready to think. And that's what these classes are for, is to figure out how to think, how to find unknown answers, answers that are not numbers. They may be c squared. They may be a graph. They may be lots of things that you have to think through, and you're presented these problems to be able to find out a solution. So like Senator Lucero and Senator Pratt said, this, you don't know what you're going to run into, but these are the kinds of classes that are the ones that improve our education, because it teaches people how to think, how to critically think, how to approach a problem where you have no idea what the problem is, much less knowing what the answer is. So this is what we need to make sure that our young people get exposed to. And it's, I'm sure I could tell you many things that I've never used since I went through engineering school. But, you know, first thing comes up is Laplace transforms. But lots of things that I have worked with that are all numbers or all graphics or all something else that you have to solve for an answer. And just like chess, you find out how to get through something that's very complicated. So I would have to oppose this amendment. And thank you, Madam President.
Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Madam President. I think everybody forgot about Senator Rasmussen's amendment to the amendment, which doesn't make you not have this class. You still have the opportunity or the option to take this class. So if you want to take it, you can. And I'm still young enough to remember when I was in high school, starting like 10th grade, you start looking at what you're going to do for college and credits you need, and they tell you what classes you will need to take. So if you want to go to the University of Minnesota, they would say you must take this class. And because of Senator Rasmussen's amendment, you could still have this class. It will still be offered. It is not going anywhere. So I don't know, everything that was just said doesn't mean anything, because you can still take this class. So I support Senator Farnsworth's amendment, and let's move forward. Thank you.
Further discussion, Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, everybody, for this lively debate. The people that are opposed to this actually made my point, I think, on a number of these issues. First of all, the plumber. So yes, plumbers and carpenters might use elements of algebra, but remember, this requirement that students take Algebra 2 has only been in place since 2014, and I won't take the time to ask people to yield for a question, but I'm certain that Senator Johnson Stewart hired a plumber before 2014. Somehow, magically, that plumber learned the skills to do the work on her house without being required to take Algebra 2. I heard a variation of the argument, well, I'm an engineer, so basically kids should take this because I took it and it taught me problem solving. Well, I'm a senator, so maybe we should make every student take political science based on that logic. So I guess we could amend that. The argument about the colleges being opposed to this. Sometimes colleges get it wrong, and we have the perfect example. The last couple of years we've passed the READ Act, because for years before the READ Act was passed, colleges were telling kids that they need to use whole language to teach reading, and we're like, wow, that's crap, that doesn't work. So we passed the READ Act because the colleges got it wrong. They don't always get it right. And finally, I heard somebody say, well, did we talk to the stakeholders? And I have a stakeholder that I want to talk about. I was, last week when we were home on Easter Passover break, I went out to eat at Valentini's in Chisholm. By the way, if you're in Chisholm, I recommend stopping at Valentini's. I think it was Senator Tomassoni's favorite restaurant. But I was leaving the restaurant, and a math teacher saw me across the hall, and he said, Farnsworth, get over here. And so I went over, and he said, you have got to do this thing with Algebra 2 where we don't make every kid take Algebra 2. And I asked him why, and he said, I have a senior who's going to go work for his dad as a roofer after he graduates, but he's probably not going to graduate because he cannot pass Algebra 2. We need to do this for every kid that's going to be a roofer, or that's going to be a welder, or that's going to be a farmer. Somehow farmers learned how to be farmers before the requirement in 2014 of Algebra 2. We're not doing this to make standards lower. We want high standards, but we don't think that every single student should have the same high standards. Somebody that's going to be an electrician should have a different high standard than somebody that's going to be an engineer. And this is common sense. This will prepare kids for the life that they will actually have after high school. So I'm asking for a green vote. Thank you, Madam President.
There being no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll on the amendment, the A40 amendment as amended. Senator Kunish.
Madam President, Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
And Senator Pappas votes no.
Senator Pappas votes no. Senator Cwodzinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Howell votes no.
Senator Howell votes no.
Senator Utke votes no.
Senator Utke votes no.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Litsky votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Madam President. Madam President.
Senator Cwodzinski.
I apologize. Senator Utke votes yes or aye. Senator Utke changes his vote to aye.
Senator Utke changes from nay to aye.
Madam President.
Secretary.
Madam President.
Senator Cwodzinski.
Sorry, my mistake. Senator Howe also votes aye. Senator Howe changes vote.
Changes his vote from no to aye.
Thank you, Madam President.
The Secretary will close the roll. There being 27 ayes and 38 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Madam President. And we made an improvement over last year, so we'll see you again next year on that one. One more amendment for me, Madam President. I would like to offer the A39 amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Farnsworth moves to amend Senate File Number 1740 as follows. Page 35 after line 23, insert. This is the A39 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Madam President. And this is an amendment that was brought to me by some teacher candidates across the state, not just in my district, but in other districts. And so what it does is that it returns the Pellsby Standards of Effective Practice back to the I believe, 2023 standards. And the biggest standard that these teacher candidates have a concern with is, I believe it's standard 2, part D, where it says the teacher fosters an environment that ensures student identities such as race, ethnicity, national origin. There's a whole list. It goes on to religious beliefs are a historical and socially contextualized, affirmed, and incorporated into learning. And so I looked up the word affirmed, the definition on Google, and it says affirmed is to state as a fact or assert publicly. And so the concern that I had, I'll just give an example. One student that's been in school for about 5 years, she's going to graduate with a degree in special education. She's a devout Catholic. And she came to me and said, I cannot affirm somebody else's religious beliefs. I have my own religious beliefs. And so I'm not going to be able to get my teaching license if I am expected to affirm these things that I don't believe in. And so, Madam President, I'm asking for a green vote on this that would return the standards of effective practice to the pre-2023 standards. Thank you, Madam President. Mr. President, welcome back.
Thank you so very much. So thank you very much. Any other discussion on the 839 amendment? Senator Cwodzinski.
Happy birthday, Mr. Thank you, Mr. President. I already forgot what I was going to say. I just want to, with respect to, this is the first I've heard of this bill. I haven't talked to any stakeholders. Really wished you had brought this to our attention earlier so we could have talked to Pellsby and seen what their thoughts were on this. So I'm urging members for a no vote.
Senator Westland.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion on the A39 amendment? Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in favor of Senator Farnsworth's A39 amendment. These Pellsby standards, I would note, apply to both teacher prep programs, which must teach the standards, and also to teachers themselves via the annual review process. Mr. President, these standards essentially, in my view, as I read them, create an ideological litmus test for public employment. It is essentially government-compelled speech, which is unconstitutional. Mr. President, the Supreme Court has noted that prominent members of our founding fathers condemned laws requiring public employees to affirm or support beliefs which they disagreed. Even Thomas Jefferson denounced compelled support for such beliefs as sinful and tyrannical. Government licensors cannot demand that sacrifice of free exercise of religion as the price for becoming public school teachers or for training those teachers, for that matter. The Supreme Court has also said public employees cannot be forced to trade their constitutional rights for the benefit of public employment. Mandating that these prospective teachers affirmatively espouse the government's official position on a contested public issue where the differences are very real and substantive runs afoul of our Constitution. Now, Mr. President, it is true that school boards control curriculum under our state statute. And a teacher can be required to teach topics for which they disagree. But they cannot be forced to give up their beliefs or rights in order to get a teaching job. And I make the distinction like this. When you go to work for somebody, they can have policies that control your conduct. They can tell you to operate in a certain way within their policies. And to a certain extent, they can control your behavior and how you conduct your job. But what they have no right to is what's in between your ears, what's in your head, what's in your heart. That belongs to you. And they cannot compel you to affirm a deeply held belief that you disagree with as a condition for employment. And so that's essentially what these Pellsby standards do. They're very controversial. They're very unnecessary. We could get at some of the root of what they're trying to do without making them affirm these beliefs. And Mr. President, I've just talked about the U.S. constitutional concerns. There's also constitutional concerns under our state constitution, which protects people against government action, which limits the free exercise of religion. It's even stronger under our state constitution than it is under the federal constitution. In my view, with these new Pellsby rules, it is impossible for Minnesotans to freely exercise their religion and simultaneously hold a teaching license. It makes it impossible also for those faith-based colleges teaching our next generation of teachers to do that while holding true to their faith. These rules compel potential licensees to speak the government's chosen beliefs as an established creed and live them out in order to have a job. That is unconstitutional and it's wrong. Mr. President, we've done a lot of things in this chamber that run afoul of our Constitution. Sometimes it feels like I'm a broken record up here talking about the constitutional problems of the bills we pass off this floor. And there will, if we don't pass this amendment, there will be litigation, the state will lose, and the taxpayers are going to be left holding the bag paying for the attorney's fees. We have an opportunity right now to correct it before these fully go into effect and before the lawsuits start. We have an opportunity right here. If we really want to do the right thing, we can pass this amendment. I encourage all members to vote yes. Thank you.
Senator Cwodzinski on the 839.
I'm a no vote.
Any other discussion on the 839? Oh, Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'm going to urge you to vote no. These standards of effective practice are saying that a teacher understands the importance of a relationship-based, culturally affirming, and proactive approaches to behavior to improve student outcomes and reduce exclusionary practices. Now, it is not, say, the fascistic overtake of saying, here's words you can use in a research grant to research cancer, but this is by no means affecting how a teacher practices their faith or their religion. Culturally affirming means you might understand that there are many cultures in your classroom. It doesn't require you to espouse the beliefs of cultures or religions. This is very weird, but I'm going to urge a no vote on the amendment.
Any other discussion on the 839? Seeing none, the secretary would take the roll on the 839. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you do this. That would help me. Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't raise my hand because I'm the author of the amendment, and I thought the author made final comments. So
and you are right. Accept my apologies, because when I came up, I didn't realize that you were the author. So accept my apologies. Senator Kroon.
Senator Kroon, you mean Senator Farnsworth? I feel
Senator
like I'm
Farnsworth.
I feel like I'm an
Let me just say, you guys look like twins. Let me just say. Senator Farnsworth.
I feel like I'm in education finance right now. Mr. President, the definition for affirm is to state as fact, assert strongly and publicly. That is very clear. And these standards say that teacher candidates must affirm somebody's religious beliefs. So put another way, they would have to declare one's support, uphold, or defend. Mr. President, that is not what we should be asking our teachers to do. We should be asking them to teach. So I would ask for a green vote on this. We have a teacher shortage, and this is just going to cause more people to not be teachers. So vote green.
The secretary would take the roll on the 839 Farnsworth amendment. Senator Kunitz, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
And Senator Dibble votes no.
And Senator Dibble votes no. Senator Cwodzinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye. Howe.
Howe votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Utke votes aye.
And Senator Utke votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 33 noes, the A39 amendment is not adopted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Starting the fall of the 2025-2026 school year, Minnesota's public schools will be required to teach third graders how to use non-binary gender pronouns in writing sentences. The Minnesota Department of Education's new K-12 English Language Arts, or ELA, standards and benchmarks were adopted in 2023 and are scheduled for full implementation at the beginning of the 2025-26 school year. Reviewed and revised on a 10-year cycle, Minnesota's ELA standards and benchmarks are organized into 3 standards, which are reading, writing, and then listening, speaking, and viewing. Included under the writing standard, third grade benchmark requires students to use non-binary gender pronouns in simple and compound sentences authentically in writing. Students will be tested on the new standards in spring of 2026. And with this, Mr. President, I would like to offer the A48 amendment.
Senator Lucero offers the A48 amendment. The Secretary will report the A48 amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend Senate File Number 1740 as follows. Page 35, after line 23, insert. This is the A48 amendment.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted.
Mr. President, so the question that we all should be asking ourselves is, what is non-binary gender identities as will be required to be taught to our third graders? So I have this piece here from the University of Minnesota, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, just few bits. Thinking about gender as binary assumes that there are only two genders and they correspond to an individual's sex. The idea that there are only two genders, girl and woman or feminine, versus boy, man, or masculine, is an idea deeply woven into many societies. A different way to think about gender is that it is fluid and more like a spectrum. And continuing on this University of Minnesota flyer that I have here, under the section of best practices, a few of them listed are: ask for names and pronouns routinely, receive permission to share names and pronouns, operate from an approach that is not limited to gender binary, and be familiar with transgender resources for making referrals that are affirming and safe. Mr. President, this is a 85-15% issue. 85% plus of Minnesotans want to maintain family values, religious liberty, and not have government begin to indoctrinate third graders. And for that, this amendment seeks to remove this requirement, and I would encourage a green vote. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the A48? Senator Cwodzinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Lucero. When I just heard you speak, I don't know what to say other than, sometimes people are my age, don't understand the world we live in, and there's a lot of people, a lot of kids, a lot of young people that this is their life, this is the country we're gonna bestow upon them, and I think I'll be a no vote on this amendment, and I just think it's again, if it's that important. In 2030, when the English teachers and the language arts teachers in the state of Minnesota meet, and I know that's a lifetime away, but when they meet, if they feel this important to adopt your amendment at that time, that would be the time for that to happen. Otherwise, it's an interesting world we live in, members.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. Interesting world we live in indeed. Since my colleagues possess hysteria around the existence of non-binary people, let me just remind people that pronouns are part of the English language. It is how we describe nouns. And the reason we use nouns, collective and irregular, plural, to teach children how to write. So for example, a way that you would use a reflexive noun or reflexive pronoun would say, oh, Erin tripped. I hope she didn't hurt herself. Or I tripped. I hope I didn't hurt myself. A non-binary pronoun, that slug crawled across the tar. I hope it didn't hurt itself, because slugs don't have gender. This is a regular tool used to teach children how to write stories, speak, explain themselves. This is not related in any way to the hysteria that my colleagues have ginned up. This is how you teach children the English language, how to construct sentences so that they can read and write and articulate things in the future. Use pronouns, collective and irregular and plural, verbs frequently used, adjectives, prepositions, conjunctions, pronouns, including reflexive pronouns, male, female, and non-binary pronouns, in simple and compound sentences authentically in writing. I hope she didn't hurt herself. I hope I didn't hurt myself. I hope the slug didn't hurt itself. That is literally what this writing standard is. Please vote no on this ridiculous amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I rise in support of this amendment. I just had a situation in my district. One of my constituents, actually a customer too in my insurance agency, came to me pretty distraught. And she said, yeah, my daughter is a public school teacher, and they just had a meeting she's a third grade public school teacher, and they just had a meeting, and she was told she has to teach binary or transgender pronouns based on a person's gender identity rather than biology. Okay? So this is, again, another example of compelled speech under which I think eventually will be proved to be unconstitutional. You know, the treatments that you give for transgenderism, cross-sex hormones, puberty blockers, and mutilating surgery, which sterilize the child, they don't change the chromosomes. You're either an XX or an XY. So what we're trying to do is eliminate standards that compel people to use pronouns towards other people contrary to biology and based on feelings instead. The other thing to be aware of, a lot of minors who go through this now later on are detransitioning. In other words, they're regretting what they've done. This is simply going to continue to push children in a direction that they don't fully understand until they're much older in terms of their cognitive ability. And again, the consequences are irreversible. There's been testimony at the federal government and other areas, and there's detransitioning organizations that you can check out on the internet. Again, please vote for biology and not feelings, and for compelled speech will eventually be found to be unconstitutional. Vote green. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, any other discussion before I go to the author of the bill, who will be the author of the amendment, who will be the last voice we hear before we vote? Seeing none, Senator Lucero, before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members, for the discussion. I want to reiterate, the inclusion of this requirement for third graders is not about simple and compound sentences. I'm using this University of Minnesota explainer on non-binary gender identities. And on this document, they have a glossary of terms: agender, bigender, gender fluid, gender queer, non-binary, pansgender, transfeminine, transmasculine, two-spirited, and more. This is not about standard pronouns that have been taught as part of the English language for hundreds of years. This is about gender confusion, it's about indoctrination, and it's trying to insert government values in place of family values. Please vote green.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A48 Lucero Amendment. Senator Kunesh, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Mr. President.
Senator Cwodzinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Utke votes aye.
And Senator Utke votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 31 ayes and 33 noes. The A48 Lucero Amendment is not adopted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. The 2025 Minnesota Student Survey will be administered to students electronically in grades 5, 8, 9, and 11 between the months of January and June of this year. The Minnesota Department of Education, the Minnesota Department of Health, the Minnesota Department of Human Services, and others are among those that have compiled this. The content, the questions that go into the Minnesota Student Survey. And so I would like to offer the A47 amendment.
Senator Lucero offers the A47 amendment. The Secretary will report the A47 Lucero amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend Senate File Number 1740 as follows. Page 22, after line 32, insert. This is the A47 amendment.
Senator Lucero to your A47 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Minnesota Student Survey asks fifth graders if they have had alcoholic beverages, used tobacco products or marijuana, sniffed glue in the past year. Eighth graders and high schoolers are asked about alcohol, tobacco, marijuana, LSD, ecstasy, crack, cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, and more. Other questions ask junior and high school students how often during the last 12 months they have run away from home, damaged property, beat up someone, or stole something. Eighth graders and high schoolers are asked to specify their gender identity, marking all that apply. And students are also asked if people at school would describe them as very or most feminine, and the questioning and intrusiveness goes on, including have you ever had sex? How many different partners have you had sex with during the past year? What is the last time you had sex with your partner? Did you use a condom? And what method or methods did you or your partner use to prevent pregnancy the last time you had sex? These are incredibly intrusive and inappropriate questions. There are many parents that do not want their children to be exposed to this kind of content. One of the things that I am aware of that parents can opt their children out of taking the Minnesota Student Survey, but that is not good enough. What this amendment does is seek to require an affirmative opt-in for that. And with that, Mr. President, I ask for support for this amendment and a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Cwodzinski to the A47 Lucero amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Lucero. Interesting idea. Appreciate it. But I'm going to ask members for a no vote. I think for me, maybe perhaps the number one reason is these surveys that our students take are helpful to guide us because our youth don't have lobbyists. They don't have people knocking at our door. And so all we really have to know what they're thinking and maybe what their needs are in our society are these surveys. And so I'm going to suggest a no vote, but I appreciate the idea you planted in my head, so thank you for that.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment and vote? Because a roll call was requested, roll call granted. Senator May Quaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'm going to urge a no vote because asking a child or a young person if they've done a thing does not make them do a thing. I promise you. But knowing the behaviors and the feelings that students have about schools help us craft policy better. So vote no, because by asking a child if they've done a thing doesn't make them do a thing. But knowing that young people are engaging in unsafe behaviors, for example, there has been a recent development in risky behavior and sex that young people have been engaging in, and we have found that out through student surveys. We are able to tailor campaigns, education campaigns, peer-to-peer campaigns, to help them not engage in that risky behavior. We wouldn't know that if they hadn't been taking the student survey. These kinds of things save lives. So vote no, and move away from the idea that a kid being asked a question is then going to make them do a thing that they otherwise wouldn't do.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, we're going to the author of the amendment, Senator Lucero, before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'll just reiterate, this would not do anything to what we just heard Senator Cwodzinski and Senator Mayquade describe. It would not hamper that. What this does do, what this amendment, if adopted, does do, is put parents back in charge. It requires an opt-in, so this information can still be gathered, but it has to be done with the affirmative consent of parents, and we should not be in a position of usurping parental authority to try to harvest information from our students, from our young people, without parental knowledge or consent. Please vote green.
The Secretary will take the roll on the Lucero A47 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Kunis, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Dibble votes no.
And Senator Dibble votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those... You need a minute? Thank you. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Cwodzinski votes aye.
And Senator Cwodzinski votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 noes, the A47 Lucero Amendment is not adopted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A46.
Senator Lucero offers the A46 amendment, and the Secretary will report the Lucero A46 amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend Senate File Number 1740 as follows. Page 4, after line 17, insert. This is the A46 amendment.
Senator Lucero, to your A46 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A46 removes the political and divisive ethnic studies requirement from education statutes and stops the new social studies standards and reverts to the previous standards. With that, Mr. President, I would encourage support for this amendment, and I ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Cwodzinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Lucero. Usually I might tell you it's a good idea. This time I'm not going to say that. So many of our kids say, I'm not interested in history because it's not my story. It's not my family's story. And I'll be the first to say, throughout my teaching career, I love the American story. I love everything about it, all the great things and all the warts and bad things we did. And I think I did a pretty good job of teaching both extremes, both the good and the bad. And one thing I do remember is I had my students read The People's History of the United States, far left version, progressive, by Howard Zinn. And then I had them read The Patriots' History of the United States, which was the far right version of the exact same story. And it blew kids' minds because they would be like, this is the same event. How can there be two different interpretations of the same event? And I loved that. And so with that said, I think it's important that our kids get a wide array of history and so that when they take a class, they get a little bit of herstory with the history, and they learn all about the people that maybe when I went through school, I had no idea what their story was. And so I'm going to urge members for a no vote, but thank you, Senator.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I rise in support of the amendment. You know, I do appreciate it's called ethnic studies rather than critical race theory, but I think it contains the same information inside there. The other thing to understand, at the federal level with the new president, you know, DEI is DIE, okay? It's dying. And the problem is not only this, but so many things that we're doing is endangering the federal funding, millions of dollars that we receive here in the state. Now, I know lawsuits. Well, this is one of the things this amendment should be passed, that we stop endangering that federal funding. We get over $22.9 billion of federal funding every biennium, according to the information I've received. And yet we continue to proceed down a path arrogant to the executive orders and endangering that federal funding, some of which has already been frozen. And I hate to see it be frozen or withdrawn, especially in the area of education. So it's not only the content, which I disagree with the social studies standard, it's what you're endangering here for our students and teachers in the state of Minnesota. So let's start cooperating with a duly elected president, won the popular vote, won the Electoral College, and please vote green. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion before I go to the author of the amendment for the last word? Seeing none, Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. So what is ethnic studies? Ethnic studies means an anti-American, anti-free enterprise, anti-Semitic, racist propaganda. Why do I say that? Well, Governor Walz appointed Brian Cwodzinski to the committee that is writing the official implementation framework that will dictate ethnic studies curriculum for all Minnesota public schools. Cwodzinski is a Minnesota professor and the national and a national leader on ethnic studies, and he is the de facto leader of Minnesota Ethnic Studies Work Group. In a video that Cwodzinski posted on YouTube on May 27th of 2022, he states, the first tenet of critical race theory is that the United States as constructed is irreversibly racist. So if the nation state is constructed as irreversibly racist, then it must be done with and must be overthrown. And we can't be like, oh no, critical race theory is just about telling our stories and diversity. It's not about that. It's about overthrow. It's insurgent. And we need to be, I think, more honest with that. You can't be a critical race theorist and be pro-US. Okay, it's an anti-state theory that says the United States needs to be deconstructed. That is not healthy. That is not something that should be promoted. It is something that should be removed. And therefore, again, I urge a green vote. Thank you.
Senator Lucero, I did miss Senator McQuaid, and so I'm just going to let her briefly say something, and then we'll go right to the vote. I usually do not like allowing someone to speak after the author, so accept my apologies for making that mistake. Briefly.
Thank you, Mr. President. How does one follow that? How does one follow that? I might follow it with the actual definition in Minnesota State statute of what ethnic studies is, which is the interdisciplinary study of race, ethnicity, and indigeneity with a focus on the experiences and perspectives of people of color. Quite controversial if you are trying to resegregate society. Quite controversial if you're trying to overturn the Civil Rights Act, if you're trying to make it illegal to be black, disappear a whole bunch of black and brown people from the country. Not controversial if you want to live in a multiracial, multi-ethnic democracy. When I was in 7th or 8th grade, I went home after learning a little bit more about the civil rights movement, and my dad said, what did you learn about today? And I said, we learned about Rosa Parks. And he said, what did you learn? And I said that she wasn't allowed to sit in the front of the bus because of the color of her skin. And he said, no. She wasn't allowed to sit in the front of the bus because white racists where she lived would not give her equal rights. That was such a paradigm flip for me, Mr. President, and I didn't learn that in school. I had to learn it from my father, I had to learn it from my parents. But when we include the perspectives of people of color, when we include the people who live in our state, right? we actually learn better and we learn more. It is very, very pro-American to do that. So vote no on this amendment. We can move on from this.
I'm going to go back to Senator Lucero to see if he wants to say anything. Members, I'm going to say this to you. If you jump up at the last minute and I don't see you because you're talking and you're doing other things, I'm going to keep going and honor our process, okay? So just so that I give everybody a full warning now. Senator Lucero, briefly.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'll just reiterate. This is not about the back of the bus or the front of the bus. It's not about any of that. The professor that Governor Walz appointed to the committee that drafted these standards says this is about the overthrow and the end of the United States. That's what it's about. Remove it from our standards. Vote green. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A46 Lucero Amendment. Members, please vote.
Mr. President?
Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Cwodzinski votes aye.
And Senator Cwodzinski votes aye. Senator Kunesh.
Mr. President, Senator Clark votes no.
Senator Clark votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 noes, the A46 Lucero Amendment is not adopted. Members, one last thing. I want to make sure that you don't think I was implying that Senator McQuaid had jumped up at the last minute. I'm not implying that. I just want to make sure that folks know, because sometimes when folks are walking around, it's hard for me to see. So accept my apologies there. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Current Minnesota statute 125B.15, Internet access for students, reads in part, all computers at a school site with access to the internet available for student use must be equipped to restrict, including the use of available software, filtering technology, or other effective methods, that all student access to material that is reasonably believed to be obscene or child pornography or material harmful to minors shall be filtered. With that, Mr. President, with that background, I would like to offer the A45 amendment.
Senator Lucero offers the A45 amendment. The Secretary will report the A45 amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend Senate File Number 1740 as follows. Page 34, after line 23, insert. This is the A45 amendment.
Senator Lucero to your A45 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And because we know that obscene, harmful, and child pornographic material is not only in digital form, it can also exist in hard copy, I am seeking to apply that same filtering that is to internet technologies and apply it to the hard copies within the content of school libraries and media centers. And with that, not creating new law, just applying the same law to physical form, I encourage a green vote and I ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Cwodzinski.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Lucero. I just got this, so I haven't had time to really process it, but at face value, I'd have to urge members to vote no. And just for the record, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, this is the third amendment that's come across my desk today that's an unfunded mandate. And so I just want to let people know I'm cognizant of looking for that and the consistency of your arguments. And so anyways, with that said, noble idea, keeping pornography out of our hands of our youth, but I think there is a cost for the software, and so maybe this would be better in finance. Thank you, Senator.
Any other discussion before I go to the author of the amendment? Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Cwodzinski stand for a question?
Senator Cwodzinski, will you yield for a question? He will. Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I believe I heard him say he thinks this would be a good amendment to bring in ed finance. Is that correct?
Senator Cwodzinski, did you hear the question?
Mr. President, no, I don't think I did.
Can you repeat the question, Senator Weissenberg?
Yes, Mr. President. I believe when Senator Cwodzinski just spoke, he said he likes the intention of this and he likes keeping pornography out of schools. And I believe he said this would be a better amendment to bring in education finance. Is that correct?
Senator Cwodzinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I might have misspoke. I'm sorry for that, Senator Weissenberg.
Senator Weissenberg.
What? I didn't hear what he said.
He said that he believes that he may have misspoke.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Cwodzinski, are you going to say anything else, or you're fine? Okay. Any other discussion before I go to the author? Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm really concerned about this amendment. I don't trust it, frankly. I mean, of course, I would venture that the vast majority of us are very much in favor of keeping print materials that are considered to be obscene or pornographic out of the hands of our school children. I'm thinking of the definition of pornography by the Supreme Court that says, if I see it, I know it. And I'm wondering how we are going to be determining what materials are in fact obscene. This word reasonably is very alarming to me. I've just sat through several hours of amendments, many of which I don't believe are reasonable, and it's been hard for me not to stand up and just say things that may be inappropriate. So really to have language that challenge us to choose between allowing our children to have access to print pornography or to allow this definition of reasonable, material that is reasonably believed to be obscene, after I've heard members talk about some things that are in stark contrast to what I reasonably believe to be appropriate or reasonable, makes me very nervous about this amendment, and I'll be voting no, even though clearly I believe that we should be limiting the access of our school children to pornography. Thank you, Mr.
Senator
President.
Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the same uncomfortable feeling with this as my colleague who just spoke. And what particularly concerns me about this is it includes anything defined under federal law. Well, right now it seems that some of the things coming out of the federal government are very dismissive of some people in our society. So, for example, there's nothing to say that tomorrow there couldn't be an executive order saying anything related to educating on different types of families, including homosexual families, is now obscene. And under this, we would have to just roll along with whatever, quite frankly, craziness came from the federal government. So I have a huge concern with signing off on that, because we don't know what that definition could be somewhere down the line, and whether it would be something that a reasonable person would actually find offensive. I personally think my children should learn about all sorts of different families, just as an example. So I stand against this.
Senator Kunesh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was a library media specialist for 20 years and did a lot with the technology I also want to let you know that Minnesota law currently mandates that school computers with internet access for students be equipped to restrict access to obscene, child pornography, and other materials harmful to minors. This is a requirement of Minnesota Statute 125B.15, and that aligns with the Children's Internet Protection Act, or the CIPA. And so Minnesota already does this. It mandates that school computers with internet access for students be configured to prevent access to material that is obscene, child pornography, or other harmful images or concepts to minors under federal law. And again, aligns with federal Children's Internet Protection Act. And so for that reason, I don't think this is a necessary amendment at this time.
Any other discussions before I go through the author of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Lucero, before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Kunesh yield for a question?
Senator Kunesh, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Kunesh. Can you confirm that the material, a book in digital form attempting to be accessed via the internet from a school computer that contains harmful material would be blocked under current Minnesota law, but that same book in physical copy would not be blocked by current state law in hard copy sitting in the library?
Senator Kunesh, directly to the question, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Lucero, I'm not sure that that would be the case. You know, it really depends on the filtering software that the schools and the computers have. And so that would be something that at the school level that they would have to attend to, and therefore it would be their responsibility to make sure that any of the things that might fall under that act would not be getting through the filter.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, that reiterates my point. Current law applies to digital form. It doesn't apply to physical form. That's why, for anybody who's concerned about current verbiage, like I heard from some of the senators, current verbiage is current law, and it's applying current law to physical form. Please vote green. Common sense.
The Secretary would take the roll on the A45 amendment. Senator Kunesh, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Cwodzinski votes aye.
And Senator Cwodzinski votes aye. Senator Kunesh.
And Senator Clark votes no.
And Senator Clark votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 32 noes, the A46 Lucero Amendment is not adopted. Senator Grudenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, you know, one of the things we've seen in our school, both here in the state and across the nation, is a lot of controversy between parents and what their children are taught in materials in the classroom, the curriculum. And that can become very ugly, to put it mildly. And I've been involved in some of those situations when I was on the school board. And part of the problem is there isn't really a standard that board members and parents can look to make a judgment on the particular curriculum that's being taught to their children. And what this amendment tries to do is to give some clarification to both sides in the public school by applying current Minnesota law to pornography and obscenity laws to the curriculum that is used with children. Members, if you look at the amendment, we already have in state statute 2024 section 617291. And here's what it says. It says, it is in the best interest of the health, welfare, and safety of citizens of the state, especially minors within
Mr. President.
Within the...
Senator McQuaid, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, point of parliamentary inquiry. Have we introduced an amendment yet that Senator Gruenhagen is referring to?
Senator McQuaid, he has not introduced an amendment yet. And members, just so you know, just as a friendly reminder that you cannot interrupt during times like that. Okay, so Senator Gruenhagen.
Okay, I'll introduce the A67.
Senator Gruenhagen offers the A67 amendment. The Secretary will report the A67 amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen moves to amend Senate File Number 1740 as follows. Page 34, after line 23, insert. This is the A67 amendment.
Okay, Senator Gruenhagen, to your A67 amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President and members. So there's clear information in our current statutes that say that explicit sexual information can be harmful to children. We recognize that. The unfortunate thing is these pornography and obscenity laws do not apply to public schools. Now, I was going to bring some curriculum that's been used in the public school, and I was going to read some of the examples out of it down to the 10-year-old. I decided not to do that because the language would have been very offensive, to put it mildly. And yet we're teaching this to our elementary children and our young people. And the reason this is necessary, again, to help resolve issues at the school board and parental level that have become very let's put it argumentatively, at those levels. And the result is this would give them a standard to use. Now, the other thing to understand, members, and I would ask you to reference this on the internet, is what pornography and explicit sexual information does to children and even adults. It creates and activates dopamine in your brain. It's a chemical reaction. And when you activate that, it needs more and more harder pornography to be satisfied. And that's the damage that you're doing. It's especially damaging to young men. So we should not be teaching this explicit sexual and graphic sexual information to minors. You're damaging their psyche. It can even affect adults. So members, please understand, we're not trying to hurt the school or anything else. We're simply trying, with this amendment, to give them a standard by which to judge the curriculum that is being taught to children, especially minor children. So members, please vote green.
Senator Gruenhagen, you said vote green, but you didn't ask for a roll call. Are you asking for a roll call? Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Cwodzinski, or I think it's Senator Mann that's going to stand. Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. I urge a no vote on this amendment. I understand that things like penises and vaginas make some people very uncomfortable, but these are anatomies, they're anatomical parts of the human body that we all should learn about because we all have them. And it's okay to teach about them in school. That's the appropriate place to learn about them. And so this would make it so that we can't teach about anatomy, and that's just wrong. So members, please vote no.
Any other discussion before I go to the author of the amendment for the last word? Seeing none, Senator Gruenhagen, briefly to your amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, maybe I should have brought the curriculum and actually read some of it, what they're teaching to the children. But
Senator Gruenhagen, it's good that you didn't bring the curriculum because you're not supposed to read materials on the floor, so you want to review our rules. Thank you so much, Senator Gruenhagen.
Okay, and we're not talking about basic biology here, age appropriate. We're talking about sexual behaviors, many of which are unhealthy and also endanger people as far as STDs are concerned. In fact, the CDC a few years ago came out with an estimate, to put this in proper context, of the number of STDs in our country, and their estimate at that time was 110 million out of 330 million citizens. So we're talking about 1 out of 3 people. I won't ask for people to raise their hands, okay? But I think we're seriously damaging and endangering our children, even according to Minnesota statute. Again, the primary reason for this is to give a reference point for these contentious debates between parents and school board members in terms of what's being taught to their minor children. So please vote green if you care about helping to resolve these issues. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A67 amendment. Senator Kunich, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no. Senator Rasmussen, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Matthews votes aye.
And Senator Matthews votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 32 noes, the A67 amendment is not adopted. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A72 amendment.
Senator Coleman offers the A72 amendment. The Secretary will report the A72. Thank you for doing that, Senator Coleman.
Senator Coleman moves to amend Senate File Number 1740 as follows. Page 21 after line 27, insert. This is the A72 amendment.
Senator Coleman, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I hope this is a non-controversial amendment. We did have a hearing in this in education policy during the power sharing time period. And basically what this does is it is a bill that says that a parent or parents must be notified if there was a violent incident within the school. And we had a discussion. There was some concern around the language of what is considered a violent incident, and that was kind of where the heartburn was in committee. And so we identified that here in this amendment to make sure that if somebody suffers an injury, that is what it's considered. If there's a fight and somebody's hurt, that's going to be considered here. And they also need to let parents know if they are aware of any recordings of this happening. There's a lot of parents that are fighting out that there was a violent incident at school and somebody was hurt because that goes viral on TikTok. That is not how parents should be finding this information out. So this is simply about transparency, and so parents know what's going on in their schools, and I'd request you to vote green.
Senator Cwodzinski to the A72 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Coleman, for bringing this to our attention. I think it's important for parents to know what's going on in their schools. But the concern I have for this is people today, they go, what is that thing called? What? They go to Nextdoor on their computers, and next thing you know, they're fearful of even going outside because they're learning about all these incidents that they would never even know about if they didn't go to Nextdoor. And so for schools to report incidents that, again, yes, I do concur that parents should have a right to know, but my concern is that a site at a school that parents can just click on and find out how many incidents occurred at their school this week or this month, I'm really concerned that it will instill a state of fear in members of our society where there's no need to fear. So I'm urging members to vote no.
Senator Rest.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Coleman yield for a question?
Senator Coleman, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Rest.
Thank you. Senator Coleman, I see that you use the term parent. What if a child, the student, lives with grandparents or other people who are their legal guardians and their parents are in prison? How should that kind of notice? I don't mind objecting to this necessarily, but I think that is an assumption of the word parent unless it is elsewhere defined in the statutes, and I wonder if you know where it is.
Senator Coleman, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rest, for the question. I'm being told, and we're looking at where this exactly is in statute, that parent is defined in this case within education statute. So I'll be happy to send that along if I can. We're looking it up now, so hopefully we can find that. Otherwise, I'd be open to an oral amendment if you thought there was a different way you wanted to define that.
Senator Rest.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, Senator Coleman, I did not understand your answer.
Senator Rest.
In that you need to speak more distinctly for me in order to hear you.
Senator Rest, if I can help just for a second, she said that they are looking through the statute because there is a place they believe where parent is defined. If she's in error that it does not fully define parent, and if you want to potentially put forward an amendment, an oral amendment in order to include like a grandparent or something like that, that she is open to that. Is that correct, Senator Coleman?
Correct, Mr. President, and further clarification, if you read the amendment, it's parents have consented to receive such notices, so, and it says it must be through an email address or mobile application. So for example, I have something called ProCare on my phone. It just told me what time my boys were checked out of school today. I get emails from their teachers. These are things I've all signed up for. So I'm not necessarily sure the case where a parent is in prison would apply to this. Thank you.
Senator Rest.
Thank you. It would be helpful if you had a statutory reference to this this word parent, so that it is clear that it does not mean just a father or a mother or two fathers or two mothers, but someone who has legal responsibility for a student.
It looks like Senator Coleman might have some additional information. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rest. Thanks, Senator Kroon, for the assist. It looks like in 121A.4, 41, subdivision 6. Parent is defined in this case. And again, this would only apply to parents in this definition who have consented to receive these emails or these mobile app notices from their school.
Senator Coleman, I think she was wondering how is it defined, if you might want to tell her how parent is defined.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't sure if I could read that or not. So parent means one of the pupil's parents. In the case of divorce or legal separation, the parent or parents with physical custody of the pupil, including a non-custodial parent with legal custody who has been provided the district with a current address and telephone number, or a legally appointed guardian. In the case of a pupil with a disability under the age of 18, parent may include a district-appointed surrogate parent.
Senator Ress.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm assuming that this amendment is in the same section of law in which that definition is included and therefore does not need a statutory reference. And I would wonder if Senator Coleman would agree with that.
Senator Coleman?
Apologies, Mr. President. Could you repeat her question for me?
Senator Ress was asking whether the definition that you read is in the same section of statute that that's being referenced in this bill.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion? We'll go to Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have an alarm went off in my head when Senator Cwodzinski was speaking. He said he wouldn't want to be transparent because it would instill a state of fear in parents because they'd be seeing all the bad things that are happening in schools. Now, if that doesn't make you not want to send your kid to school, I don't know what does. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to urge a no vote on this. The language of this amendment is incredibly broad, and I'm going to give you two examples to explain why this is very unworkable. So this is timely notice of violent activity occurring on school grounds or at school-sponsored activities in which one or more individuals suffer injuries. When I was in high school, Mr. President, there were two parents. They had been divorced and they had children at the school. They met outside of the school, outside of their kids. They got together, they got married, and they blended their families. It turns out that those two students who had the parents that got married did not like each other. They didn't get along at all. Now, I was privy to this because one of those students was my friend. I got all the drama. And by living together and blending their families, these two students would fight at home and they would fight at school. And they often got into physical fights, punching, hitting, pushing, whatever. And it was specifically about having to live together with a blended family and whatever. If my parents had to get a notification every day without identifying information, no information, just violent activity happened at school today, every time these two kids got into a fight, or any other people got into a fight, it would give my parents the impression that I was in this dangerous school environment and not the very real, just family drama that was happening in this blended family. But this is at school grounds or school-sponsored activities. So if two parents on school grounds that are using, for example, ECU High School's softball field, got into a fight and one of them got injured, every parent at the high school will get a notification that violent activity happened at the school, even though it had nothing to do with students, and it had nothing to do with anything of the people who weren't on the two parents at the softball game that got into a fight. And then school-sponsored activities. So let's say your high school goes to the state championship for hockey, and two students from opposing teams get into a fight. Now, every single parent at those two high schools are getting a notification that violent activity occurred. That is really, really unworkable. And then for districts to have to go and find out if there are any recordings or videos of two parents getting in a fight at a softball game, or of two students getting in a fight at Xcel Energy Center, at the state hockey league game. I mean, this is not, I think, what we're trying to get to, and that is to Senator Cwodzinski's point. It gives this illusion of an incredibly dangerous environment when there could be a minor conflict between two parents, a minor conflict between two step-siblings who no longer like each other. And most students aren't going to have any more information for their parent other than, I guess, a thing happened. Most kids won't know because it happens in another part of the school, in a classroom that they weren't part of, or between adults that have no relevancy to their life. So I'm going to ask folks to vote no, because this is doing a lot more than I think how it's been portrayed, and this is not going to be workable for our districts.
Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President. My comments are similar, in a similar vein. I think this is one of those things that is well-intentioned, but really could have done a lot of good going through a committee process, for example, where some of the words in here were able to be vetted. For example, violent and injury. I mean, I think most of us know what the intention of this bill would be, but I can say as a parent to elementary school students, you know, if you take it down a parent that wants to be informed of everything, some kid tripping someone on the playground and a bruise could technically be a violent act and an injury. And so I would foresee, especially with the very young kids who aren't always aware of their bodies and accidentally hitting each other and accidentally causing problems, that I would be getting multiple reports every day of what some of these small kids were doing to each other as, you know, they poked each other, accidentally scratched each other, did all of these things. So I think there's a well-meaning intention here, but without that vetting and that more precise terminology, I think the schools would be just overwhelmed trying to report every cut and bruise when some kid did something to each other. Thank you.
Members, before we go to the author of the amendment at the last person, anyone else? Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I encourage a green vote on this because it's simply about parents knowing what's going on in their student's school, knowing if their students are safe. And if the concern is that we don't want them to think that the schools are unsafe because they're actually learning about what's happening there, that just, oof, that doesn't sit right with me. So I would encourage a green vote. Thank you very much.
The Secretary would take the roll on the A72 Coleman amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Coleman. Thank you. I was really going to say Senator Kunis. Senator Kunis, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Yes, we get mixed up often, too. Senator Dibble votes no.
Say it one more time.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
And Senator Herb votes no.
And Senator Herb votes no. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Cwodzinski votes aye.
Senator Cwodzinski votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Matthews votes aye.
And Senator Matthews votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 30 ayes and 34 noes. The A72 amendment is not adopted. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A51 amendment.
Senator Coleman offers the A51 amendment. The Secretary will report the A51 amendment.
Senator Coleman moves to amend Senate File Number 1740 as follows. Page 21, after line 27, insert. This is the A51 amendment.
Senator Coleman, to your A51 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request a roll call, please.
Roll call requested, roll call granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is another bill that got a hearing during power sharing, and this was inspired to me after a St. Paul middle school teacher in tears in my office last year was telling me that she wants to talk about how violent her school has gotten, but she has been told from her superiors, if you do, you will be fired. She said that students are joining gangs, they are bringing weapons to their middle school, to feel safe because of the amount of violence taking place in their school. She said it's not reported as often as it's supposed to be reported, and parents have no idea how badly it's gotten. She cannot speak out, though, and one of the testifiers we had was another teacher who did speak out and did get fired. So what this does is it completely protects student data privacy rights, right in the language, but it also says that teachers cannot be fired or retaliated against for discussing, reporting, or publicizing incidents of school violence or dangerous conduct. Request a green vote, and thank you for the time.
Roll call requested, roll call grant. Senator Cwodzinski on the A51 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Coleman. I'm looking over the amendment now. I like the language on 1.4 through 1.8, but I'm nervous about students' data privacy rights, even though it says nothing in this section waives a student's data privacy rights. I'm just nervous about that language. I respect Senator Coleman's desire to protect employees that come forward with what happened to them or what they saw in a school, that they should be protected by going public and not face consequences from their employer. But I'm just nervous about that last line on 1.8. So, and there might be some judiciary issues that committee should hear as well. So. Maybe for another day, Senator Coleman. I'm urging members to vote no.
Other members' comments to the amendment before we go back to Senator Coleman? Seeing none, Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Cwodzinski, for the consideration. However, this is the second year in a row I think we're being told it should go maybe another day. And this exact language was in front of the committee and it got laid over. It didn't get referred to judiciary because we didn't feel the need to do so. So members, this has been vetted. We've discussed this for years. This is about protecting teachers and, again, putting transparency into our schools. Please vote green.
Thank you, Senator Coleman. The Secretary will take the roll on the A51 amendment. Senator Kunish, can you report the remote voters?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
And Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no. Senator Rasmussen. Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 40, Senator Howe votes aye. Senator Howe votes aye. Senator Lang votes aye. Senator Lang votes aye. Senator Liskey votes aye. Senator Liskey votes aye. Senator Utke votes aye. Senator Utke votes aye. Senator Jasinski votes aye. Senator Jasinski votes aye. And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Matthews votes aye. Senator Matthews votes aye. All members having voted that desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 yea votes and 33 nay votes, the amendment is not adopted.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A50 amendment.
Senator Coleman offers the A50 amendment. The Secretary will report the A50 amendment.
Senator Coleman moves to amend Senate File Number 1740 as follows. Page 32 after line 25, insert. This is the A50 amendment.
Senator Coleman, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, you'll see a handout I had on your desk, a really stomach-churning news story. Basically, there was a loophole identified in statute. And so if there's harm to a child or something horrific happens and a teacher is fired, that teacher must be reported to PELSB. What they have found, though, is if you simply rescind their contract, there is a loophole, and Pellsby does not need to be notified. So this simply closes that loophole, and I think it's a friendly amendment. I'll wait to hear back from the chair, Mr. President.
Senator Cwodzinski, your thoughts on the 850 amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Coleman. We have talked to Pellsby, the agency that would be impacted by this bill, and they're in support of it. And so it's a friendly amendment. Thank you, Senator Coleman.
All those in favor of the 850 amendment, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails. The 850 is adopted. Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am going to offer the A68.
Senator Kroon, are you sure it's the A68?
Thank you, Mr. President. I am sure that I'm reverting back to the A68.
All right. Senator Kroon offers the A68. The Secretary will report the A68.
Senator Kroon moves to amend Senate File Number 1740 as follows. Page 28, after line 9, insert. This is the A68 amendment.
Senator Kroon to your A68 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this is a somewhat sensitive subject and a widely misunderstood subject as well. Mr. President, this relates to the expulsion, the suspension prohibition in kindergarten through grade 3 that we enacted 2 years ago, Mr. President. And this amendment seeks to modify that, not entirely repeal it, but to modify it. And when I talk to teachers and administrators in my school district, and having had some experience while I was on the school board myself, I always knew that when a younger child in that K through 3 age group is suspended, it's not for punitive purposes. Typically what it is it's a child in crisis, and the intent of the suspension is to buy the team around that child some time, to give them a breather, to get the student out of crisis, and to figure out a plan to safely get that student back into the classroom. And it afforded that team around the student the time to do that. It was not punitive, but restorative. And it was also done to protect the other students and to respect their learning environment as well. Mr. President, I've placed on the desk of every member a letter that I received, and as well as from Anoka Hennepin schools, as well as the other senators in that district. And I think it's a really meaningful letter. It's the first time I've placed a letter on everyone's desk, I think, since I've been here. And the reason that I think it's a meaningful letter is this letter is coming from people that are dealing with this in the classroom. They're not activists, but they're educators. And the signatories of this letter shows the unifying support for making changes to this provision. It's signed by the superintendent of Anoka Hennepin, along with both co-chairs of the Anoka Hennepin School Board, and anybody who's been following knows that's a divided board, and so it's coming from both sides of the school board. It's signed by the Elementary and Secondary Principal Association in Anoka Hennepin, and it's also signed by the Anoka Hennepin Education Minnesota, which is the teachers union within Anoka Hennepin. Anoka Hennepin is the largest school district in the state, Mr. President, and they're asking for a change on this provision, and that's what this amendment does. Also, the letter is important because it clarifies the incorrect assertion that the new policy does not actually prohibit suspensions to address serious behaviors posing a safety threat. The statute, as it currently exists, does not actually allow that. And this clears up, I think, in a very methodical, persuasive way, that misconception. And Mr. President, this amendment is actually a compromise. I introduced a bill that would completely repeal the K-3 suspension prohibition. This bill doesn't completely repeal it like maybe I might want to do. I'm really trying to find a way that can, a way forward that has bipartisan support. And the language that is in this amendment is drafted in a way that hopefully will do that. It reflects the reality that the intention of the suspensions at this grade level are not and should not be punitive. Mr. President, I'm not looking to score any political points with this amendment. This amendment is simply to respond to and address a serious concern identified by our school districts. I thank Senator Cwodzinski for his meaningful consideration of this amendment when we discussed it earlier today, and other members that I've discussed this with. I hope that we can come together on this, I think, well-thought-out compromise amendment to address this serious issue, and I encourage members to vote yes. Thank you.
Senator Cwodzinski, your thoughts in reaction to the A68 amendment?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Cruin. You and I had a very wonderful conversation in the last few days on this, and I appreciate your work. I'm just on the fly like this, passing legislation of this vital importance. I know in 2022, 2023, we heard bills similar to this in committee. I thought we reached some good consensus on kids need to be in school, and yet the kids that are not behaving properly, what do we, I don't know. But nonetheless, at this point and at this juncture, I'm urging our members to vote no on this. But thank you, Senator Cruin, for bringing it forward.
All right, members, we're on the A68 amendment. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. And this is probably one of the top 3 topics that when I visit schools and district that specifically the principals bring up and tell me needs to be addressed or fixed. And I think they try to sympathize with the intent of the law that was passed not long ago, but they say in reality, when you're practically trying to run a school, we need a little bit of flexibility. And I appreciate the compromise language that Senator Cruin has brought forward. And members, I would just ask you, I know we're all busy, we're getting antsy, we're trying to wrap up for the evening, but this is one to pay attention to. Because this one shouldn't just be a Republican or a Democrat straight line vote. You've all got schools, teachers, principals in your districts that have probably asked you to fix this law. And if we're just going to say, hey, you know what, we really haven't ever heard about this law, when we've heard about it all session long, that's why we have a compromise in front of us. If there's ever a time for you to say, you know what, we're going to follow the advice we talked about at the beginning of this bill, which is to listen to school districts and leaders, listen to our school boards, afford them flexibility, try to strike some compromise with them, make it a little bit easier for them to do their jobs. This would be an amendment that you support. We just passed an amendment earlier trying to strike a balance on seclusion for folks. This is in that similar vein. We're being asked to provide districts, the people that deal with this every single day, that are working with our kids and parents and families for flexibility. Senator Cruin told us just about every interest group is asking for this. So why on earth would one political party just arbitrarily say, no, we know better, we don't like it, we're not going to pass it? Why? Because we haven't had enough time to actually think about it. You've had all session. We've talked about it before in committee several times. That's not an acceptable excuse, and I'm telling you, Mr. President, teachers, school boards, parents, students, they're getting frustrated. They're tired of the empty promises. They're tired of people with a doublespeak saying, we're going to give you flexibility, we hear you, we're going to fix it, and then when push comes to shove and it's time to actually fix it, essentially telling those people, yeah, we didn't really mean it. This is a chance to fix a significant issue for them, Mr. President. Folks, please don't make this one a party line vote. Your districts want it, they need it. Vote green. Thank you.
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. Minnesota has some of the worst achievement gaps in the country. We can't close that education gap or that achievement gap when kids are not in school, especially when our children of color and our kids with disabilities are not in school. When it comes to suspensions, 11.6% of the classroom of kids in Minnesota identify as black, but they make up almost 45% of suspensions. 1.7% of these kids identify as indigenous, but they make up over 5% of suspensions. We also know that children with disabilities are suspended twice as often as kids that do not have disabilities. We are talking about our youngest learners. We are talking about 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds, and 8-year-olds. Suspending a 7-year-old because they yelled back at a teacher in a moment of anger or panic does absolutely nothing for that child. And we need to keep in mind that behavior is communication. No 6-year-old needs to be removed from the classroom for 2 or 3 days. No one needs that long to get a child back into a proper environment. We also know that there are many schools in Minnesota that do not use suspension as a disciplinary tool. And these school systems understand that children are still learning to exist in public spaces with different rules. They are still learning that skills that they need to meet adult expectations and skills needed to cope with situations that they are not familiar with. Like sharing, for example, when you are an only child. So when we send kids home, they cannot learn these skills. They cannot practice these skills. And when we send these kids home, they can't get the education that they are constitutionally guaranteed. Further, I will note that the letter dropped on your desk is completely incorrect, and that MDE has already wrote them back correcting these misconceptions. K-3 children can be removed from the classrooms and can be sent home for the remainder of the day. They can also be suspended or expelled if there is an ongoing threat to safety. So please, let's stop trying to roll back the rights that we have guaranteed our smallest learners. We again are talking about 6, 7, and 8-year-old children. Please vote no. Thank you.
Senator Westland.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also want to remind folks how we arrived at this language being adopted. The Minnesota Department of Human Rights entered into settlement agreements with 12% of Minnesota school districts over their racial and disability disparities in suspensions and expulsions. 12% of our school district entered into settlements to correct this. No district, no individual teacher thinks that when they are making individual actions that they are doing something with bias or with the intent to discriminate. But when you amalgamate the data across the state or across a district, you see that that is the outcome. And so in the Minnesota Department of Human Rights work, which enforces our state civil rights law, they entered into these settlements, worked with districts, and they came out with a bunch of recommendations. And their number one recommendation was to eliminate K-3 suspensions, with the caveat of an ongoing threat to safety. So that is how we arrived here. It is an actual solution to a problem that we have identified in this state. And so I'm going to urge members to vote no on this amendment because we still have work to do to close that achievement gap, but we are doing it, and we need to make sure we keep going.
Senator Mitchell.
Thank you. I would like to say I agree that this should not be a party line vote because we are supposed to protect our children, and schools are supposed to be about our children and their learning environment and how they can proceed in their lives. When we change words like suspension and say, oh, no, this is just a dismissal, we're just changing the words when we can kick a kid out of school for 3 years. And it has already been highlighted, the kids that are often suspended are much more disproportionately minorities, males, children with disabilities, and children who are coming from different other types of trauma backgrounds. You know what you probably shouldn't do to a child who might be going through some trauma, including at home? Send them home for 3 days. You should get them services. And I think when we know better, we are supposed to do better. And what we have learned with the brain function of children, especially with children with disabilities, is that secluding them in some way makes it worse. And that includes sending them home. Because you can say all day long, it's not punitive, but what does the rest of the class think it is? What does that child think it is? They think it's punitive. And now they have been pointed out as a bad kid that did something wrong and had to be sent home for 3 days. No, we owe our children services. I admit, as a parent, and especially someone who has dealt with kids from a traumatic background, I have had to learn new things. I used to be a timeout parent, but I have learned, especially with one of these neurodiverse kids, to now be a time-in parent, that just separating a small child and saying, go sit in timeout and figure out what you did wrong, is emotionally inappropriate. You need to include that child because they shouldn't have to figure out for themselves, be it in seclusion or alone at their house, what they did wrong. They need services, they need support, and we need to not be singling children out in these ways. These are young children.
Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the debate, although I just don't know if we're discussing the same thing. A lot of regard for the people who have testified on all sides of this. I am not an educator. I'm not a lawyer. But I thought I would listen to the people. I had a question about the law earlier. I talked to counsel, and he gave me a complimentary consultation, which I appreciated that answer. I don't know if you saw the letter on the desk. And I don't know if anybody had the privilege to watch the testimony at the hearing that Senator Coleman convened when we were doing power sharing, which was actually a really good way to do business here, Mr. President. And it was constructive at that time. Superintendent after superintendent, teacher after teacher, expert after expert came and begged for some help. Not because they would need more ways to be mean to some child who was acting out because they're a certain demographic group, but because they cared deep in their passionate hearts that this child was going to be just not able to re-engage in the class. If you read the letter, which came from Mr. President, Anoka is certainly a blue, or at least a purple area. Anoka District is the purplest school district. We have three and three, and on each side, and they have to work together like we have to here now. But the two of those co-chairs who disagree on all kinds of things signed a letter saying, help. The superintendent who came out of Osseo and who's committed his career toward this and representing many other superintendents said, could you please help? The head of the union from Anoka of the largest school district said, we agree, we need some help. And none of the stuff on here says, we just want to find a new way to punish these children and make sure they get off track. But what they see happening is they are getting off track. And what's all about the amendment, Mr. President, and I appreciate your reminder, gentle though it may be. So I thought that in the hearing we had that the people on our committee were persuaded we have to do something. Mr. President, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to use a prop, but this is the list of all the things in the bill that address this problem. It's a blank piece of paper. And so what happens is little Billy or Susie or whoever act out and cause a stir. Maybe you cause an evacuation of a classroom at 10 in the morning. Perhaps the parent can come get them. And so then they go home. Maybe they're suspended for the rest of the day. Okay. The parents working, they need time to, the staff is busy. Anoka just laid off, a couple hundred staff now. So there's less staff ever. And you say, oh, help staff, help. Well, they're running out of people to have help do anything. And so now when the next morning comes, there's no plan to help this child. What they want time is to put a plan together. Not to help the child lose 2, 3, 4 days, 3 days on this one. But they need some time. They begged for time. David Law, the superintendent, president, or whatever their group is called, formerly a superintendent for Anoka, in a very eloquent manner said, how are we going to handle this? And I don't think the response to the legislature should be this, Mr. President, a blank piece of paper. And so rather than being concerned about some punitive thing and like the child's going to be off track because they missed some days of school, they're never going to get back on track, Mr. President. And when they don't buy into the idea of the school being their place where it's safe, where people care so they can learn to deport themselves correctly, they may drop out. And as you well know, well under half of the kids at third grade level do not read. And a greater disproportion of those that are black, indigenous, and people of color do not read. And when they get to high school, they still don't read. And some of these interventions would have made a real difference. And I'm being so emphatic because I just can't believe at the end we're going to go home with nothing. And so, just nothing. And Mr. President, indeed, some of these children do injure teachers. And I guess we don't care about that at all. We don't care about the other kids who are being disrupted, like they don't matter. And the child that we're not going to let help, they don't matter. Mr. President, they all matter. This letter says it matters. The environment matters, the teachers matter, and especially the child who's a target of this. So I beg you all to reconsider this and at least send it over to conference so it could be worked on. Is it perfect? Probably not. But what it says, it doesn't say, back to the amendment, Mr. President, it doesn't say just so they can punish the child. It says so they can work with the parents and work with the team to establish a plan. They probably don't even need 3 days, but they need more than 4 hours. Members, please, let's just be some sense about this. Don't listen to me, but listen to your own people across the entire state. The leaders of all the districts that are in this represented here, which is everyone, would like this to happen, or some version. Without this language in, there's going to be no version, and you can tell them, sorry, we'll catch you next year, and sorry about the kids who are never going to be connected. Thank you, Mr. President. Please vote.
Members,
yes.
as a reminder, we're on the A68. I'm now going to Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. When this was first passed in 2023, this was a one-size-fits-all solution to a very specific problem. And if the problem was that students of color were being suspended in larger numbers than other students, then that's the problem that should have been dealt with, not this mandate across the whole state to deal with that problem. And we've heard a lot about the rights of kids to stay in school and the rights of kids to school, to be in school. And I've been there, Mr. President. I have seen kids that are flipping out. I have seen kids that are running around. They're not learning, Mr. President. We can pretend that by keeping them in school, they're going to somehow magically learn by osmosis, but their behavior is not allowing them to learn. But the thing that we're not asking ourselves is, what about the other students? And what about the staff? One of the superintendents that testified, I think in Ed Policy, I watched that committee, said that staff injuries have increased by 70% since this was changed. And so you can say, well, they're just little, they're just first and second graders. Well, they're injuring staff. And people can say, well, if they're taken out of the classroom and they're sent home, they're not learning anything. But if we allow them to stay in the classroom, do you know who else is not learning anything? The 30 kids that are in there having to deal with it, or the 30 kids that have to evacuate the classroom because staff can't deal with it. I have a couple of stories, Mr. President. Actually, yesterday, my wife was sitting at soccer. My fourth grader had soccer, and she was sitting next to a friend of hers who's a PSA at a local school. This PSA had a huge bruise on her face. And so my wife, and she had scratches down her neck. My wife said, what happened to you? A first grader, where she works, pounded her in the face, gave her a huge bruise. They sent the kid home that day. My wife said, well, what about the scratches? She said, that was the second day. So they sent him home early. They couldn't suspend him to come up with a better plan. He came back, and he scratched her neck. Mr. President, we have to think about the safety of our staff. Another story, in a nearby school district, there was a special ed student that was assaulted by another student, and they caught this kid shoving his face in dirty water, in muddy water. So they sent him home. They couldn't suspend him. Guess what he tried to do the next day? Tried to do it again. So this poor kid that's in special ed is getting his face shoved in muddy water because we can't get the time to deal with these kids that have these behavior problems. We need to look at the safety of staff. We need to look at the safety of students. Injuries are sky high. And not to mention, this is another unfunded mandate because the principals that have talked to me have said we have to keep these kids in school. We can't really come up with a plan to send them home, so we just have to hire more staff. And when they have to cut $280 million over the next year, which staff is going to get cut? It's probably going to be that staff that's helping to work with these kids. So I would encourage a green vote. No teacher wants to send kids home unless they absolutely have to, but we need to give our schools some relief. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Nelson, and let me ask a question. After Senator Nelson, I want to go to Senator Kroon as the author of the amendment. I would just want to make sure that I make everyone aware of that. Okay, Senator Nelson and then Senator Kroon before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I will be brief, but I would just note a couple things. There's an entire new term now called dysregulated that our students, and I'm hearing this from my teachers, that dysregulated students who are not able to control themselves in the classroom. And when we say that we're not going to allow a student to be dismissed from a classroom, what do you think is happening in that classroom? The dysregulation continues. And I mentioned this earlier, but I want to make sure it's very clear that the result of the current law is that teachers and their students are evacuating the classroom, and the help comes in to help the young student who is dysregulated. And when I have had teachers come to me and tell me that, oh yes, I had to evacuate my classroom this week. I didn't know what that meant until they explained it. And then another teacher said, oh yes, we had to do that 3 times this week. And this is interrupting learning for all of our kids. And then, of course, when I go to dinners and evening meetings, that very same week, I had parents sitting beside me, and actually grandparents, telling me, you know, our children, our grandchildren, are not able to learn because the class has to go out into the hallway or a new place because there's a child who is out of control. And I don't think we're doing anybody any favors when we allow that to happen. That child who's dysregulated needs help. We need to be able to get the help there or get the child to the help, but to disrupt the entire class is the wrong way to go. I support the Kroon amendment. I encourage a yes vote.
Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members, for the discussion. I'll be brief. I think the letter on your desk is accurate. The safety threat exception does not apply to suspensions. It only applies to expulsions and exclusions. And I know this is a matter of definitions and it's a matter of legal analysis. And I heard something about another group saying that this is wrong. Well, I've looked at the statutes. I've looked at how it's laid out, and I think it's absolutely accurate. I don't know how you could read it another way, legally. And more importantly, if there wasn't a problem and there was a safety threat exception right now and schools could suspend students in those cases, they wouldn't be at the Capitol here begging us to do something about this. And these are superintendents at Anoka Hennepin, very smart and capable superintendents. They're lawyers. They've looked at this. They're coming to us for help because a problem exists. And this amendment, as I said before, is a compromise. It's a way forward that recognizes the sensitivity of this issue, recognizes the intent of this issue is not to punish. I heard something about students in K-3 being suspended for yelling back at a teacher in a moment of anger. That just isn't happening. That is absolutely not what we're talking about here. We've heard stories from Senator Farnsworth. We've heard stories from Senator Seeberger about those young children and some of the issues that they have in the classroom, complete disruption of learning, safety threats to teachers and other students. That's what we're talking about here. We're talking about allowing the school district, giving them a tool to help that child, to restore the classroom back to a place of learning environment while they help that child come up with a plan to get back in the classroom, ready for success, and not to disrupt the learning environment as best they can. Our schools are begging for this. This is one small thing that we can do, and I encourage members to vote yes. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A68 Croon Amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Kunesh, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Friends votes no.
Senator Friends votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
And Senator Dibble votes no.
And Senator Dibble votes no. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 40, Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Utley votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Matthews votes aye.
And Senator Matthews votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 32 noes. Did someone change? What happened?
Mr. President.
Okay, got it.
Mr. President, point of order.
We're in the middle of a vote.
Mr. President, point of order.
We're in the middle of a vote. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 33 nays, the A68 amendment is not adopted. Now, Senator
Mr. President, yeah, point of order. You had closed the roll when there was 33 aye votes and 32 no votes up on the screen. And you instructed the Secretary to close the roll, and then we had the votes change after the roll was closed. And, Mr. President, the advice that I would offer to you is when you say that the roll is closed, that's when the roll is closed. Otherwise, members could just continue to change their votes even after you've instructed the Secretary to close the roll.
Senator Rasmussen, just for an explanation, what happened was as we were tallying the vote, when I was getting ready to close the roll, there was concern expressed by the Secretary that he wasn't sure if he had recorded the votes accurately, and that's why he asked for a minute, and I slowed down and stopped so that could happen. And so we'll make sure that we'll take an extra second pause in order to make sure that all those votes are properly recorded so that we don't have the misunderstanding. That's what happened, and that is why I paused, because that's what the front desk asked for at that moment. Anything else? I think that should be it.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Can I continue to debate the bill? Mr. President, I just hope Minnesotans are watching. I'm hope they're watching this game that just played out here on the floor of the Minnesota Senate, where people want to signal that they have support for something unless it's consequential, unless it actually matters for Minnesotans. And I hope that they just watched what happened here, where we had a vote that could have put bipartisan policy forward into this bill, And I think people can watch what just occurred, and I hope they are.
And Senator Rasmussen, I hope that they had an opportunity not just to watch it, but also to hear exactly what happened. We have nonpartisan staff that asked that to be done. I was responding to that, so there was no finagling because I don't finagle. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Point of inquiry. Mr. President, when you instruct the Secretary to close the roll, we all want to see an accurate vote. We all see the vote on the board. When you close the roll, is it not expected that the votes are locked in?
It is expected for me to stop and pause if nonpartisan staff said, I think I may have put some votes in inaccurately when recording the remote voters. So that's why we paused, and that's what happened. We have nonpartisan staff, and I do not want us to go down a rabbit hole of asserting or at least creating this innuendo that nonpartisan staff needs to do anything that is wrong. And I believe that's what is being suggested, and I don't think that's fair to our nonpartisan staff.
Mr. President, just to that point, I'm not accusing nonpartisan staff of doing anything wrong. I'm asking about the procedure that when you say the roll is closed, we always have time to correct the votes, and we make that the leaders will correct those votes to you, and fine, you don't have to call the plus or the minus. But what we saw was votes close on the board without any instruction to you that these remote voters had changed their vote. Mr. President, I want to make sure that when you say the roll is closed, that all members know that that board is locked unless there is a inquiry to you, and there was not. It feels, Mr. President, as if there was a pause more for someone to influence a vote rather than that was back here, because from what I saw, it wasn't an excused member or remote member that changed their vote, and that to me is a problem if we can't count on the fact that when the roll is closed and votes are locked, that allow the Secretary to then make an accurate count.
So without going into any further explanation, we'll now keep moving forward.
Mr. President,
Quaid.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Is it on the same topic, Senator Rasmussen?
Yes, Mr. President, it is, and I have a question
okay.
on the parliamentary procedures. Mr. President, was Senator Housechild, was it reported as a remote vote on the most previous vote?
Senator Rasmussen, I did not see if from my understanding, he was not a remote voter. I did not see what he was doing. We were exchanging between each other in order. Senator Housechild was not recorded as a remote voter. So when again, for the third time, when the Secretary of the Senate indicated that he may have recorded a remote voter wrong, we paused in order to make sure that we could get that clear so that we would have an accurate voting total. So thank you, Senator Rasmussen, for the question. I hope that answers your question, because we will make sure that we pause a little more in order to make sure that there are no problems. Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would offer the A29 amendment.
Senator McQuaid offers the A29 amendment. The Secretary will report the A29.
Senator Mayquade moves to amend Senate File 1740 as follows. Page 1, after line 29, insert. This is the A29 amendment.
Senator McQuaid, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the A29 amendment also closes a loophole similar to what Senator Coleman mentioned earlier. Right now, in the state of Minnesota, a person who has been convicted of or admitted to or taken an Alford plea for a whole host of crimes, including murder, criminal sex conduct against children, murder of an unborn child, could direct a homeschool. And so this amendment is really simple, and it prohibits somebody from operating a homeschool if they have been convicted of or admitted to one of the crimes in 245C.15, which are the disqualifying crimes under DHS. And that is my amendment, Mr. President.
Any other, Senator Cwodzinski to the A29 amendment.
I'm kind of looking over. Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McQuaid, for bringing this forward. I'm just kind of perusing it right now. I know that vote yes.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. In looking over the amendment, I couldn't help but think about another public policy that we have. Did you know that if you served a prison sentence for a serious crime, and after you pay your debt to society, right now you can be a foster parent? That kind of relates to the very amendment that we have right now. If you pay your debt to society, you've made an error in behavior, you pay your debt to society, and yet you can live with your children, according to this amendment, but you can't teach them at home. So I'm kind of wondering, what are we really trying to do with this amendment? And when other public policies in the state of Minnesota recognize that after someone has paid that debt to society, we want them to be responsible. We want them to ingrain themselves back in society and adopt the culture that we all enjoy. So if we can do it for a hardened criminal that gets out of prison after serving their time, and they can actually be a foster parent, this amendment doesn't make sense. So I would ask the body to reject the amendment. Otherwise, we're going to have to go back through our statute books and look for all the other reasons why someone who might be on a social mend can raise their children, but they can't educate them. That just doesn't make sense to me. So I hope we would pause on this amendment. And Senator Cwodzinski, I hope you're listening, because quite honestly, I think a quick non-analytical yes vote is just not the right direction we should be going. This type of movement threatens parental rights, especially for those who are moving past their poor decisions that they made earlier in their life. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Limmer. I'm sorry, we were indulging something. Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Limmer, I actually really appreciate you bringing up the role of foster parents and the disqualifying or bar crimes, because this is actually modeled exactly after those crimes. So to be a foster parent or kinship foster care, there are disqualifying crimes, and then there are other crimes that are maybe a 15-year bar or a 7-year bar or a 5-year bar or a 1-year bar. And so I am only going after the permanent disqualification crimes. So for example, the malicious punishment of a child, sexual extortion, criminal sexual conduct, murder of an unborn child, offenses that when you know of them, you wouldn't want a child or children under the sole discretion of that person instructing their education. And the thing that I will say is that there are bad people who exploit the lax laws in Minnesota, who give homeschooling a bad name in other places. There are great parents who homeschool their kids, even ones who might be under that 15-year bar or 5-year bar or 1-year bar. This isn't about impugning anyone. It's just saying we have actually set standards for exactly what you brought up, Senator Limmer, to be permanently barred from being a foster parent. And there are Reddit threads dedicated to people who do bad things to children on places they can move to homeschool their children, to continue to do bad things to their children, mentioning Minnesota, because we don't have any law related to this. This is not to impugn the good people who do homeschooling. It is to not allow predators to take advantage of this loophole to give it a bad name.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator McQuaid yield for a question?
Senator McQuaid, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator McQuaid, at the very beginning, you define a homeschool as a school of students related by parent or legal guardian and directed by the student's parent or legal guardian. So if I understand your amendment, a child could go to a public school and come home and live with the very parents, eat dinner with them, sleep under the same roof as them, but that parent can't teach them Algebra 2. Makes absolutely no sense to me. Why are we allowing, and it seems to me that the courts would decide what that custody parameter, what the custody parameters would be before we do this. And so my question to you is, am I reading this right? A child could go to a public school and come home to those very same parents who have committed these very same heinous crimes, and I agree with you, I've done a lot of work in protecting our children against the very predators that you've listed in this bill. But the flow of the bill, the logic of the bill is escaping me, and if you could just confirm or deny that my assessment of this is correct.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. And to Senator Pratt's question, the issue at hand here is not whether or not that child is in the custody of that parent. For most children, they interact with other adults, other members of society in regular ways. But what has happened is that adults, especially with these kinds of criminal convictions, will utilize the fact of homeschool to have their children escape any sort of interaction with other adults, particularly ones who could provide them safety. And so, much like we have set for foster parents, what we are saying is that if you are a parent or a homeschool person who has been convicted or pled guilty to or admitted to these specific crimes, not every crime, certainly not, that you can't be the sole director of your child's education because it puts that child in danger. And there are groups of students who have been in these situations that have said, this could have saved me because a predator utilized this loophole to abuse me. And it gives the good parents who do homeschooling, it puts them in that terrible position to be maligned when we could very easily do this and not have that loophole exist.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I don't want our children to be exposed to these types of predators either, but we also have a process to make sure that custody and the parameters around custody are defined. This is just simply an assault on a parent's right to choose, to educate their child at home or to put them in a public school. And we're finding more and more children, more and more families are opting to homeschool. Now, we've got other issues in the education finance bill that become an assault on parental choice for schools and education. But this makes no sense. Mr. President, a child wakes up in the morning with a parent who's been convicted of the crime, but they have full custodial rights or they're operating under the custodial rights that the courts have set. That child goes off to public school. They come home after school with that parent there. They have supper with that parent. They go to bed with that parent. They spend 16 hours with that parent, but not the 8 hours that they are going to be studying Algebra 2 or English or writing. And boy, help us if we try to teach a child cursive, I guess. I don't know, because, we don't know who's there. I got off track, Mr. Chair. The point being, this is nothing but a way, this is not about protecting children, because these children are exposed to these adults already. We've relied on the courts to define what that parental relationship should be. And it is completely nonsensical to say that that child, that a non-convicted parent may not make that choice to homeschool for their own child. This is an assault on parental rights, and I encourage members to vote no.
Senator Westland.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator May Quaid yield for a question?
Senator May Quaid, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator May Quaid. Senator May Quaid, am I correct that you're the vice chair of the Education Policy Committee?
Senator May Quaid to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I am the vice chair of the Education Policy Committee.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator May Quaid continue to yield?
Will you yield? She will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator May Quaid. And I'm assuming, Senator May Quaid, that if this was an issue that you were concerned about as being vice chair on the Education Policy Committee, that this language is from a bill that you've introduced or a bill that was presented in committee. I was wondering if you could help me find what bill this language is contained in.
Senator May Quaid to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Rasmussen, for the question. This is actually language from the bill that Senator Limmer was talking about. I have a bill, I sit on the Child Protection Service work group that President Champion is the chair of, and in that bill, we are working through the disqualifying crimes, permanent bars, 15-year, 5-year, 7-year, 1-year, and through that work, realize that this loophole exists, and through the work with those children who had been removed from homes learned more about this issue. So you would find this language, specifically these crimes we're referencing here, in that bill.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator May Quaid continue to yield?
She will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator May Quaid. So, Senator May Quaid, was this language then heard in the Education Policy Committee? And the reason I'm asking is I'm just curious as to what type of testimony might have been offered in the debate and what different people who'd be impacted by this had to say in front of the Education Policy Committee, which I don't serve on.
Senator May Quaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, we did not have a hearing in education policy. And to be quite honest with you, Mr. President, I didn't think that this would be controversial. We're talking about people who have been convicted of solicitation of children to engage in sexual conduct, malicious punishment of a child, sexual solicitation of a child, neglect or endangerment of a child, use of minors in sexual performances, indecent exposure involving a minor. I didn't think it would be controversial, Mr. President, to say that those folks can't direct homeschools with children because they're exploiting a loophole in our laws to continue that abuse over them.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator May Quaid. One of the concerns I have with this language is just that if this was important, if this was something that folks had concern with, that's why we have bills that are introduced in committee and we get a chance to hear and understand the implications. And I'm just worried that with this language here today, that I don't fully know what implications this will have on parents and their ability to homeschool. And I think it's just disappointing that if this was an issue that members of the Education Policy Committee were very concerned about, that they didn't introduce a bill and request a hearing, so that not just members on this floor got a chance to offer thoughts and debate, but Minnesotans would have had the chance to come and offer their testimony, both in favor and against. And I think, Mr. President and members, by adopting this amendment, we're really taking away that opportunity for Minnesotans to have their voice heard on this really important issue.
Any other discussion? Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering if Senator May Quaid would yield.
Will you yield? She will yield, Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator May Quaid. I've been listening to the conversation here, and I just want to get absolute clarity in my understanding here. So, Mr. President, Senator May Quaid, so under the scenario that Senator Pratt provided, a parent that meets the definition that you have in line 1.16 or 1.17, if that is such a parent, will the child be able to eat a meal with that parent?
Senator May Quaid, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. don't know if I totally understand the question, but I'll probably give the most likely scenario. And it would be when a parent who has children is suddenly living with or newly married to a person who has, insert some of these crimes here: use of minors in sexual performance, solicitation of a minor, criminal sexual conduct with a minor, so on and so forth. In that case, where the parent might have been homeschooling their child or children, the presence of that adult now living in that home disqualifies them from operating that homeschool, because the presence of that person who has committed sexual violence against children or indecent exposure or what have you is too dangerous to be in complete control of those children at all times. Meals, I'm not sure how that got brought into it, but whatever custody allows.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wondering if Senator May Quaid would yield for another question.
Will you yield? She will yield.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator May Quaid. The reason I'm asking about meals, I'm trying to get clarity in other activities that happen within a household. So if there is a parent who has served their time, they've been out of prison for 10 years, and they are the biological parent of a child. And I'm envisioning the several activities that would happen: playing catch in the backyard, going to the swimming pool, swimming lessons, having a meal together, reading a bedtime story together, having a campfire in the backyard and roasting marshmallows. Are these other activities permitted in the relationship between a biological parent and a child where the parent meets the definition? Are these, my question, Mr. President and Senator McQuaid, these other activities, would they be permitted?
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. The answer to Senator Lucero's question is unknowable, because each individual custody case, each individual person's crime, the extent of it is different. And so in some cases, probably yes, in some cases, maybe no.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so I can appreciate that answer. Circumstances are different. And that's why we have a judicial branch that evaluates these different scenarios. What's happening here is to deny the judicial branch in making determinations and evaluations between parents and children in one specific circumstance, and that is educating the child. But then the question becomes, what is instruction? Is teaching the child how to tie their shoe instruction that would be disqualified or prohibited by Minnesota law? Would it be in the backyard teaching a child the different types of birds that exist in Minnesota and the instruction? Think of the forms of instruction that would be prohibited then under a biological parent teaching their child, but then would be able to do the swimming lessons. They couldn't teach them birds, but they can teach them how to swim. They can't teach them mathematical problems, but they would be able to teach them how to start a campfire. It doesn't make sense. Or would they be prohibited from teaching how to do a campfire because it would be considered home instruction? And that's where I have a challenge with this amendment, is that it's illogical and it's inconsistent. The other question that I would have, if Senator McQuaid would yield.
Senator McQuaid will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am wondering, Senator McQuaid, if you have had any conversations with the Second Chance Coalition and if they have any thoughts on your particular amendment.
Senator McQuaid, directly to the question, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And to Senator Lucero's question, part of the reason why we went really specifically with these crimes is because they're permanent bars for other kinds of overseeing of children. And I, again, really want to state that I did not bring this to be like canny or to do anything funky. This is a really similar law to what we have in the Dakotas and to Wisconsin. I mean it when I say we have a loophole here in Minnesota that people exploit and they share it with other predators. The states around us don't have that. And so this is meant to do nothing other than just bring us into alignment with what is generally accepted safety practices. So in speaking with this, I've talked to former homeschool students who suffered this kind of abuse, and I've talked to other groups that are involved in this, just to close this very narrow loophole. It's not meant to do anything other than that.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I didn't hear an answer to the questions. I wonder if Senator Mayquade would yield again.
Senator Mayquade, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Mayquade. And I'm asking specifically the Second Chance Coalition. And the reason I'm asking about that particular organization is over the years, when I previously was a member of the Public Safety Committee in the other body, I am receptive to the conversations in circumstances of people that have served their time and the stigma that follows them after serving their debt to society. I am definitely receptive to the Second Chance Coalition in other areas, such as housing, jobs. I know it can become a bar, and it becomes very difficult. And when I'm wondering, Mr. President and Senator Mayquade, if you've had a conversation and what the opinion of the Second Chance Coalition might be on your particular amendment.
Senator Mayquade to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have not engaged with the Second Chance Coalition because this is not about jobs or housing. It is about homeschool students who might be abused and finding loopholes in our lax laws.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, the Second Chance Coalition is not limited to just housing and jobs. I just brought up those two scenarios. What the Second Chance Coalition is in their mission statement is involved in the stigma and trying to integrate people into society. And it is a conversation that I'm receptive to. And I think this is adverse to that when it is clearly not logical that a parent, a biological parent that has served their time, can go in the backyard and spend time with their child, maybe setting up a tent, teaching them how to camp, can share a meal, can pray together over dinner, all the other activities that go on underneath a household, but then can't teach them instruction. It doesn't make sense. It's an illogical amendment, and for that, Mr. President, I would encourage a no vote. Thank you.
Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I cannot believe what I'm hearing and the irony of the outrage that we might actually allow a convicted we might actually prohibit a convicted sex abuser, somebody who has been convicted and served time for a felony offense against children. How dare we even imagine that we would prohibit them from teaching our children or our friends' children. Thank you, Mr. President, for the reminder. For the last few hours, I have sat here shaking my head at the ridiculous amendments that have come up under the presumption of protecting our children from obscene materials, from transgendered sports participation, or from friends who might be participating in sports with our children who might be transgendered, from teaching children about other types of sexual identities and the horrors that those things might impart on our children. And now we have an amendment that would prohibit convicted sex offenders from teaching not only their own children, but possibly other people's children. And the parallels between teaching your children how to fish and teaching your children primary education, that is absolutely not, I can't even believe that I'm hearing these comparisons. So if I'm going to be listening to this false outrage about parental rights, spare me the indignation about
protecting our children, when here we have an extremely common sense amendment that would protect not only my children, your children, neighbors' children from convicted sex offenders teaching, homeschooling them, and yet, I mean, I've lost my train of thought. I can't even imagine that I'm in a world of reality where I had to listen to that outrage. So this is ridiculous. Thank you, Senator McQuaid, for offering this very common sense amendment. This has nothing to do with parental rights. It has nothing to do with teaching your kid how to build a fire in the backyard. And it has everything to do with protecting our children and maintaining the integrity of homeschooling. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Mitchell. And I want to make sure that we don't have anyone else after Senator Mitchell, because then I'm going to the author of the amendment. I just want to make sure that we're okay. Senator Duckworth, then we're going to go to Senator Mitchell, then you, Senator Duckworth, and then we'll go to Senator McQuaid. Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McQuaid, for introducing this. First, I want to clarify something that was said before. Just because someone in this category might have finished this sentence does not mean if we put another restriction on that we are interfering with the judicial branch. The judicial branch applies family law based on the framework that we pass laws on here. So we are well within our right to do extra things for the safeguarding of our children. And that is what this is. A lot of people would very happily bury their head in the sand on this issue, but I will say, I have known kids where I have had to give them back to a parent because we have a pretty, I wouldn't say a loose standard, but what parents can do versus other vetted foster parents or teachers or whatever, the standard is very different. So I have had to give kids back to parents where I was scared to death what was going to happen to them. I have had kids after the fact that went from foster care to going home to being sexually abused repeatedly before that was found again and they were properly removed again. There are children right now in Minnesota that are being physically abused, sexually abused in horrific ways, intentionally malnourished, and tortured in a variety of ways that we would not like to think about. But the reality is it exists. And unfortunately, the people who do these things to children figure out how to game the system. So there is nothing to say that a parent can't still throw around a baseball with their kid or teach them something or whatever else. But what we are doing here is ensuring that if there is a background that causes serious cause for concern and a reason to have eyes on a kid, that we make sure that they are not siphoned off into a system where they can basically be never seen again. So we are trying to make sure that in some way these kids that are at a higher risk are still having people who have eyes on them, who are still going to school where they're at least getting 1 or 2 meals a day, where all these things are happening. And if the parent or the person that they're dating or whatever, whoever else is in the house really has turned their life around, that is wonderful, and they can still do all of the things except homeschool. But the reality is there are people who intentionally get out of these systems. They even move to states with loopholes in the law like Minnesota to hide their kids away while they continue to abuse them. So we should not be one of the states with a loophole. We should not be one of the states that people move to so they can figure out a way to keep abusing their kids. So thank you, Senator McQuaid, for this law. This is a true thing that is going on. No one is disputing the quality homeschoolers that are out there, but we are trying to protect kids that bad people are taking off the grid.
Senator Duckworth, and after Senator Duckworth, we're going to Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. I think what's interesting about this discussion is that the unfortunate reality of the fact is we have made even discussing education and the safety and protecting of kids so hyper-political, so hyper-partisan, so divisive, that it makes it difficult for us to have a productive, constructive conversation regarding amendments that are well-intended and very well might actually benefit the very kids and families we're trying to help and serve, Mr. President. We've, throughout the course of debating this amendment, heard people say, we're feigning our desire to protect kids or keep them safe, when mere minutes or hours ago, we were offering amendments that would allow for parents and others to learn of incidents of violence in schools, and that amendment was shot down. We asked for other amendments that were aimed at trying to keep kids in classrooms safe from other students who would maybe cause them harm, simply because they needed a little bit more time, maybe 1 or 2 days for the school to come up with a plan that would allow that kid to come back into the classroom under much more safe circumstances. So here we are, Mr. President, discussing what likely might be a very well-intended, pretty decent amendment, but unfortunately, the environment and the circumstances we have created by making every single thing we discuss related to education in our kids highly politically partisan and divisive. There are very good laws and amendments that have been proposed by both Republicans and Democrats today and over the course of this session and previous sessions that would have done a lot of good that never saw the light of day. Why? Simply because they happen to have been offered by a Republican or a Democrat. And who loses in that situation, Mr. President? It's not I, the state senator that brought the amendment forward. It's not the other side that maybe voted for or against it. Who loses in that situation are the kids, the students, the families, the schools that would have benefited from common sense laws, reasonable, sensible attempts to help people, to help Minnesota, to help our schools. So, Mr. President, as we hopefully draw to an end regarding this bill at some time in the near future, let's keep that in mind. This isn't about Republicans versus Democrats. This is about good, sensible education policy that's going to help the kids here in Minnesota. Thank you.
Senator McQuaid, briefly, so we can go ahead and vote on this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I only have 30 minutes of response, and then I'll get to, no, I'm just kidding. I appreciate the comments. I do want to reiterate, I did not think that this was going to be controversial. We've had North Dakota, I will give an example, North Dakota, they do non-public and homeschool very, very different than Minnesota, and that is their prerogative. But the director of non-public and homeschools in North Dakota has called the state of Minnesota, because you have to be approved in North Dakota to operate a school like this, and they have denied people based on their background checks from doing this, and they said, oh, don't worry, we'll move to Minnesota. Like, we are being called by our colleagues in other states to warn us about people who are moving here to exploit these laws. County social workers bring this to us to say, like, look, this is a way that adults are taking kids away from the eyes of other responsible adults to continue this abuse. And so we can, of course, have politicized conversations about all sorts of things related to education. This doesn't have to be one of them. This is extending a framework that we already have in law to how adults are with children to another place that a loophole exists and has been exploited. And so I'm hoping we can get a pretty green board up there for this amendment. It is common sense, and it's meant to be protective. Our states around us are far ahead of us on this, and I think it's time that we provide a bare minimum of protection to our students in this way. Vote green.
The Secretary would take the roll on the A29 amendment. Senator Kunis, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Pappas votes yes.
Senator Pappas votes aye.
Senator Friends vote aye.
Senator Friends votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Senator Herb votes aye.
And Senator Dibble votes aye.
And Senator Dibble votes aye. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Howe votes no.
Senator Howe votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Utke votes no.
Senator Utke votes no.
Senator Cwodzinski votes no.
Senator Cwodzinski votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Matthews votes no.
And Senator Matthews votes no. All senators having voted who desires a vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 44 ayes and 20 noes, the A29 amendment is adopted. Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I had never heard of that problem before. We've been involved in several homeschool groups, and thank goodness we've solved that loophole for today. And maybe it's a real thing. I was looking up online. But unfortunately, we could have had a hearing about it and learned about it. There are things we didn't have hearings about either, Mr. President. We did hear from, actually I'm going to move just to get on track. I'm going to move the A. What the heck number is it? Mr. President, they help. 58, yeah, thank you.
A58, Senator
Yes, that's correct.
Abler moves the A58 amendment. The secretary will report the A58. Senator Abler, if you could just give us a second, we're trying to locate it, okay?
It's in the pile labeled the best one.
And it's at the top. I knew it.
Yeah.
Senator Abler, will you give us a minute so we can go to another
absolutely.
bill and then another amendment, and we'll promise to come right back to you. We're just trying to locate it, okay?
That's fine.
Okay. Senator Abler withdraws the A58. We will now go to Senator Duckworth for the A59. Senator Duckworth.
Mr. President, he's off the floor for a minute, so maybe go to the next one. Thanks.
Senator Abler, we do have an A56, but that's not the one you're looking for. Is that correct? Don't worry about it. We have the A58. Senator Abler offers the A58 amendment. The secretary will report the A58.
Senator Abler moves to amend Senate File Number 1740 as follows. Page 35, after line 23, insert. This is the A58 amendment.
Senator Abler to your A58 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. They're also tantalizing. It's hard to know which one to start with. This is actually a really serious topic. The amendment is that I'm moving, but the whole topic that this bill covers. And so this is going to be the Senate's work on how are we going to improve public education? How are we going to guide the lives of 80% of the state's pupils, some 800,000 students? and in a time when, even given record amounts of money, schools are in desperate straits. We've already decided we're not going to give them flexibility on the money and save 1,000 teacher jobs. We decided we're not going to tell parents that their child had a bad day at a dangerous school. We decided we're not going to give the most well-intended administrators and teachers a chance to help a little child to get on track and be a success and to help them read. There's a little bit of reading in this bill. There's not much about math, except that we have Algebra 2 for the big kids. So, Mr. President, just in an act of, can we at least do something? This amendment just asks, could you please give us a report about what's going on with these school discipline issues? In the committee, we heard from all these principals. We also heard from teachers who were getting hurt. And even though I've been endorsed half the time by the Education Minnesota, we heard shocking silence from them on this topic about the perils of their teachers. And maybe I should have had a meeting with them just to encourage them to get on board with this. I didn't talk to them about this particular amendment, but I know they're well aware of the trouble because so many of their people are getting hurt. I had a meeting in my home district with kind of the active, union group there. They have these meetings periodically, and this was the thing. This discipline, harm to teachers, what do we do with them was a thing. And Mr. President, I assure you that the local teachers in my district are not any kind of racists, and not any kinds of people who would the least bit any way want to be disparaging of anybody with any focus, anything besides helping them get back on track. So Senator Cwodzinski, there's nothing in the bill that even moves us along at all. So maybe this is not the perfect amendment to ask for a report, but for heaven's sake, can we at least have the topic in there? It's not like this is going to go into the law books just yet, but could we at least ask the department to give us a report and encourage people to let us know how it's going? And Mr. President, I might be surprised. The report might be like, things are so amazing that you couldn't be happier, or there may be at least information we should try to improve some things. We have a really pretty good education policy committee, and I think if they came back with their update, then Commissioner Jett and Odosh and the crew there could come, and we could have some guidance and agree on what the challenges are. So, Mr. President, that's my request. Thank you.
Senator Cwodzinski to the A58 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Abler. I agree with the goals of in your intent here. What makes me nervous is the word funding on line 17, and then on line 19, the word the report, which would cost some agency money. And I do believe that the Department of Education would say there's a fiscal cost to this. So I'm going to urge members to vote no on this on a policy bill.
Senator Westland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion before I go back to the author for final words? Senator Abler, you're the final word.
Mr. President, we had 3 weeks where we did shared power. It was like a breath of fresh air to actually work together with everybody. We had shared meetings. We discussed topics that weren't always brought up. We discussed quite a bit about discipline. Those discussions in our committee were not partisan. They were just topics. And you could just feel the comity, not comedy, the comity. On this floor, we had co-presidents. It was really a nice moment. I think we showed Minnesota we actually could do something really nice. But Mr. President, now as the bills are coming out, it's like they were written in 2023 and 2024. This bill is devoid of anything that's going to make any real difference. And it's like if a Republican has an idea that could make a real difference, we're not doing that. We're good to go here. Frankly, I think if we would have had some of those ideas injected in the 23 and 24 budgets, where we spent I won't even use that number that we've all heard so much, but we spent all that money, Mr. President, and a record amount in this very area. It can make a difference. Just for fun, I looked up a certificate of election. And maybe everybody has one here. It says a certificate of election is a formal document that grants the holder the rights and privileges of holding elected office. And Mr. President, one of those privileges is to get to vote. But Mr. President, what we're not doing is exercising our ability to think independently and to think what would be best by my district. And this is not unique to the Senate. It's been true of all my 26 years, where one side doesn't even read the amendments, they just do what they're told. Not accusing anybody of that in this particular amendment, but Mr. President, it was my role and my desire to bring attention to this, to create some kind of placeholder, so as the discussions go forward into a new place where there's actually a bipartisan House, where things have to pass we're sending forward amendments, probably without this one on it, Mr. President, thanks for the reminder, to actually give us even things to discuss. We're passing budget bills, which is not part of this amendment, that are written by only one side, as though we're living in the yesterday. I won't sing that song, Mr. President, you would really think I'm off topic then. So, Mr. President, one of my privileges as having an election certificate is to bring forward ideas. The second is not to torture people with pointless votes and to have them think that this is not something really important, because it is. But with that, Mr. President, I'm going to spare people the pain of having to go through another pointless exercise. And I would like to withdraw the amendment. Thank you.
Senator Abler withdraws the A58 amendment. Members, we will now go to Senator Duckworth. Seeing that I don't see Senator Duckworth. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are all concerned about the amount of screen time that our kids are spending. And we know that cell phones and the use of electronic devices is a distraction in the classroom. It's really maybe one of the reasons why we're still struggling with these low test scores. And so what we as the legislature did was we said, school districts, you have to come up with a policy. You have to come up with a policy, and here's what it says: a school district or charter school must adopt a policy on students' possession and use of cell phones in school by March 15th, 2025, just a month ago. Before this has even had a chance to take place, before we've even had a chance to see how well schools have been able to implement this policy that meets their needs, we have in front of us this bill, which now says, beginning in the 26-27 school year, a school district or charter school cell phone policy must prohibit, and it goes on to list out the various. There's a distinction between K-8 and 9-12. Sounds great. The problem is that not every school district, not every school building is the same. And we are once again making the same mistake that we made a couple of years ago when we implemented a policy on SROs that caused many of our schools, including one of my school districts, to pull out their school resource officers. I thought we learned our lesson on us trying to mandate the operations of each individual school in the state to be exactly the same, because not every school and not every school district is exactly the same. But we didn't learn our lesson, Mr. President, because now we have additional mandates. The deadline was just a month ago, and here we are already overriding it. No one in this room can tell me whether or not it's been successful or not, because it's only been a month. And why do we continue to feel the need to disrespect our educators? to do their jobs. Our superintendents, our principals, and our teachers, and our working with our parents to come up with a policy that meets their needs in the schools. I've often said, Mr. Chair, that the best decisions are made closest to the classroom and the best decisions are made closest to the kids. But we can't help ourselves. We now have to have a statewide mandate that every school must follow, regardless of whether or not I might have middle school kids mixed in with high school kids, but they have to have different cell phone policies available to them. And then how am I supposed to know which kid is in which class, especially if they're mixed? This kid, they can have their phone, but this kid can't. It's beyond my comprehension why we can't trust educators, why we can't trust locally elected school board members, and why we can't trust parents to come together and develop a policy that works for them, because we told them to. So, Mr. President, I would offer the A70 amendment.
Senator Pratt offers the A70 amendment. The Secretary will report the A70 amendment.
Senator Pratt moves to amend Senate File Number 1740 as follows. Page 29, delete Section 18. This is the A70 amendment.
Senator Pratt to your A70 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we did the right thing a couple of years ago in directing school boards and educators to work together to find a cell phone policy that matched the needs of their building and their students. And this just simply strikes the new language. Mr. President, we haven't given our school districts a chance to look at this, to evaluate whether it works, and I encourage a yes vote.
Senator Cwodzinski to the A70 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Pratt. I would say vote no, members.
Senator Westland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other conversation before I go back to the author? Senator Warrick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, Senator Pratt mentioned a number of things already, but I just want to impress upon folks the new language when we separate out K through 8 to 9 through 12. It's not taking into consideration all of our school districts around the state. I have a couple of school districts in mine. K through 12 is all in one building. The majority of the others, K through 6 is in one, 7 through 12 is in another. And as Senator Pratt mentioned, this policy that is in the bill in front of us is going to make it incredibly difficult for those schools, because you're saying, well, we can have a separate policy for 9 through 12 because we think maybe they can handle their phones and have different uses, but in those school districts, we're not giving them that flexibility. I believe this is something that needs far more discussion, allowing our school districts to have that opportunity to see if their plans work. This amendment makes absolute sense, and members, we should be voting green.
Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was wondering if Senator Cwodzinski would yield for a question.
Senator Cwodzinski, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Cwodzinski, I don't believe this was, the underlying bill was yours. I believe it might have been Senator Mann, but I don't think she's in here. So I'm going to direct the question to you. I'm looking at page 29, line 19, and it talks about certain exceptions to the policy, and then it ends with, or other exceptions at the discretion of the school principal. My question is, doesn't this exception swallow the rule? It seems to me like the school principal can essentially write the policy here through exception. So I'd like to get your thoughts on that.
Senator Cwodzinski.
Mr. President, Senator Cruan, I appreciate that. Yeah, the discretion of the school principal is a wonderful compromise that we can't think of every single situation where a young person should be allowed to be an exception to the ban in a school. So we thought it would be a good piece of language that the principal would have the discretion if there's something that we hadn't thought of in crafting the bill.
Senator Gruen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Cwodzinski, for that response. And you're right, we can't think of everything, and there should be some discretion, which is kind of how the current policy is. I don't know why we'd give that discretion to a building principal when it would more rightfully belong to the school board itself. And I appreciate the intent of this edition of this bill. I'm not, when I was on the school board, I was an advocate for restricting use of cell phones in the classroom, and I've always recognized the danger of that, and I still do. But I also speak frequently on this floor and in committee on the fact that each one of our school districts has unique needs and challenges, and they're different. Their communities are different. And I had the opportunity to tour Blaine High School last week, and I got to see how they were handling this issue up close and personal. And in that particular school, it would probably be consistent with this policy because they allow the use of cell phones in passing, but then they have to check their phones when they enter the classroom. But I'm not so sure that policy couldn't be applicable to middle schools as well. I can certainly see a school board having a discussion about that, about their community, and thinking that same policy would make sense for a middle school. And I just think that if we're going to talk about local control and flexibility and trusting our locally elected school boards, even on something I agree with like this, I need to be consistent and put that in the hands of the school board to set that policy and come up with a policy that works for them in their unique needs and challenges. So I appreciate the intent of this bill. I'm a little concerned about the exception. I don't know if that's the best way to draft that, but in any event, I'm going to support the Pratt amendment for those reasons. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Senator Kunish.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the bill, if I go back, I'm going to lose my spot. It says delete section 18. Is that correct? Mr. President, will Senator Pratt yield for question?
Senator Pratt, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Kunish.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pratt, is it your intention to delete the entire section, including any previous policies, such as directing a school district or charter school to adopt a policy on student possession and use of cell phones in schools?
Senator Pratt, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. No. By deleting this section, we would just revert back to current law.
Senator Kunish.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, if I read this correctly, and like I said, if I go back, I'm going to lose that. It says on line 1.2, page 29, delete section 18. And if you go to section 18 on page 29, and that's a long, I got to go all the way down to the end of the page. It actually deletes pretty much everything in that policy, in that section. So in previous legislation, we have instructed the schools to come up with a policy. We said, you come up with a policy, but you must have a policy. What you're doing here deletes the entire section 18, including that instruction.
Mr. President.
Senator Pratt, I'm not sure if she was asking you to yield because she was talking about the bill. Were you asking him to yield? I just thought you were just making a statement.
No, I was just making a statement.
Mr. President, to that point, if I may.
Senator Kunish has the floor.
He may respond, no problem.
Mr. President, Senator Kunish, by deleting the entire section, it's as if it was never included in the bill. There is no repealer to current law that's in the amendment. So therefore, the current law would stand, the policy would still stand. So I disagree with your assessment of what the amendment does because it acts as if it was never incorporated into the bill.
Senator Kunesh.
I accept that explanation. Thank you.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate the thoughtful conversation. I think most members, maybe all members in this chamber, recognize that the issue with cell phones and with students is not one of individual kids or individual parents or individual teachers, and that cell phones were created to be addictive. They were. It is against what they were created for if somebody is not addicted to their phone, particularly young people. I do want to say, I'm not going to speak for Senator Mann, but I'm going to speak to the work that she did on this policy. She did roundtables all across the state, talked to students, talked to parents, talked to educators in schools, and she heard a lot of things, but one of the things that she heard is that it's really hard for districts even to write their own policy and enforce it. And sometimes they were asking, like, can you all be the bad guys? Can you all be the bad folks? Because there was a student who told Senator Mann, if I don't have my phone, I feel like I'm going to die. I feel like I'm going to die. Right when we did this law in 2023 or 2024 about districts adopting a policy, even at that point in time, cell phones couldn't be used to nudify images of classmates and teachers. Today, every kid who has a cell phone in school could take a picture of themselves, their friends, their teachers, their paras, and make them into a nude image or pornographic video. Even in that short amount of time, we are rapidly approaching the point at which the tech industry's complete lack of regulation is bringing so much harm to our students. And then they bring that into school, and of course, they do what they can do with their phones because they download it in an app. Why wouldn't they? So I think this is a good policy. I think that if I could go back in time, I don't think we should give minors cell phones. But we can't do that. And so the very least we can do is create a uniform policy. I do want to remind folks, too, that the way that this bill is written is the grades are prohibited. So you have grades kindergarten through 8. It's not saying that the school building has to contain those grades. It's those grades in those classrooms. And I think if somebody does have an amendment that addresses maybe some of the other concerns on if they're mixed, someone should offer that. But I think this is a very good policy, and it's making a small dent in a huge problem that none of us in this room created. I want to be really clear. Nobody in this room is at fault for that. None of the parents or the schools are at fault for that. The tech companies are, but this is where we're at, and this is the solution we have.
Senator Pratt, you're the last voice we'll hear before we go to a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, we're all concerned about the use of cell phones in the classroom. We know it's a distraction. I think all my colleagues have said why this is a problem. But again, Mr. President, we spent the first year of last biennium treating every school as if they were exactly the same. As if Shakopee were the same as Sartell. As if Minneapolis were the same as Mazeppa. And we ended up coming back the very next year and fixing those problems because we made a mistake. And I thought the majority learned from that mistake. And it's clear they haven't. Because now we have a policy that we put in that gave, rightfully, that discussion, those decisions, to our educators and our parents. And within a month of the deadline, we've already decided that we as a legislature have to step in and we have to tell them what must be in their policy, and it doesn't matter what your school is like. Mr. President, we should learn from our mistakes. We should trust our educators to be professional. We should trust our educators and our parents to work together in the best interest of our students. And so let's try to avoid the need to micromanage every little issue. Let's trust people in our communities to figure out what works for us, works for them. Mr. President, I encourage a yes vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A70 Pratt Amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Kunesh, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Herb votes no.
Senator Herb votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Friends votes no.
Senator Friends votes no.
Senator McEwen votes yes.
Senator McEwen votes yes.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
And Senator Pappas votes no.
And Senator Pappas votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Cwodzinski votes aye.
Senator Cwodzinski votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Matthews votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 33 noes, the A70 amendment is not adopted. Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the A43 amendment, please.
Senator Miller moves the A43 amendment. The secretary will report the A43 amendment.
Senator Miller moves to amend Senate File Number 1740 as follows. Page 29, line 19, after the period, insert. This is the A43 amendment.
Senator Miller, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the A43 also pertains to the cell phone policy. I believe one of the things that was missed in those discussions across the state was a discussion about schools that have multiple grades within one building. So maybe a school has a combination of elementary and middle school, or elementary, middle school, and high school all in one building. And the current language in the bill would make it very complicated for those schools to have, some students would be prohibited from having cell phones in the entire school, while other students would be prohibited from having cell phones just in the classroom. So this just gives a little bit more flexibility to those school districts, in most cases smaller school districts in rural Minnesota that do have multiple grade levels in one building.
Senator Cwodzinski to the A43 Miller amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Miller. This was interesting that none of us caught this error on the committee. No one brought it up at the time. And as soon as I saw the bill, I remember talking to Senator Miller about, I can't believe we missed this with all the K through 12 buildings in the state of Minnesota, with the schools that are 6 through 9, 7 through 9 in the state of Minnesota, that none of us on the committee caught this error. And so, Senator Miller, thank you for bringing this to our attention, and it is a friendly amendment.
All in favor of the A43 amendment, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails and the A43 is adopted. Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would offer the A102 amendment.
Senator McQuaid offers the A102 amendment. The secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Mayquade moves to amend Senate File Number 1740 as follows. Page 21, after line 27, insert. This is the A102 amendment.
Senator McQuaid, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is my the amendment that I withdrew with the typo fixed. Vote green.
Senator Cwodzinski, to the amendment.
Vote yes.
Senator Rasmussen to the A102.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just waiting to have the amendment distributed, but was wondering, Mr. President, if Senator McQuaid would yield for a question.
Senator McQuaid, will you yield to a question? She will. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McQuaid. Senator McQuaid, could you describe how this amendment is different from what was offered before?
Senator McQuaid, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. It has the right title, and Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator McQuaid continue to yield?
Will you yield? She will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McQuaid. Senator McQuaid, could you point out page and line what change has been made here? I just want to make sure I understand what's in front of the body.
Senator McQuaid to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you look at line 1.5, you will see it starts with subdivision 4A, sports equality. That title was missing before. It is there now.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise under a point of order, and I'm happy to state the point of order.
State your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. Point of order under Mason's Section 61, Finality of Actions. It basically underscores the procedure that you can't offer an amendment that has already been voted on. And, Mr. President, as Senator McQuaid said, the only thing that's different is a subdivision title here. And, Mr. President, the reason why this rule is important for parliamentary procedure and debate is that otherwise members of the legislature could just simply change a title of a subdivision or do a slight tweak and have the body vote continually on an amendment. And so this amendment, Mr. President, has already been offered. It's already been voted on as the body. And so I'd request that you find the point of order well taken.
All right. Give me one moment. Briefly, Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is different because the title of it is actually very, very important. You will see we list a subdivision here, and we list out all of the pieces that make it sports equality. It is not identical to the previous amendment that did fail, so it's not the same amendment at all.
All right, give me a moment.
Mr. President, can I offer additional advice?
I'm sorry?
Mr. President, may I offer additional advice before you rule?
Briefly, please.
Thank you,
I am ready to rule. I just got to confer with a couple of people here.
Thank you, Mr. President. And in addition to Mason's Section 61, that again is very clear about substantive proposals, that they cannot just be offered again and again without them being substantially different from what was offered previously. And Mr. President, I would also point you to our Senate rules that also state that once a question has been put to the body, it can't be put again other than through a motion to reconsider.
All right, thank you so much. No more advice is required. No further advice is required. I want to just talk to the folks here. Thank you.
Mr. President?
Members, after conferring, yes, we're on a point of order. That is what is before. I said that I didn't think I needed any more advice.
Well, you might not think you need advice, but I'd like to offer advice.
But I'm not
Mr.
going to take any more advice.
Well, it's a correction of something that was said in error. So how can I correct? You're about to rule when you might have incorrect information.
Okay, thank you. After listening to advice and also conferring with staff, the point of order is well taken. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A59, please.
Senator Duckworth offers the A59 amendment. The Secretary will report the A59 amendment.
Senator Duckworth moves to amend Senate File Number 1740 as follows. Page 29, after line 19, insert. This is the A59 amendment.
Senator Duckworth, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Cwodzinski and staff. I think we have got this one to the friendly amendment status. This is a bill that has passed off the Senate floor before, albeit in a previous session with unanimous and bipartisan support. It has 3 DFL co-authors along with myself in the bill format. This is a bill that just helps us get a better understanding in regards to school districts and reporting their teacher supply and demand issues at their level so that we can make decisions up here to help them address the teacher shortage. Thank you.
Senator Cwodzinski. To the A59 amendment.
There was an amendment earlier today. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Duckworth. There was an amendment earlier today that we had the opportunity to talk to Pellsby about, and they were in support. I have not had the opportunity to reach out to Pellsby, nor have they reached out to us about this potential amendment coming up. So I'm going to ask members to vote no.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment as the last person we hear before we take the vote? Seeing none, Senator Duckworth, before we vote.
Mr. President, I will withdraw the amendment.
Senator Duckworth withdraws the A59 amendment. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A37 amendment.
Senator Rarick offers the A37 amendment. The Secretary will report the A37 amendment.
Senator Rarick moves to amend Senate File Number 1740 as follows. Page 75, after line 18, insert. This is the A37 amendment.
Senator Rarick, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, we've had a lot of discussion here, and we've had some amendments that we've talked about have kind of come out of nowhere today on the fly, and others that we've talked about that have had discussion over, say, the course of the year, or maybe 2 years. The bill I have in front of you, or the amendment I have in front of you for this is something that's been around for a long time. In fact, the first time I carried it, I was still over in the other body. So there's been a lot of discussion around this, and over the years, we've pared it back from the original. What the basic, simple at this point with this amendment, it would prohibit any schools from being built on a former landfill site. When we hear that, you kind of think this is pretty common sense. Why would anybody do that? But unfortunately, it has actually happened in the state. And I'm wondering if Senator Cwodzinski would yield to a question.
Senator Cwodzinski, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Cwodzinski, you and I have talked about this a bit, and I know you're open and willing to continue talking about it. I'm just wondering if I have your commitment that next year we can continue these conversations and consider it in your bill next year.
Senator Cwodzinski, to the question.
A heartfelt, sincere yes.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And with that, I will withdraw the A37.
The A37 amendment is withdrawn. The secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File Number 1740, a bill for an act relating to education policy, making changes to kindergarten through grade 12 education.
Third reading. I want to see who's all interested in speaking, so I can put your name on the list. That would be helpful. I see Senator Duckworth, Senator The folks that I have on the list, just so that I'm clear, are Senator Duckworth, Senator McQuaid, Senator Coleman, and Senator Cwodzinski. The order that we will go in, it will be Senator Duckworth will go first, Senator Coleman, Senator McQuaid, and last but certainly not least, the author of the bill. In that order, please come. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk about our public schools here in the state of Minnesota. About 24 hours ago or so, the governor took the opportunity to give his State of the State address, or at least it was the state of something. And I think those of us that have spent the majority of our time in the great state of Minnesota recently would tell you an aspect of that address that was missing was a true and honest conversation regarding the state of our schools here in the state of Minnesota. I'm going to share a couple of pieces of information with you and then hopefully allow it to guide us toward the end of session on how we address public schools here in the state of Minnesota. And when I share these statistics or information, it's not meant to be a criticism of anybody who is working in our public schools. It's certainly not a criticism of our students who are trying their best to succeed. But if we don't confront or acknowledge or understand the reality of the situation that some of our schools and students find themselves in, and teachers, then much like last night, we'll simply gloss over it and not actually address the problems that Minnesotans are asking us to face. Minneapolis School District, $75 million deficit. And they're making cuts to teachers. St. Paul Public Schools, $51 million budget gap. And they're making cuts to teachers. Both schools had deficits of more than $100 million heading into the 24-25 school year, and their reserves are exhausted. Senator Abler shared earlier that Anoka-Hennepin, our largest school district in the state, who already last year cut 200 staff, is now looking to cut 150 teachers. Members, if your jaw did not drop to the floor when you heard that our largest school district in the state is going to cut 150 teachers, then I don't know what will shock you or jar you when it comes to having honest and frank conversations regarding the state of our schools in this state. That's outrageous. It's alarming. And I fear that we're not honestly assessing the situation and taking the action that's required because all that information is in addition to this. Over 50 Minnesota public school districts are facing significant deficits. And this is after they already made cuts last year to address deficits, after, of course, they received record funding. A couple of other trends regarding our schools in Minnesota. Absenteeism, the rates are at record highs. Enrollment in Minnesota public schools is declining. Graduation rates also continue to decline. The academic performance of our students, specifically regarding reading and math, scores are down across the board in most districts. Teacher shortage continues to plague the state of Minnesota and our school districts. We have not fixed or resolved that issue yet. And regarding school safety, incidents continue to be on the rise. All the while, Mr. President, the rate of homeschooling in Minnesota is up 18.1% and 7.4% over the last couple of years, respectively. Private K-12 school enrollment in Minnesota is at the highest it has been in a decade, the most since the 2012-2013 school year. And we have to ask ourselves, why? Minnesota public schools, of which I am a product, long known and having a reputation of being some of the best schools, not just in the Midwest, but in the United States of America. All of a sudden, seeing some of the most alarming statistics we could imagine. Why? Why are parents opting not to send their kids to public school, and why are we seeing such a huge increase in them deciding to school them at home or in private schools? That's an obvious trend or pattern that's occurring in Minnesota. It's not a one-off. I think some of it has to do with the fact that parents keep telling us we should probably keep politics out of the classroom. And yet, the legislature and the governor here in Minnesota seem to continue to want to find ways to infuse highly political, divisive politics into every single classroom they can in the state of Minnesota. And our students and school districts and teachers and communities are beginning to pay the price. That's not just my opinion, Mr. President. That's bared out in the numbers and statistics I just shared. Despite parents, schools, and teachers telling us to keep politics out of the classroom, one party continues to insert extremely divisive political ideology into just about every classroom we can imagine. But it's almost worse than that, Mr. President, because then when parents raise very valid concerns or have questions about it, they're disingenuously told, well, that's not the case. That's not true. You're wrong. Or worse, the parents of those students or the teachers in the classroom having to deal with this every day are mocked. That's outrageous. I can't believe you'd even think that. How dare you even question the laws that we're passing or their intent? And we wonder why we're seeing increases in absenteeism. We wonder why academic scores are down. We wonder why enrollment in public schools is declining, while more parents are opting to homeschool or send kids to private school. We know the answer, Mr. President. Some of us just don't want to admit why they're doing it. And I want to make it very clear, because oftentimes people try to say, you know, Republicans, they just don't care about our public schools. They prefer private. That's not the case. We prefer whatever's best for a student and their family. But I'll tell you this much. I had to leave earlier today because I had to go pick up my kids from Lakeville schools. I've been a school board member. I'm a product of public schools myself here in Minnesota. I want nothing more than to see our public schools and those students succeed at the highest level possible. I would love nothing more than to see Minnesota be number one in every single one of the categories I just listed. Mr. President, our students deserve it, our families want it, and our teachers are capable of it. But Mr. President, we're never going to get there. We're never going to get back to being the schools and the system that was held in such high esteem not that long ago if we continue to focus on everything but the academic success of our kids and continue to make our schools much less inviting by making them a place full of political divisiveness. So, Mr. President, I hope that at the end of this session, whatever education policy and funding bills come before us for final passage are mindful of that and seek to improve the situation in our schools, help our districts, place our trust in teachers and leaders at the local level, empower parents, and place the academic success and progress of our students as the number one priority when it comes to the lawmaking we're doing here in St. Paul. Thank you.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. For 3 weeks, I held the gavel for the Education Policy Committee. And for 3 weeks, we opened the doors to the Minnesota Senate Committee, and we said, we want to hear from the boots on the grounds in education. We heard from superintendents, teachers, school board members. We heard from school resource officers. We heard from people from all factions of our school system. And we had them come talk to us about mandates, school safety, the teacher shortage. And all of these people would get up and testimony after testimony and after testimony, I could almost guess what they were going to say by the time they got to the microphone. And they didn't just come to us with problems. These brilliant educators came to us with solutions. They could sometimes name the exact place in statute where something happened over the last 2 years that they wanted undone or fixed, or how we were tying their hands from providing quality and safe schools for our children. It's like people weren't there. This never happened. We never heard what they had to say, or at least that's what's reflected in this bill that we're passing out of here today. This doesn't go far enough to say, we heard you, we believe you, and we're going to do something about this. I don't see enough in here for school safety. In fact, my amendment to make sure parents can even know what's going on with their schools and the safety of their children got voted down by Democrats. This certainly doesn't do enough to address the teacher shortage. And we had principals coming into our committee chamber telling us, this line of statute is how you are making it impossible for me to fill these jobs. This certainly doesn't do anything for mandate relief or even give them flexibility for their mandates. Members, I'm going to encourage you to vote no, not because necessarily of what's in this bill, but what's not in this bill. What's not in this bill is saying, we have heard you and we are going to do right by you. I will be voting yes because I intend to keep working on this bill as it goes through the process, and in voting yes in good faith that the views that I'm presenting that we got directly from our educators when they came to the committee will be implemented in this bill as it moves forward. It is my sincere hope that we can do more. I want to thank all of the staff for their incredibly hard work this legislative session. I want to thank Ed and Tristan. I've loved getting to know you both better. And I, of course, want to thank Senator Cwodzinski, who has just been fantastic to work with. And I'm really sincerely hoping I have your word that moving forward with this bill, we can continue to improve it so that we can continue to improve the lives of our students. Thank you.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am so proud to be a graduate of the school district that I represent now. And I love visiting the schools in my district, talking to the teachers, talking to the kids. I went and visited a second grade classroom last Friday, and we read a book, and I asked the kids, what's your favorite thing about school? Lots of different answers, hanging out with friends, free lunches and breakfast, kids love that. Recess, learning math. I love learning phonics, which I'm always excited about as the chief author of the READ Act. And I asked, if you could make something different, what would it be? More outside time, more playing. And I ended with, what are something you might want me to know? And boy, if you ask a classroom of second graders, like what factoids they know, penguins poop pink sometimes, and the dragonfly was the first insect that existed on the planet, and not all dinosaurs died at the same time. Just the most incredible things. When I talk to the parents, when I talk to the educators, when I talk to the staff, we have some incredible schools here in the state of Minnesota. We have enrollment up in some of our districts. We've made record investments in education. Kids are going to school and they're getting fed. They're learning with full bellies because we know that hungry kids can't learn it at a time when grocery prices are going through the roof because we have these unpredictable tariffs in every single country, or no countries or some countries. Parents are saving $1,800 a year on average on groceries. We're focusing on mental health. We're focusing on making sure that when students read books in classrooms and they learn about stories, and they learn about history, they learn about people who look like them, who come from countries where their ancestors came from. They learn the full truth, warts and all. We heard from districts this year with really specific asks. My amendment for the READ Act, I was so delighted to work with the group of advocates and educators and the department and parents working together to come up with a really dense bill on the READ Act. It's an entire article. We met every other week, sometimes every 3 weeks, for hours to dig through specific pieces of legislation to come to agreement. It is one of the most beautiful pieces of collaboration I've ever had the privilege to be part of. And when you see teachers saying, I can't believe how kids are learning how to read, I can't believe what I'm seeing in my classroom, that makes every painful long day on this floor, it makes every day that I miss my daughter's 3rd birthday, which is today, happy birthday, baby, worth it, because we are doing good work here. I'm so proud of the work that we did in our committee, and I'm so grateful to be the vice chair to Senator Cwodzinski. We have some of the top-rated school districts in the nation in our state. We have, I think, 11 of the finalists for Educator of the Year in our state. Now, I hear my Republican colleagues lamenting about how horrible schools are. And I have to wonder if constantly telling everybody how dangerous they are and how bad the teachers are, how they're indoctrinating our children by teaching them our history, it's un-American. And I wonder if that might be feeding into this denigration of our incredible public schools. And it's not lost on me that the origin of the private school movement in the U.S. South was a response to the integration of public schools, Mr. President. And that today, as we see the increasing numbers of students of color in our schools, it's all of a sudden schools are more dangerous, and we have to tell everybody how dangerous our schools are and how bad they are. I hear it. It's the same freaking rhetoric. So let's just not be coy about it. We can continue to denigrate our students and our parents and the teachers and all of the wonderful educators and paras who go to school every single day, teaching our kids how to do everything from learning about penguin poop, which can be pink, to Algebra 2, to PSEO. They are doing incredible things, and they deserve more from us than just saying how bad things are and saying, well, I wonder why. So I'm really, really proud of the work that we did here, and I can't say enough good things about the READ Act in particular because I've had the most interaction with it. I'm so looking forward to, whether I'm in this body or not, seeing students continuing to learn how to read, to see those scores continue to go up. Our graduation rates are going up. I love our public schools, and I'm so proud of the work we are doing to support them, to continue to move them forward, and to into the 21st century. We live in a different world. We live in a different world today, Mr. President, than we did when the session started. A little scarier, but I'm really proud of the work that we are doing. And so I want to thank our committee members. I want to thank the staff. I want to thank the READ Act Coalition. I want to thank our chair for all the work that we did to move a really good bill forward. Vote green.
Senator Cwodzinski, and then we're going to vote for final passage.
Well, I'm really looking forward to the Ed Finance debate and how swift it'll be, first of all. Second of all, I just want to echo what Senator May-Quade just said, because she made me think of something that I don't know if I realized it in my first year, my 5th year, or my 10th year of teaching, but kids love being told that they're great. And they react a lot differently when you tell them, you guys are the best, you're the greatest, you're the best class I've ever had, than they do when we tell them how horrible they are and how miserable they make us. And I think if I learned anything in my teaching career, kids react when you tell them how great they are. And kids today are less sexist, they're less homophobic, they're less racist than we were when I was their age. And I just love our kids. I love our teachers. I love our social workers. I love our counselors. I love our security people. I love everybody in education. And I can't tell you how much of it is that it's a privilege and a joy and an honor that I can never, ever repay to anybody being chair of the Education Policy Committee for the people of Minnesota. I don't even know where to begin. And if you knew what I was like in high school and how did this knucklehead ever achieve this status is beyond me. But I want to remind the audience that on April 19, 1775, 250 years ago, at Lexington and Concord, here once the embattled farmer stood that fired the shot heard around the world. Here once the embattled farmer stood that fired the shot heard around the world. That's the core and the essence of America and American history. And a year later, coming up, it's the 250th anniversary, Jefferson's trying to figure out how can he write this document, where the second paragraph in his document begins with the word we. And it goes on to say, we hold these truths to be self-evident. And those words ring true, especially the passage in there when he said life, liberty, and property. And he looked at that word, that the meaning of life and the meaning of government is to secure the blessings of life, liberty, and property, and something didn't ring well for him. And he looked at proper and he said, no, that's not what I'm after. I'm after something bigger than just my stuff. That the role of government and the role of schools is to give meaning to us all and to help us pursue happiness. And when Jefferson changes property, the pursuit of happiness, it changed everything. Because now we have a vision of what America is going to look like and what American schools, and we haven't been perfect through the ages, but we're pretty gosh darn, wow, it's 1957 all over again, gosh darn close to perfection. And that's what I tried to do every single day in my classroom. That's what I try to do every single day in this body, is try to get those kids to figure out why they're here and why they were born. And that's the purpose of education, is to help them solve the meaning of life and to solve as much of the puzzle as possible before they perish. And I want to thank all of you in this body today, because if we hear anything door knocking, it's, can't you people just get along? Can't you people just get along? And I want to remind the audience that being united does not mean we have to all think alike. But it does mean we have to listen to one another. And it does mean we have to have an open heart and an open mind. And I want to remind the audience that this body today took 5 GOP amendments and 5 Democratic amendments. And I'm pretty honored about that. I had no idea that we did that until one of my colleagues just reminded me of that. And I just want to say to everybody in this room, again, I can't tell you what a joy tonight was for me, and to listen to each and every one of you. And we're supposed to be a disagreeable body. That's what we do here. We disagree. And people say you need to disagree less. And I would argue we need to disagree better. And I appreciate all of you tonight for listening to each other, for having an open heart, for having an open mind, for trying to leave this world a better place than you found it, for enriching our children's lives. And with that said, I just want to thank everybody, and I don't want to leave anybody out, so I'm going to start with Ed Cook. Thank you. Thank you, Ryan Majerus. Thank you, Eileen Otto, oh my God. Thank you, Tristan Vogely. Thank you, Anne-Marie Lewis. Thank you, Bjorn Arneson. Thank you, Jenna Hofer. Thank the Pages. Wherever you are, you're all gone. I want to especially thank Aaron May Quaid for being a wonderful vice chair. I want to thank the members of my committee, Abler, Bolden, Duckworth, Hochschild, Kunish, Mann, Miller, sorry. I had to lean in to read that one, and Wiesenberg. And most importantly, I just want to give a shout out to Julia Coleman. As I started tonight, I talked about how much I loved the first 3 weeks of this session, and I loved trying to reach across the aisle, and I loved trying to listen to each other, and I just loved and cherished that opportunity, and things being what they are, whatever. And but thank you, Senator Coleman, for being a great lead, and it's been a pleasure and an honor to work with you this year. And thank you, everybody, and vote yes.
The Secretary would take the roll on final passage of Senate File 1740 as amended. Senator Kunis, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator McEwen votes yes.
Senator McEwen votes aye.
Senator Pappas votes aye.
Senator Pappas votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Friends votes aye.
Senator Friends votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
And last but not least, Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Howe votes no.
Senator Howe votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Utke votes no.
Senator Utke votes no.
Senator Cwodzinski votes no.
Senator Cwodzinski votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Abler votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote. The secretary will close the roll. There being 39 ayes and 26 noes, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, we will now go to the 13th order of business, announcements of Senate interest. Without objection, the following senators will be excused from today's session: Westrom all day, Abler 1 o'clock to 1:30, Johnson 1:30 to 2:55, and Senator Limmer 7:05 to 7:40 p.m. Any other announcements of Senate interest? Seeing none, Senator Murphy for a motion.
Mr. President, on Senator Rest's birthday, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until Friday, April 25th at 1 p.m.
On that motion, celebrating Senator Rest's birthday, all in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The Senate is now adjourned, and Senator Rest will continue to have a great birthday.